The pursuit of happiness act II less than greater than English // emitted from a PS system, telephone, or other electric medium. The pursuit of happiness act to prelude kings, queens, and assorted pawns. She had no idea what to say. What do you tell someone when you unexpectedly wake up in the same bed with him? Especially when you might have been kissing him. Yukaiu certainly had no idea. Her mind was aimless after the realization of the situation settled in. Before they could talk about it, Ryoga got lost. He was stumbling around one moment, gone and probably off to Siberia the next. For better or worse, that's just how he was. She didn't know whether to be mad or thankful. What were they going to do? How did he feel about her? She wasn't even entirely sure how she felt about him. All she knew was that she missed him when he wasn't around. Why did things have to get complicated? She didn't want fights. Things were simple before, and that's the way she liked it. Hey, wait a minute. This was Ranma's fault. Definitely. If he'd just leave or go home like she wanted to, this mess wouldn't have happened. He was joking about her and Ryoga being romantically involved all the time. Could he have set them up? Of course he could have. He was GNMA's son. Maybe had thought he was doing his old friend a favor, but she told him to keep his nose out, didn't she? She'd have to give him a good swift kick in the ass the next time she saw him. The jerk. And so there she was, standing there at the crack-off junk, polishing her grill, staring at the sun. And she still had no idea what to say. Ryoga had no idea what to do. Absolutely nothing prepared him for the disaster that this might be. What was she thinking? Was she mad at him? Did she think he was a pervert? Was he a pervert? What if he did do something? He stopped where he was, in some urban street. He didn't even care where anymore, and leaned warily against the lamppost. Things were simple before. She was there. He worked for her. They kept each other company. She was his friend. He was her friend. Although sometimes, just sometimes, she made him feel lightheaded and a bit self-conscious, and when she smiled it was just, no. That was the same line of thought that probably got him into this mess to start with. If only she knew. He didn't want to lose what he had, even if the reward might have been something better. The possibility of being alone again was something he couldn't bear to even think about. With that inner conflict temporarily resolved, he had one thing left to worry about. What am I gonna say to her? Say to who? Ryoga froze. The voice was young, a bit sharp, and definitely female. Surely, he thought, that couldn't be Yukaiu. He turned around. It was, nothing, never mind, said Ryoga. He laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head, and laughed nervously yet again. Yukaiu didn't seem amused. Just in time to be late to school, she said with affront. She was clearly upset. He hated it when she was upset, and right now he was too tired to deal with it. Just go ahead without me, okay? Don't be stupid. You'll get lost again without me, she snapped. If you wait for me you'll just be late, argued Ryoga. I'm just trying to be nice, you jerk, snapped Yukayu. Ryoga threw his hands in the air. This is what I was trying to avoid. Now you're late and you're mad. I wouldn't be mad if you weren't being stupid about flies. You're the one that's being stupid about this. Just go and change already, bellowed Yukayu. Without waiting for any more arguments, she grabbed him by the ear, stormed back into Hookins, and tossed him in his room. The door slammed, equally by both parties. Yukayu took a few steps away from the door, then leaned against the wall. Well, things were back to usual. Thank goodness. There was a part of her, a small part, that was disappointed. It screamed that this was one hell of a way to get out of the situation. Pretend it didn't happen. Nonsense. She managed to ignore that voice. Yukayu smiled, ever so slightly, and sighed in relief. Were she able to see through walls, she'd see that Ryoga was too. It was a fine morning, with skies that had that certain perfect balance of clouds and blue sky. The pleasant nature of this morning was lost to most, as they were busy rushing from point A to point B. Two individuals ignored the morning rush. They had a point A and a point B, but unlike the others they just didn't have strict time limits. Therefore, they were enjoying the morning. At First Class A, there were two young boys, both in suits, sitting at a table in a recently opened Western-style cafe. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that one suit was somewhat baggy and a little soot-stained, and the other was tailored to fit exactly and was spotless. After even further inspection, one would find out that the one in the soot-stained suit was, in fact, a girl. If anyone were to ask if the boy and girl were a couple, a severe mauling, possibly to death, by both parties would have been the result. As it stood, this was more of a negotiation for peace than a breakfast date. Nuri, how very surprising to southeast you, said the boy, a touch of acid in his voice. The girl merely gave a one-eyed glare. Mohashin, up yours. Finally learned to say it in Japanese, I see. Now that the opening insults were traded, they settled in for the morning meal. A waitress arrived a few seconds later and they placed their order. Kyoto omelette for me, said Ryo. Mount Fuji special for me, said Nuri. Separate checks, they said in unison. After a brief puzzled look from the waitress, she departed, leaving the two to discuss current matters in peace. I assume you've registered to be in the King of Nerima tournament, said Ryo. Nuri nodded. You. Hibiki will be there. Can't pass up this opportunity. So until then, ceasefire? Asked Nuri. Unpleasant prospect, grumbled Ryo. It is only a few days away now, said Nuri. Very true, very true. There was a moment of silence as the two sipped their tea, a surprising moment of tranquility. They watched impassively as the people on the street buzzed back and forth in the rat race. Neither martial artist envied the masses, considering them all a part of the life less interesting. It is generally known, said Ryo, why I am out to skewer Hibiki. Your motives, however, are a mystery. Care to tell your tale? Tanya thought about it, then shrugged. She took a deep breath, then told it. Ryo blinked. That's it? He asked. Tanya scowled. What do you mean? That's it. That's it. That is all? Nothing else? Ryo was expecting something rather earth-shattering, like, say Ryuga being an ex-boyfriend, or perhaps a bitter rival. Neither was the case. Is there nothing more? He asked again, clearly mocking her. Mori HMPHs turned away from Muhashin and finished at her tea. Less than a single quote important to Emmy, unsingle quote that single quote has enough dot greater than, and people thought I was shallow. Breakfast at Furinkin was not unlike the prelude to a boxing match. At first, a few people would wander in early, usually getting the good seats. These people were either the accidentally early or the fanatically early. Manami was a part of the accidental group. She'd come to school earlier than she'd expected to, and had some time to kill. She grabbed a breakfast sandwich at the cafeteria and a soda, then looked for a good spot to relax for a bit. While wandering around, she couldn't help but notice the growing crowd of students making their way to the front of school. Some were watching from the windows of classrooms, others were taking seats by the courtyard. Manami wondered what was going on as she wandered around the front doors, fanatic to girls waving at her. Hey, Manami! Over here! Yelled Yuka. Hi guys. Come on, you'll miss the morning show, said Sayuri. Morning show? What morning show? Asked Manami. The two girls stared at her. What action? Manami, you've been in this school for a couple of months and you don't know? Asked Sayuri. No. Yuka grinned. Come with us, then. We've got a good view and some binoculars. The three walked up the stairs to the second floor, into one of the classrooms where Nebiki was watching out through window with binoculars while other girls were writing up numbers on the chalkboard and talking to other students. The room was loud with the chatter of numbers. The exact nature of these numbers she couldn't tell. Good morning, boss, said Sayuri and Yuka. Good morning, ladies, said Nebiki. Looks to be a good show today. Our stars are fully rested and they know their lines. What show? Asked Manami timidly. Oh, Manami, didn't notice you there, said Nebiki. Double quote sorry about that. Not a lot of people do, she mumbled, unheard by the others. Nebiki handed her a pair of binoculars. Here you go. What am I going to do with these? She asked. Watch the front gate. It should start any minute now. The four watched from their second floor perch, although Manami still wasn't sure what for. Blue one is in position, said Sayuri. Red one on approach, said Yuka. Coming in fast. Blue one. Red one? Asked Manami. Yuka pointed to Kuno, who was now in the middle of the courtyard in a battle stance. Blue one, she explained. Then she pointed out in the distance to Ranma, who was running up to the gates at a high speed. "Red one," said Yuka. Sayuri focused on Ranma and announced, "Red 185, 4,3, 2, 1. We have contact." The whole classroom moved to the window and looked down as Ranma ran right into Kuno. There was a brief scuffle, then lots of violence as Ranma rained down dozens of hits on Kuno, finishing with an uppercut that sent Kuno into low-earth orbit and over the school fence. "Time?" asked Nebiki. Sayuri looked at her stopwatch. 15 seconds. In response, some in the room cheered, while many others groaned. "This happens every morning?" asked Manami. "Yep," said Sayuri. "This is the morning show." "And the gambling?" asked Manami. "A tradition since those two started their rivalry," said Sayuri. "Ladies, how'd we do?" asked Nebiki. "Did good, boss, did good," said Yuka. "Those Hiroshi and Daisuke nailed us again." "As long as we're in the green," said Nebiki. While Sayuri and Yuka walked with Nebiki back into the room to tally the day's results, Manami continued to look out the window, still surprised at the strangeness of the situation, when she spotted someone else out there walking slowly towards the school. "Hikaru-kun." "Hi." Gosunkugi, who usually didn't get any greetings, looked around in confusion. Someone calling him? Couldn't be Hikaru-kun. Gosunkugi finally looked up to see Manami waving at him. Manami-san. "Hi." The school ground was abuzz. A girl talking to Gosunkugi was not part of the normal. It was abnormal. There were a few that knew the two were friends already, but only a few. The campus as a whole was generally surprised. Nebiki HM'd, "Hey guys, how much you wanna bet those to become an item?" Manami blushed slightly and turned around. "We're not like that. Really?" Sayuri de-escaped. "The way he surrounds you a lot, I'm surprised." "Yeah," said Yuka. "You two'd make a good pair." "You really think so?" asked Manami. "How many boys offer to carry your books anymore?" asked Yuka. "I see him doing that for you every now and then." "How many boys do you know pull a bouquet of flowers from their sleeve and give them to you?" asked Sayuri. "Or pull those cute rabbits out of hats and give them to you for pets?" asked Yuka, referring to the time a half-dozen small bunnies jumped out of Gosunkugi's head during lunch several days ago. "Pretty good trick, at impressive Riona." Then she paused. "Say, are you keeping all those rabbits?" Manami frowned. "Actually, they ran away the day after he gave them to me. I don't know how they got away, Kamino. I thought the cage was locked. HM. Anyway, the two of you just seem like a good match," said Yuka. "To quiet shy people, you know." I guess," said Manami uncertainly. Nebiki cut in, tapping Manami on the shoulder. "They interrupt, but class is in a minute." "Oh my." She gathered her belongings and scrambled to the door. "See you guys later." Nebiki, Sayuri, and Yuka watched her leave with pleasant smells. And the seed has been planted, said Nebiki. Very sneaky, you two. Well, they do seem good together, said Yuka. Stranger things have happened, said Sayuri. Nebiki shrugged. Pets? 2 weeks. A month. Unnoticed by all, Kuno stomped back into the school grounds. As the bell rang, signaling his tardiness, he yelled in frustration. Yet another morning in Furanken High. Centauro, the time is coming soon. Centauro Daimonji turned around solemnly at his grandmother's words. Next week was a very important time for the Daimonji School of Tea Ceremony Martial Arts. Today you shall meditate, grandson. Think on all fewest done your masters have given you. Soon, very soon, we'll gain our lost honor. We will, grandmother, I swear it. Soon after, Centauro was once more alone with his thoughts and his tea. But not for long. His eyes, half closed in meditation, opened slightly more at the sound of feet approaching. The voice was soft, sweet, a voice that he loved dearly. Darling, may I talk to you for a moment? Satsuki, dearest, of course. His fiancée scooted towards him in an odd sitting down yet moving maneuver that the tea ceremony martial arts practitioners tended to do all the time. About the tournament, said Satsuki. Don't worry about me, said Centauro, holding her hands. This time will be different than the last. I know. Satsuki, said Centauro, taking her into his arms. Don't you worry. But Centauro, I just remember the last time you thought him, she said quietly. I don't want to see you hurt like that again. Your face planted in the ground with footprints on your pants, and an eyebrow missing. And graffiti on your face, and I get the idea, Satsuki, said Centauro miserably. Furanken High. Lunch as usual. The lunch crowds in Furanken were segmented into the boys and the girls, and further into their respective social circles. Ranma, Ryoga, Daisuke, and Hiroshi were, as usual, observing the daily battle for their daily bread. Hey man, you ready for it? Asked Ranma. Ryoga blinked. Ready for what? The king of Nerima tourney, man, said Hiroshi. Oh yeah, that, said Ryoga. How could you forget, man? Exclaimed Daisuke. It's the event of the year. The show of shows. And now that Yaoguis are in it, it'll be even better. Ranma, in a statement that summarized his grand and supreme confidence, simply asked, You guys bet on me, right? Of course, said Daisuke. Definitely, said Hiroshi. Ryoga scowled. Hey, like you've beaten me yet? Teased Ranma. If I run into you in this tournament, I will this time! Double quote declared Ryoga. We'll see, said Ranma smugly. We'll just see about that. Coming up quickly behind Ranma was Yukayu. She strode right behind him silently, took a good, measured view of his posterior, and *HWAP****. Ranma hopped around clutching his rear. Hey, What I do now? That was for last night, you jackass, snapped Yukayu. Without another word, she stormed off, leaving Ranma and his or backside wondering what on earth happened for him. Toad serve _that_. So, what did you do to her last night? Asked Daisuke sleepily. Nothing. I didn't do nothing, protested Ranma. He put his brain to work, thinking on last night and what she could possibly be upset about. This, of course, would take some time. Be thinking that island, she's been getting more violent since you started working for her, you know, said Hiroshi, elbowing Ryoga. She that violent in bed? No, I wouldn't know anything about that. Meanwhile, Ranma's brain was tallying up some facts and figures. Last night, there was cards. Could Yukayu be sore about losing a few hands at the card table? That was ruled impossible a few seconds later, simply because Ranma only won once last night, out of sheer luck, against Akan. After that, she wanted to go home, but instead Ranma talked her into staying in, and then she fell asleep. Oh, wait. The next morning she was with Ryoga. That would mean Ryoga did something and Yukayu was blaming him for it. Why that? Ryoga. Ranma grabbed him by the shirt angrily and shook him around. What did you do to Puck? And Ryoga, irritated by this odd reversal of roles, grabbing Ranma's shirt in retaliation. I didn't do anything. Yeah, right. You expect me to believe after last night IUDW, DOW. Well, there they go again, said Daisuke. Say, I wonder what Soto meant when he said, last night you two. Wondered Hiroshi. Don't you dare bring that up, roared Ryoga at Ranma. He heaved Ranma up and tossed him over a nearby fence. From there, Hiroshi could hear the sounds of violence that was typical of those two. Last night he says, observed Hiroshi. Sounds interesting. Daisuke nodded. I was kinda teasing him about it. Ryoga usually gets more violent than Ranma. Anyways, said Hiroshi, it all starts up next week. Man, I can't wait. In the distance, a storm cloud rumbled. Had anyone been paying attention, it would have surely been a harbinger of worse times. As things were, the moment was lost on them. Furinkin High, after school. So, is everything falling into place? Asked Nebiki. We've got 45% of the Nerima student body calling in topless their bets, Chief. The roster of fighters is shaping up as you predicted, boss. Just got confirmation Sanzanin is on his way and Somyeon claims to have seen Ryu come on by the station. We've got the roster for outside operations staff lined out, Chief. We have a guaranteed first right to bite on all matches and already have advance orders for the premium seats in the first round. Good, said Nebiki, pacing back and forth at the front of the classroom. Meanwhile, her handful of henchwomen and associates scurried about the room with papers, reports, and laptop computers. Just to confirm my beliefs, said Nebiki, who's the favorite so far. Ranma showed him, Chief, getting 80% of the bets. Figures, she said with a smirk. So, are the matchups posted yet? Only a few, Chief. The full list hasn't been put out yet. A frown appeared on Nebiki's face. Something felt wrong. That's odd. I was told it'd be done today by noon, she said, rubbing her chin. We tried calling, but they keep on saying the scheduling backer is out on his break or busy. Somebody give me a phone, I'll get to the bottom of this. One of her assistants handed Nebiki a cellular phone, which she flipped open casually then dialed. It rang, and rang, and rang. Nebiki started tapping her foot on the floor. She hated waiting on the phone. Ah, hello. Is Nerima in? I single quote I'm sorry / said the voice. Probably a secretary. / single quotes boozy at the moment. / the voice seemed a little familiar to Nabiki, but she dismissed that as insignificant at the moment. Tell him it's missing. / could you hold please ? ? Okay. Soft music was piped through the phone, making Nabiki shamwado. She never did take to being put on hold very well, but in the business world it happened all too often. She could also name the song on the phone. It was a symphonic version of Barefoot in the Park. Nabiki winced and shook her head. Definitely too much time spent on hold lately. / then hyphen Nerima speaking . Ah, Nerima-san, so good to hear you. / t hyphen tendo hyphen san. What can I do for you today ? / The matchups for the first round. Why are they not in me hands yet? / b hyphen but I sent you hyphen / an incomplete list. You know how I hate incomplete work. / I single quote I'm sorry but we've had a few snags. It will be done in an hour, I assure you ! I hope so, Nerima-san, said Nebiki with a hint of menace. You know my email address, I'll be waiting on it. With a frown, she hung up and put the phone aside. Things got settled, boss? Wondered one of your underlings. Seems to be, said Nebiki. Expect something in her. What's wrong, Chief? You don't look happy. If I didn't know better, I'd think Nerima was up to something. But he isn't intelligent enough to pull off a on his own. She looked out the window, thinking for a moment, then shrugged. Maybe I'm just getting paranoid. Back to work, Nerima-san. Why yes sir, stammered Nerima. He breathed a sigh of relief after the feel of a cold blade was removed from the back of his neck. Taru stared at the envelope with great suspicion. It wasn't often that the old freak wrote to anyone, and it was even more unusual that Akpozi wrote a letter to him. Life was either about to become a little more interesting or a lot more aggravating. He began to read the letter, mumbling some parts aloud out of habit. HRM. Dearest Pet, Taru took a moment to grit his teeth. HM. millimeters HMM. Change of heart. Change of name. Only if you win the King of Nerima tournament. So, the old man was willing to change his name if he won this tournament. Eh? Nerima. Nerima. Fanboy altogether, eh? Along with all those other jokers. Heh, a little entertainment and a cool new name at the end of it all. Should be a good time. A bandana-clad figure stood in an empty rural road, under a tree. In the distance the sun was beginning to set. The light breeze lifted his hair in a nicely dramatic fashion. Wandering from town to town, he started anew the process she began so many years ago. He trained in the art. Had traveled all across Japan, fighting, studying, growing stronger, recovering from the defeat that had forced him to start all over again. Then he got a letter. It was rather puzzling how he got it. It was just the wrong day when he woke up. It was an invitation to a martial arts tournament. It was going to be in Nerima. That, of course, meant that he was going to be there. The one that had caused his fall. Ranma. Ryukamon stood up dramatically, the invitation gripped tightly in his fist. This would be a good test of his skills, definitely. He needed to prove, if only to himself, that he was once again a formidable martial artist. And a small measure of revenge wouldn't hurt either. As was typical of the Hibiki line, Ryuga was, well, you know. Could sworn Ukens was down the corner. He frowned as the skies rumbled. If the weather was on indication, he wouldn't be staying here for long. The rumbling sky and sudden gust of rain had him suddenly stumbling down the street, struggling to keep the rain at bay with his umbrella. After a few more minutes of stomping around in the rain, Ryuga had lost the battle to keep his gender. She wiped the rain from her eyes and found herself in a back alley of sorts, in front of a door. A rather familiar door. Could it be? Could he actually have found Ukens? It seemed too good to be true. CLICK, Oh. It was. He found himself in a very dark room. Lit only by candles. Arcane and mystical items, figures, and drawings were set everywhere. At the center of the room, lit by a solitary candle, was a girl with long brown hair clad in dark blue robes. She was, at the moment, peering into an odd glass object with odd shapes swirling from within. "Welcome," said the girl. "May I help you?" "Oh," said Ryuga-chan. "Sorry, I thought I was somewhere else." "I see," said the girl. Ryuga-chan reached for the door, but hesitated. Curiosity was nagging at him. "Excuse me, what is this place?" she asked. "This is just a humble little shop of magics," said the girl. "And I am just a practicing fortune teller. You can call me Mayo." "Fortune telling?" asked Ryuga-chan. "As in predicting the future?" Mayo nodded. Ryuga-chan had a feeling. He wasn't sure what it was. A nagging feeling, a whispering suggestion in the back of his mind, a suspicion that fate was giving him a big clue and he should really take the time to listen. "I don't suppose you could, tell your fortune?" asked Mayo. smiling slightly. Well, on a cloudy and mysterious day like today, it would seem the fitting thing to do. Yes? Please, have a seat. Ryuga-chan took a seat across from Mao and peered curiously into the glass object at its center. Hey, what is this? She asked. Oh, this lava lamp. With an embarrassed smile, Mao took the lamp away and pulled out a deck of cards. She went through a process of separating the deck and shuffling the cards in a process that Ryuga lost track of. Now, concentrate on your question and tell me, said Mio. Question? Ryuga-chan didn't think she'd have to think of a question, just get an answer about her future. Oh, that single quote as a question. Okay, good. Now concentrate. What does my future hold? She asked. Mao blinked. That's it. Yeah, that's it, said Ryuga-chan. Kind of general, but I guess it'll do, said Mao. No, concentrate on that question, okay? Ryuga-chan nodded, and Mao started to shuffle the deck in various and complicated ways once more. Finally, she laid down a card. It depicted the moon in the sky, with some creatures emerging from the ground below. This is the moon, said Mao. It signifies your immediate obstacles and concerns. The moon symbolizes unseen perils around you and trickery afoot. There are anxieties that you cannot overcome as well. She drew another card from the deck and placed it atop the first one. A picture of an angel holding two golden chalices was on it. This is temperance. It symbolizes what influences you are under at the moment. There is a certain stability and harmony in your life at the moment. There is friendship that keeps you feeling secure in things for the moment. There is no desire for extremes, only a longing for peace and a search for the middle ground. She drew a third card and placed it below the two stacked cards. Mao smiled as she saw this card. Ah, the lovers. This is the goal you seek, a soulmate, perhaps for a life. Ryuga-chan blushed visibly, but tried to pretend she wasn't. Mao drew a fourth card and placed it to the left side of the first two. This one, however, was upside down. Judgment, but reversed. This is the foundation of her past. Indecision, procrastination, separation, and a failure to achieve your happiness. Ryuga-chan winced. She couldn't help but think of Akane at that moment. A fifth card was drawn and placed atop from the first row, across from the third card. A dark tower, crumbling to the ground was shown. The tower. This symbolizes the recent past. There was a loss of stability. Things were undone. You were subjected to ruin and misery. Again, thought Ryuga, she was disturbingly on target. Mao drew forth a sixth card, placed to the right of the first two cards. It depicted a rather disturbing creature. Ah, the devil. This symbolizes what will influence you in the future. There will be strange experiences. Black magicize afoot. There will be disasters, downfalls, violence, and shocks. Could this be the tournament? Wondered Ryuga. She couldn't imagine what else could cause such events. A seventh card was drawn, placed to the right of the offer cards and by itself. It depicted an old man with a lump. The Hermit. This represents you. You seek answers from life. You are cautious. You are denying yourself something. Maybe love. The 8th card was drawn and placed above the 7th. The Wheel of Fortune. This symbolizes what influences your future. You have a part to play in destiny, and luck will be on your side. A 9th card was drawn and placed above the 8th. On it sat a royal figure on a throne, holding a sword in one hand and weight scales in the other. This is justice. It symbolizes your inner emotions. You've much integrity, honor, and a sense of justice. Ryuga's ego was swelling badly. A 10th card was drawn and placed above the 9th. It depicted a man hung from his feet. The Hanged Man. This is the final answer. Ryuga's ego was deflating quickly. Hanged Man single quote didn't single quote T sound good. No, not good at all. The Hanged Man, explained Milo. He symbolizes a moment of transition. There will be sacrifice, change, and rebirth. You will face a crossroads, and it will all be up to you whether or not your goal is achieved. The choice, in the end, is yours. Ryuga's mood was dragged down a great deal. The future sounded very difficult. Then again, nothing was easy. Well, that's it, said Milo. I hope it helps you out. Ryuga-chan nodded absently, then looked outside. Say double quotes, she said. Do you have any hot water? Yes, in the bathroom, said Milo, pointing to a nearby door. Milo watched the young girl enter the bathroom, then heard the sound of water rushing from the sink. A moment later, and much to her surprise, a young man, dressed exactly like the girl that had entered the bathroom, emerged and headed somberly for the door. Thanks for the hot water and the reading, he said. I guess I'd better go now. Anytime, said Milo, clearly surprised. He headed out the door, leaving Milo there and utterly baffled. Milo shook her head, then put away the tarot cards. Strange days we live in. Up in the second floor of the Tendo household, generally bad vibrations were being emitted. Kasumi didn't notice being surrounded by a constant field of very niceness. In her room, Nadiki kept on looking around, as if expecting to see something that was on the edge of her vision. Sun and Genma were downstairs playing shogi, as usual. They were used to this sort of thing. The master was probably very, pardon the pun, happy. Takozai cackled gleefully as he stared out into the stormy horizon. The invitations were sent, received, and now chaos was to ensue. Pantyhose was on his way, happy wasser of it. So was Prince Toma. And of course his old Paul Shingansai and Lukasai were coming in for the big tournament as well. All those, and so many more good friends were on their way. Oh, happy day indeed. In the distance he heard a knocking at the door and grinned. That would have to be. In the doorway stood two young girls. One, Akan's age, was lean, with sharp, serious features and long brown hair. The other, a few years younger, had a softer face and a generally happy disposition. Akan stood there, holding the door open, a look of utter surprise on her face. She wasn't expecting to see them. A part of her was still afraid of them, even though she'd proven herself their equal. Kurumi. Natsumi. Hi. Natsumi, the older girl, bowed respectfully. Akan, it's good to see you again. Hi Akan, cheerfully said Kurumi, the younger one. Guess you're here for the tournament? Asked Akan. Natsumi nodded. It is a perfect setting in which to test our skills. And we missed you too, said Kurumi. Hey, bingo. Typos. I pulled out a clipboard, checked 2 names off, then resumed watching Kaiko's aerobics workout. These were good days indeed. Hey, Nebiki, who was last year's champion anyway. She pulled out her laptop and showed him. Ooh, her. Ain't she that wannabe? 100 yen. Huh? What for? Information services. Nevermind. END act to produce less than greater than English / emitted from a PS system, telephone, or other electric medium. The pursuit of happiness act to the kings of Nerima day 1 minor arcana == pre-fight jitters -- left square bracket Furanken high. The lunch hour, the excitement in Furanken high was a tangible thing, buzzing in the air like flies. Everywhere one looked, evidence of its coming was heralded all around, whether it be posters and t-shirts that were on by the students, cameramen from the tournament setting up equipment in the various fields and the gymnasium, or the agents of navigating bets from the masses. It was time. Under the shade of a tree in the courtyard, Ranma and Akan were eating lunch together. Normally, they'd be with their separate factions, Akan with Sayuri, Yuka, and others, while Ranma would be with Hiroshi, Blazik, and Taguis. Today, they felt the need to just be together. Much to their annoyance, something was distracting him. Hey, Ranma, something wrong? Akan nudged Ranma slightly. Are you worried about something? Yeah, he said absently. Me? What the heck is that supposed to mean? Demanded Yukayu. You might get hurt in the tournament. I don't think it's such a good idea for you to be in it, said Ryoga, looking absently down below. The roof of Furanken had a pretty good view of the neighborhood, even if it did have a gigantic bronze pineapple installed on it now. Hey, Yukayu nudged Ryoga with her foot. Is this because I'm a girl? Yes. No. I mean, you absolute idiot. I can take care of myself, you know. God, come on Akan. This is different. How so? This is tournament fighting. It doesn't make it any easier than any of my past fights, said Yukayu. I've got the experience and the skills. I've been fighting almost all my life, so don't you out there think I'm not good enough just because I'm a girl. I just don't want you to get hurt, okay? Said Ryoga defensively. There was the slightest hint of a blush on his face. I'd hate to see you badly hurt out there. Yukai's expression softened a bit, her frown turning into an ever so slight smile. It's part of being a martial artist, sugar. Okay, you're right, it is, said Ranma moodily. Akan smiled and leaned next to Ranma, smiling. Ranma. Thanks for caring, said Yukai softly. No problem. I mean, I love you too, Akan. And they kissed. And they wished each other luck. Glacier shuddered. Hiroshi elbowed him. Something wrong, man? Glacier blinked, looked around, and shrugged. I dunno. I had this sorta really sick feeling, you know. Oh. What kind? The kind you get when you're watching a movie with that date. Only the movie was her pick, not yours, and it's turning out to be a major chick film with all the stupid kamamushi, romantic bits. Ugh, nasty. No kidding. Wonder why it hit me. Hiroshi shrugged. Something in the air, maybe. See single quote mom comma let's single quote s see if a turkey sandal fix that. There any left? I cut a deal with Rodumanu, explained Hiroshi. Thumbin will do anything for cash. Round 1, be careful, Sentaro, cried Miss Satsuki, holding Sentaro in a desperate embrace. Sentaro returned his beloved's embrace, his face solemn and grim. Do not fear, my love. I will have my vengeance on Thursday. In the name of the Daimonji School of Tea Ceremony Martial Arts, I cannot fail. Reluctantly, he and Satsuki separated from each other, and he strode, glided on his knees as those who practice tea ceremony martial arts were apt to do, into the battlefield, the football field of Furankenhai. The small crowd watching included many of his fellow students, and those of the Miyako School of Tea Ceremony Martial Arts as well. Do your best, yelled his grandmother. I will not fail. He yelled back. You'd better not, you half-wit useless moron. Ignoring his grandmother's cheer, Sentaro Daimonji mentally prepared himself, eyeing his most hateful enemy. The one that defeated the entire tea ceremony martial arts dojo one fateful night a year ago. He had brought shame to them all. Sentaro locked eyes with his nemesis and struck the Mai-typos, an amazing thing, considering that he was kneeling. Today, I will have my revenge. Ryo Muhashi idly twirled his umbrella, looked Sentaro for once, and said a single word. 5. Focus. Ryoga repeated that simple mantra to himself, his head prepared for the upcoming fight. The scene of the fight was the stretch of land by the canal, a place he knew Ranma frequented for practice. Strategically, this was good and bad. Had he been the feature match of the day, the feature match today being some people he didn't know apparently the champion of last year's match versus some promising and new martial artist, he'd be fighting in the auditorium, and he much preferred open-air matches. Of course, the canal nearby was a water hazard, but he felt he shouldn't worry about that too much or else he might be awfully distracted during the match. A medium-sized stand was erected nearby for viewers who bought tickets to this match. He could see a great many students from Furinken, the girls circling around talking to everyone being the Biki's agents. He suspected, watching the match amongst the spectators, and to his surprise some carrying banners cheering him on. He wished Yukio was there, but she had a match of her own to fight. With a bit of a sigh, he looked at his umbrella, currently plastered by various logos from companies left parenthesis Yokohama Tires / Sony / Capcom / SHONE Knife and local merchants. UCCHANs OKONOMIYAKI / King's Cafe / UCCHAN single quote SOKONOMIYAKI / Terry's Teriyaki and Steak / UCCHAN single quote SOKONOMIYAKI / He never thought promotional money could be earned from martial arts. But then again, this was a new day and age, and Yukio insisted on it. His opponent for this first round looked serious. He was a young man with a strong, thick build and a shaved head. A Buddhist monk, perhaps. A warrior of the Shaolin. Ryoga brought himself for the worst, refusing to take his enemy lightly. As the announcer approached with portable microphone in hand, the two combatants stepped forward and the crowd hushed in anticipation. Today's single quote S match, OYOUGAHIDIKI versus Lyarikulimah exclamation point / Lyarikulimah. Bizarre name. Almost Chinese. There was something familiar about it. Oh. The fight proceeds until one surrenders or is KNOCKDOUD exclamation point / Ryoga tried to assess Ma by his stance, but could assess nothing. It wasn't because his stance was formidable, but that he wasn't in a stance. Ma merely stood there impatiently, arms crossed in front of him. Clearly, an arrogant guy. This, he felt, would be an easy match. Fight exclamation point / She could feel the warmth of the gigantic grill that they both stood on, knowing that this was _ home turf. She had the advantage here. She was surprised that the King of Nerima officials accepted it as a place to hold a match, but she wasn't about to complain. Actually, she was grateful for the advantage. It'd make pounding her enemy that much easier. So, Joe, back for more? Sneered Yukio. This time, you fall. Joe the crept chef. This was the last person Yukio expected to see in the match. She hadn't seen him since she defeated him in their crepe versus Okonomiyaki duel a while back when he'd threatened to drive her out of business. She thought she'd seen the last of him. Joe, meanwhile, was determined not to waste this shot at redemption. It had taken him quite a lot of money to get this match arranged, and he had to outbid that weird guy in the octopus mask to get this arranged too. It was at this point that someone in the stands decided to be a wise guy. PAKEOUDKOONDAAD. Joe and Yukio both scowled. // exclamation point / and soon, the air was filled with violent waves of okonomiyaki and crepe as the two culinary warriors collided. "What's that?" asked Ma, gaping while wanting at Ryuga's shirt. "Huh? What?" Ryuga looked down briefly. "What's what?" "That!" yelled Ma, striking forward with his single finger, stinging Ryuga's chest. Before Ryuga could react to the underhand attack, Ma clenched his hand into a fist and moved it from Ryuga's chest to his jaw, connecting solidly, then poked Ryuga in both eyes. The lost boy staggered back, rubbing his eyes, while Ma remained in a cool pose, or so he thought, with two fingers jutting out like fangs from his hand. "Now you know the force of Stooge-Foo. Nuke nuke nuke. Woo-oh-oh-oh." The time bomb that was Ryuga's rage began ticking. He'd just fallen for the oldest trick in the book, and he was getting humiliated by someone using Stooge-Foo. Stooge-Foo. Ranma would never let him hear the end of it. "Why you two? Fight harder, boys. What's wrong with you?" "Below Agent Ma from the stands. How dare you shame your father DHISWA. Not now, Dad." Ranma's first round match was against a foe he'd taken on before, the Dojo Destroyer. The Destroyer seemed as wide as was tall, and his height was approximately 7 feet tall. His technique was the use of signboards of dojos thought he'd defeated, wielding them somehow with telekinesis of some sort, or possibly just incredibly strong fighting spirit. He'd defeated 99 dojos, and thus had a swarm of 99 dojo signboards to attack with, constantly circling him like insects. He and Akan took the Destroyer down before, as a team comma, but now he was facing him alone. The fight was not going as well as Ranma thought it should. The Dojo Destroyer was still standing, and 5 minutes had already gone by. Not only that, but his fighting style had improved, becoming much more effective and offensively. Almost every blow was somehow blocked by a signboard. The strikes that did make it through were hits to his massive stomach, which didn't affect the Destroyer much at all. However, the Destroyer hadn't managed to land many hits in Ranma either. The few hits he did manage, were still stinging. And so after a furious exchange of attacks, the two stood apart by several yards, each assessing their foe to try and find that one weak spot and get a small rest. Ranma was in his combat stance, ready to spring at a moment's notice, while the Dojo Destroyer stood mightily, his signboard circling around him like a swarm of bees. Less than damn greater than he thought. Less than this isn't gonna be as easy as he thought. Greater than and asterisk wham asterisk stay asterisk wham asterisk down. Asterisk WHAM 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 asterisk. A royal stomping wasn't good enough for this clown, or so Ryuga believed as he continued to viciously stomp on Ma's prone form on the ground. Ma had previously yanked his chair, stepped on his feet, stomped on his feet, threw pies in his face, all after many ridiculous distractions that shouldn't have fallen for in the first place. The second Mo left himself open, Ryoga began pounding him to the ground and it hadn't stopped yet. If Ranma made one joke, just one joke about this, Ryoga swore he'd kill him. Finally, Ryoga stopped his stomping and called Ma for signs of consciousness. Nope, out like a light. He sighed and smiled in relief. Round 1 of the King of Nerima tournament was over, at least for him. He idly wondered if Ranma was faring as well. Ranma was plowed into the ground by an unmerciful swarm of dojo signboards, feeling strike after strike impact on him, finally ending after approximately 48 hits. He was dimly aware of the dojo destroyer toppling backwards and thought that his plan worked. The plan was fairly simple. He noticed that just before the destroyer unleashed a heavy volley of signs, he left himself wide open for a brief amount of time. Ranma thought he could exploit that, and did, zooming for several pistoned fist strikes to his vital points. What he didn't expect was for the dojo destroyer to best ending after his vital points were hit and continue with the volley of signboards. Hence his current positive one embedded in the floor. He slowly pulled himself from the floor as the dojo destroyer stomped menacingly towards him. Ranma was hurting, but his willpower shrugged that aside. The dojo destroyer staggered in his step, then fell to me. Ranma smiled. The attack _had taken its toll, and now the destroyer was leaving himself open again. Now was the time to attack. Yukaiu was gloating. She wasn't normally the type to gloat, but she really hated Joe. This was also her first time to gloat after a glorious battle, so she was really trying to enjoy it. You aren't looking so hot now, are you, sugar? Hey? What's that? She kicked aside small bits of crepe and tooted a gigantic okonomiyaki casually. Ow! It said, "Let me out of here." "Let you out?" asked Yukaiu. Her grin became somewhat hairy as she brought out a match. Say, did you know that I use gunpowder in my okonomiyaki mix? And no, you wouldn't. Oh, yes I would. Finish him, boomed the obnoxious heckler. Yukaiu took a moment to glare at the stands, then dropped a lit match. // and the winner. UKYOUKUONJI !/ The crowd cheered. Yukaiu flashed a winning smile and waved her battle spatula. Somewhere in the crowds, Gosunkugi came back. Fatality. Yukaiu took a moment to grab a chunk of crepe that was on the floor and heaved it at the wise guy. Meanwhile, the automatic commercial queuing kicked in // for the best OKONOMIYAKI in NERIMA. Visit UCCHN's. Open 6 days a week. Catering available. Call 42 UCCHN for details !/ Damn you, whimpered Joe. Fall down, damn you, yelled Ranma as he pounded away at the dojo destroyer. This was Ranma's 10th time to take advantage of the destroyer's opening, pounding away at his vital points with the chestnut fist. At times it seemed that the destroyer was about to topple, but he just kept on going. And the chestnut fist was very draining on Ranma's endurance. For this, the 10th time he managed to sneak in, Ranma decided it was time for all or nothing. As he pounded away at the destroyer's vital points yet again, he built up whiskey and confidence, ending his furious barrage with a cry of "Mokao-Takabushi." That lifted the Titan off of his feet and thundering down to the ground. "Island, is it over?" he felt. "You won me?" Breathing heavily. The dojo destroyer, meanwhile, hadn't moved a muscle. 10 seconds passed in silence. And the winner by knockout, Ranma breathed a sigh of relief. He still could have puffed on for quite a few more minutes, but he wouldn't like the level at which he'd be fighting. Using those chestnut fist attacks were really draining on his endurance. He was already reviewing the fight in his mind, seeing where he went wrong and making notes on how to do better in the next match as he staggered to the sidelines. "That took a bit long, boys," said Ranma. He would have liked to have said, "Shut up, Pop." If only he wasn't so tired. For now, he had to get his wind back and find out how the other guys were doing. "Well, my match begins soon," said Ranma. "See you later." "You mean, you hadn't fought yet?" "Remember, they're holding the first round matches at different times, so that people may attend more of them. Mine is in about 30 minutes at the main stadium." "Wait a second. The main stadium?" Ranma nodded proudly. "We're, after all, the 12 masters of the Sodom/Tendo Dojo. If I find the guys in time, we'll try to watch it." "Thanks, son." Ranma strolled out to his destiny, while Ranma took long pulls from his Gatorade bottle and wobbled to the nearby bulletin board to figure out where the others were and if he had a chance to watch their matches as well. Ryoga had a match against some guy with a weird name. Yukaya was facing Joe, the crepe chef, and it was probably too late to catch that match. She was facing off against him in her own gigantic grill/fight ring. Akan. She was at the Furinkan High Gymnasium, facing off against. Before he could read further, he was bumped from the side, spilling his drink all over the place, including on himself. "Hey, Malshi," scowled. "Watch where you're going." Sorry, said the bandana-clad girl with fangs. "Do you know how to get to Ranma? Ryoga?" "Hey, I was just about to look for you." "Seen Yukaya around?" "No, I was trying to find her." "Well, come on, let's go find her," said Ranma-chan. "But before we do..." She whacked Ryoga-chan on the head savagely. "Hey, what'd you do that for?" yelled Ryoga. "Forget he was both wet, moron. It was an accident, you jerk." Before the two could begin a fight, a gigantic spatula slipped between them. Boys, I just can't leave you two alone for a minute. Yukaiu sighed, pulling her spatula back up. He started it, yelled Ryuga. Did not. Asterisk clang, cut it out, morons. The two wobbled away while Yukaiu put her spatula in its shoulder. Come on, boys, let's go find Akan. We should be able to catch some of the action. Unless her opponent trashes her totally. Who's she fighting anyways? I was about to find out until Lost Boy here made me spill my drink, said Ranma. Before the two could start bickering again, Yukai yelled, double quote, drop it already. Ryuga and Ranma grumbled and turned away from each other, while Yukai checked the bulletin board. Hee. She's fighting the Kuromi Tendo. Who? Both Ranma and Ryuga said. The ribbon swirled madly in chaotic patterns, a red gashi in the air moving in impossible ways. Even though she was dodging them, just to be near their presence sent a slight burning sensation into her skin. Akan sprang away to a safe range and tried to get her second wind. Her opponent did likewise, quickly tying hair ribbon back in her hair with deceptive ease. Although she was younger, Akan knew better than to be overconfident against the girl. After all, she'd beaten Akan once before. Kuromi knew her strengths and weaknesses in this match. From a distance, she could wear Akan down with her ribbon whip, but at close range Akan's strength could surely wear her down. The spectators were many and cheering, mainly because quite a lot of them were from the old Akan Tendo fan club. They were worried about their number one heroine, but I'd to admit, this match against her apparent relative of sorts was a good one, filled with precision martial arts and thrilling moments of suspense. In the back of her mind, Akan wondered where Ranma was. Go for it, Akan. We know you can do it. Don't give up, sugar. The Akan Tendo fan club waved their banners. Go Akane. We love you Akane. Akane rules. More vigorously. Akan smiled, recognizing Ranma, Ryuga, and Yukaiu's tears. Her confidence swelled, and she felt her second wind coming to her. The problem, she thought, was definitely the ribbon. Had to get rid of the ribbon. Suddenly, it all became obvious. It might hurt, but it should definitely get rid of the ribbon. Akan was actually rather embarrassed she didn't think of this in the first place, since she did it before. Kuromi's whip snaked out again, snaking through the air as if it was alive. Akan dodged to the side, advanced slightly, ducked under another wave of the ribbon, then swung her arm across at the next strike. There was a hard sharp sting, then she felt the firm grip of Kuromi's ribbon as it wrapped itself around her arm. Kuromi's eyes went wide as she realized what Akan was up to. She pulled back on her ribbon, trying to get it away. That tug backfired when Akan gave a mighty pull of her own, lifting Kuromi off her feet and forward for a short distance. When Kuromi looked around again, Akan was nowhere to be found. She scanned her left, her right, behind her, and in front of her once more quickly. Then she saw the shadow. By the time she looked up, it was too late. Akane's fleeing kick struck her straight in the chest, knocking Thuind out of her and sending Kurumi to her knees, then to the floor. 10 seconds later, with Kurumi not rising, the announcer allowed / and the winner, aka the D&DO of the D&D Audio JOANYDH Go School of Martial Arts ! She could hear the cheer of the crowd, roaring in the air. She could hear Ranma call out her name, and see him rushing out to the field. Akane smiled, then went to Kurumi to make sure she wasn't seriously injured. They both thought the same thing. Less than I_really_ need a rest. Greater than -- intermission. An hour later, Akane and a crowd of several others were offered at one of the few places to carry the pay-per-view broadcast of the King of Nerima tournament, King's Cafe. Several other tournament fighters were lounging there as well, winners and losers, in an almost carnival-like atmosphere. "Hey, are you alright?" asked Akane, looking with concern at Kurumi. "I'm okay," said Kurumi with a bit of a smile. "You thought well. You did too," said Akane encouragingly. She turned to the elder of the sisters and asked, "So, how'd your match go, Natsume?" Natsume, the elder of the two other Tendo sisters, shrugged. "It was disappointing, I suppose. The adversary was not worthy." "Oh? Who was your opponent?" "He was named Shinpyu," said Natsume, "and he kept on running on the sacred tactics of the fourth stooge fist." Everyone seemed puzzled, except for Ryoga, who knew exactly what she was talking about. / In one of the most spectacular defeats of the day, Ryoma Hashin defeated Centauro Daimonji in record time. .. Daimonji. Wasn't he the one from the tea ceremony martial arts dojo? Wondered Akane. "Yeah, that's him," said Ranma. .. And now, here's a replay of the entire match. Yes, the entire match. .. 1. Ryo blazed forward with alarming speed, his umbrella spinning in a blur. Centauro refused to panic, and calmly lifted up a teapot and ladle to block and counter-strike. 2. Centauro raised the pot to block the umbrella slash. He felt the pot shudder, but with a surprisingly light touch instead of the brutal heavy strike he was expecting. 3. As he swung his ladle forward to strike, the teapot suddenly exploded, sending water and metal shards everywhere. Surprised by this, Centauro could only reel backwards and try to cover his face while his ears rang from the sound of the explosion. 4. Still reeling back, Centauro was alarmed when he felt Ryo's hand snare his throat tightly. The world spun madly as he felt himself lifted into the sky, then slammed headfirst into the ground unmercifully. His world immediately faded into black. 5. The crowd was speechless, except for a girl cheering enthusiastically, sitting next to a gigantic pig. Ryo's milled and bowed to her. Elsewhere, Satsuki and grandmother Daimonji looked at the ground in sorrow, lamenting Centauro's brutal defeat. The almost silence continued for several seconds more, as the judges waited to see if Centauro would stir. When he told you that he wouldn't, the announcer stepped into the field, microphone in hand. And the winner, Oryomuhoshin. The crowd cheered politely, a few of them very much impressed, and a few of them not. After all, Centauro was a martial artist of the _T_ variety, and Ryo bowed to them all, taking a moment to glance downward at his enemy with contempt. And then he began strutting rather fashionably, showing off the jacket, shirt, tie, //Oryomuhoshin's wardrobe provided by HIKARI's, suit BYARMANI, tie by DONJONAGICH, shoes courtesy of DRUNOMAGLY // and once again, Centauro Daimonji leaves the King of Nerima tournament in defeat and embarrassment. // Well, what do you expect from a guy that practices any martial arts? Said Ranma. Don't be so mean, Ranma, chided Akan, giving him a light elbow. Well, it's true, ain't it? // and on an opposite theme was the match between Anything Goes martial arts masters Suntendo and John Masodom. // Oh man. I knew I forgot something, said Ranma. I was supposed to watch Pop's fight right after Akan's. Well, technically, you are, twont doubt you Caillou. Oh yeah. Good point. Satisfied that he was technically in the right, Ranma relaxed again. // This grueling match of masters just ended minutes ago, lasting almost an hour. This spectacular match had several highlights, almost all of them in the final minutes, as they seemed to give all their strength in an effort to defeat each other. // This is either gonna be real interesting or real stupid, muttered Ranma. Sun and Janma sweated heavily, both feeling their bodies reminding them of exactly how old they really were. Each was doing exactly what the other expected of them. Janma, despite his massive girth, continually sprung into the air for some impressive offensive maneuvers, while Sun stayed mostly on the ground and tried to end it quickly with powerful strikes to Janma's vital points. After almost an hour, each had landed many blows on the other. They knew each other too well to make it an easy fight. You're still as good as I remember, Tendo. As are you, Sodom. But I'm afraid it's time to end this match, don't you? Definitely, old friend. Suddenly, the two martial artists glowed brightly with battle aura. With a dramatic sweeping of their arms, they simultaneously launched solid beams of ki that cancelled each other out. Whoa, no way, said Yukayu, mouth full of peanuts. Akan and Ranma could only stare at the screen in surprise. Hey, Ranma, pass the chips, asked Ryoga. Janma displayed an amazing variety of aerial assault techniques, while Sun clearly held advantage while they were both on the ground. It was, by the looks of the audience, a crowd-pleasing battle. Unfortunately for the fighters, it was also a very tiring battle. Things had to end soon. Janma sprang in the air again, aiming for Sun's jaw. This time, however, He was suddenly surrounded by a battle that solidified into a gigantic version of himself. Either this wound ended for Soon, or for himself. The effort of using his battle in this manner was so tremendous that he would surely be too exhausted to fight on after it was done. Surprisingly, Soon didn't panic at the sight of a monster-sized Janma flying foot first at him. He decided to unleash his most powerful attack and hope it was strong enough to deflect Janma's titanic foot. The spectators fled in panic and several cameramen were blown away as the full might of the Tendo School of Anything Goes martial arts demon's head attack was unleashed, shattering the battleground. It was the most effort he'd ever put into it, and the demon's head he was generating large enough to swallow Janma, battle and all. Janma, as was his nature, panicked. In fact, he was scared witless, having never seen Soon's demon head strike _that_ powerful. He passed out from fright and his battle immediately flickered into non-existence. Unfortunately for Soon, there was still the matter of physics. Demon's head or not, there was still the matter of Janma's rather large body flying at him. Soon couldn't dodge because he was still locked in the demon's head tech, so the end result was a titanic demon's head with eyes bulging out in panic and fear as Janma's rump flew towards his face. With an absolute lack of grace, Janma's prawn form flowed into the massive keep projection of the satanic Soon face and into its mouth. It was immediately distorted in an odd way. Some witnesses would say that it looked like it swallowed something rather distasteful, turning a deeper shade of purple, then exploded with a bang. When the dust settled, both masters of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts were on the floor, deep lines on Sathu's. "Oh my gosh," said Akan, burying her face in her hands. "I had no idea what to say," said Ranma quietly. Ryoga patted Yukayu on the back. "Hey, are you alright?" Yukayu wasn't saying anything. She was too busy snickering, and already shaking badly from the effort to not laugh hysterically out loud. Meanwhile, 4 other members of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts fared better, winning their matches. Ranma showed a grueling match against the famous Dojo Destroyer, knocking him out after 40 minutes of combat. "Hey! They're showing me. Turn up the volume, man!" Double quotes shouted Ranma, not getting a little egotistical. "Now are we launching?" The television went on to display a few choice moments of Ranma's match, including the several times he was struck by the signboard flurry from the Dojo Destroyer as well as the final blow by Mokauda Kabisha. "Alright, they're making me look cool. Egomaniac," muttered Ryoga. "Dog, getting jealous, Ryoga. Shut up, you." Tendo also went on to the second round, taking on fellow Anything Goes student Kurumi Tendo in a grueling 20-minute bout. Natsume Tendo emerged victorious over Stuju practitioner Senpyu, and anything goes. Master Hapozai defeated his old friend and rival Chin inside out // The screen briefly flickered the finishing blow of each off the matches. Then the announcer took a break for commercials, promising more hard-hitting action when they returned. / The full versions of these matches and more will be broadcast tonight at 10. At was it? Wondered an unhappy Okan. My match was worth more than a 10-second clip, mumbled Natsume. Don't feel too bad about it, said Ranma. Not everyone gets the spotlight. Like me. Asterisk clang asterisk wham asterisk fund asterisk crack asterisk J just joking. Oh. So, said Ryoga, when do we know who we're going to fight next? I don't know. I think I heard them say that they'll release the schedule in about an hour, said Yukayu. Great, and our next matches all start in about 12 hours, said Ranma. I'm still worn out from the first match. / and in a great upset today. / Kinney of the legendary Cult of the Muscle Sword was defeated in stunning fashion by Furanken's own Blue Hunter, Takewaki Kuno. WHA. The footage played out to Nebiki like a scene from a horror movie, a terrible act that you knew was about to happen, yet could not prevent. Kinney, massive swordsman of the deadly muscle sword cult, was struck by a blazing upwards flash of Kuno's book and Kama, sending him flying several feet back until striking the ground, unconscious. Nebiki was speechless, utterly totally speechless. The upper girls in Nebiki's temporary base of operations left parenthesis Furanken High, 3rd floor were also stunned beyond vocalability. The odds against Kuno were pretty high, and y'all figured to get a little easy money from that matchup. Instead, Kuno won, and a handful of lucky bastards just hit the jackpot. You just had to pick now to start winning again, Kuno-chan, growled Nebiki. Someone get me footage off that match. I need it now. And who the hell did bet on Kuno anyways? Hiroshi, my friend, I shall never doubt you again. Why thank you, Daisuke. Who'd have thought that betting a modest amount of yen would nail us the jackpot? These are beautiful days indeed, my friend. Now see single quote mom comma let's single quote s go find Sayuri and Yuka. We can finally afford to give them a good date. In a darkened room, a figure leaned back on the plush office chair, examining a sheet of paper. A pencil whirled for a moment, then it was moved towards the set of names. Round 2, Arsodom vs. Yotaro, HMMM. No. The name Yotaro was scratched off, and replaced with something far more interesting. Round 2, Ranma Sodom. It seems we meet again. The aforementioned Sodom winced. First the Dojo Destroyer, now Kirin. Ranma had taken Kirin on quite a while ago, and it took unusual circumstances for Ranma to bring him down. Now, under normal circumstances, this would be a tough match. Kirin's speed matched Ranma's. He used Eddie's chopsticks in alarmingly deadly ways, including kid blasts. Unless Kieran had been slacking off, this was not going to be easy. Hey, Kieran. How's married life treating ya? It goes well. And you? Hey. Not there yet. Say, how'd you end up hearing about this tournament anyway? I thought the King of Nerima tournament was a local thing. Local? Kieran frowned. How odd, then. An invitation was sent to the 7 Lucky Gods dojo, and thus invited, the 7 Lucky Gods came. Wait, you mean the others are here? That is correct. Oh boy, grumbled Ranma. Great. Who else showed up? Prince Toma and his guys. Alas, Prince Toma, we meet again. Cakewalkie Kuno, yes. Ryuga's match wasn't quite as. He was facing. Well, look. A monkey. Hey, is this a joke? Asked Ryuga. The announcer shook his head. Nope, no joke. That's your opponent. Sammy of the Tea Ceremony School of Martial Arts. Look. The monkey martial artist flashed at the grin. I'm not fighting a monkey. This is stupid. EK. Sammy definitely looked insulted, and rattled off a long string of eeks and ooks along with agitated facial expressions and a bit of poking at Ryuga's knees. It was a rather short monkey. Shut up, yelled Ryuga. Geez, I'm fighting a monk. Asterisk 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 clang asterisk 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 eeg. Ryuga shuddered in anger while he took that small iron pot off of his head. Why yo, asterisk 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 clang asterisk 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 removing the large iron pot from his head, Ryuga's battle aura began to rev up. That's it. The monkey dies. EK. What followed wasn't so much a martial arts duel as it was a public display of animal abuse. Another barrage of small, chopstick-shaped ki blasts flew through the air, and Ranma twisted around in an attempt to dodge them. He felt a sting and a hiss as several of the projectiles hit his clothes, stung his flesh, and left their burn marks. This was, yet again, not an easy match for the young Shogun. Ranma frowned. Same old problem. Kieran was too fast. His arms could move to carry whatever assault Ranma attempted. The analytical part of his mind was churning the situation over, looking for that weakness. Everyone had a weakness, he just needed more time to pinpoint it. The analytical part of his mind finally had an idea. It had relied on him taking on more punishment again, but at least this was the last match of the day. He landed, getting into the stands for the Mokata Kabisha, and built up his ki. A swarm of ki blasts was heading his way. This was going to hurt. The Blue Thunder nodded to his opponent, who nodded back. En garde, Prince. Kumo charged forward, booking at Peridi. Prince Toma smiled. A rolling wave of fire swept out from Prince Toma's hand, enveloping the Blue Thunder. The audience gasped. Cakewalkie Kumo didn't even stop. To Toma's utter surprise, Kumo was on him and lashed out with a devastating mid-section slash. For a brief flickering moment, Toma thought he saw blue flames. An hour later once more, in King's Cafe, Ranma and company gathered for rest and nourishment. The festivities around him seemed rougher crowded, with Akan, Nabiki, Ryoga, Yukayu, Natsumi Kamakurumi, and Prince Toma. Aside from Prince Toma, they were all there to talk off battles won and lost, how their own battles had gone, and told each other mercilessly. Prince Toma was busy hitting on Kurumi for a date. Natsumi frowned while Toma flirted, but didn't interfere in any other way. "Saw your match, Ryuga," said Ranma. "Good job, Yatni monkey. You really spanked that monkey. Got the monkey off your back. No monkey business age, shut up or anime." "Sheesh, no sense of humor," he replied, rubbing his arms. "Ow. Damn, that wasn't a fun match." "Who was your matchup?" asked Yukayu. "Kirin," said Ranma, "head of the Seven Lucky Gods Dojo." Yukayu HM'd. "Oh, wait, you told me about him. He was the one that used chopsticks and kidnapped Akan?" Akan nodded. "That's the one. So that would explain those," said Yukayu, pointing to the many narrow chopstick-esque burn marks on Ranma's shirt and hands. "Yeah, he was no pushover. Figured out his weakness Kamado." "Which was?" asked Akan. "Well, his arms were fast, but his legs weren't. He usually stood in place when he was doing his stuff." "And?" asked Akan. "His ki blasts. They were small. I figured a really solid moke out of cabbage would blaze right through him, and Kirin would be too slow to dodge. Of course, that meant I had to talk some hits to build up ki before I could do it. I took that moment to apply a damp warm towel to the various burn marks on his arms and face. I'm beginning to think the guy that makes the matchups really hates me. And sending all the clowns your way, Ryuga." Ignoring the discussion, Kurumi giggled and blushed as Toma mentioned how very much her eyes reminded him of peace sunsets on his island. Natsumi was splitting her attention between her meal and occasional glares at the young prince. "It isn't my fault all my matchups were against just ridiculous martial artists." Ryuga gritted his teeth. "They're making me look like a joke out there." "Well, hey, if the shoe fits, you say I'm a joke." As the conversation between the two rambled on into a shouting match, Yukayu and Akan rolled their eyes. Kurumi-kama meanwhile, talked about her wanderings through Japan with her elder sister, with Prince Toma listening attentively. "And there they go again," sighed Akan as Ranma and Ryuga yelled loudly and gestured with much sweeps of arms and pointing of fingers. "So, Yukayu, how'd your match go?" Yukayu shrugged. "Took on some polearm fighter. No easy, but not too hard either. Think his name was Bisamondan. Something like that. How about you?" Kurumi was giggling badly at a few carefully selected words whispered in her ear by Prince Toma. Natsumi wasting to thwart the boys. "Kere Daikaku," said Akan to Yukayu. "Never heard of her," replied Yukayu. She hasn't been around in a long time. She was an ex-fiancée of Ranma's. Yukayu raised an eyebrow. Another one. Janma's fault, yeah. Akan nodded. They both became distracted by the rather loud clacking of keys as Nebiki impatiently pounded on her laptop. Say, what's that you're looking at? Asked Yukayu. King of Nerima website, said Nebiki. Akan leaned towards Nebiki, trying to get a glimpse of her screen. This thing has a website? Yeah, it's got statistics and bios for all of the fighters in the tournament, as well as stats on today's matches. Yukai's curiosity was raised a little. Really? What kind of stats? Longest matches, shortest matches, martial artist with the shortest average match, longest average match, wins big knockout, wins by submission, etc. Really? So who's got the longest time per match? Asked. Let's see. Kaoru Yaroshi School of Grappling. 23 minutes and 40 seconds average per match. How about the shortest? Asked Yukayu. HM. Ryomuhashin, Unorthodox Weaponry School of Martial Arts, 8.7 seconds per match. 8.7? Ranma looked irritated, possibly because someone was doing better than he was. Who the heck did he fight in the second round? Freddy Takoma, martial arts basket weaving, said Nebiki. How did basket weaver get into the second round ? Exclamation point double quote yelled Ranma. He beat Kenkashu, martial arts poetry. Okay, now I've heard it all, said Yukayu. Get out of here. Let see that. Ranma nudged Nebiki aside and stared at the screen. Kenkasu, martial arts poetry. Dog tease. As silly as that may seem, there's something even odder happening, said Nebiki. And I don't like it one bit. Like what? Asked Yukayu. Like Kumo making it to the third round. The table fell silent, except for Toma, who was telling Kurumi about this great stretch of beach on the south end of Tojankayu Island. Waitamanoot, said Ranma. Kumo won again? Nebiki nodded. Who'd he beat this time? Must be someone pretty pathetic, said Ranma smugly. Nebiki pointed at Toma, who at that moment grinned rather sheepishly. I guess I underestimated him, offered Toma sheepishly as an excuse. Natsumi smirked. Kurumi glared at her sister briefly, then offered comforting words to the young prince. 2 strong wins in a row is no coincidence, said Nebiki. I had footage of his 2 victories sent to a few analysts. Before tomorrow's matches, I should have an answer. Maybe this. Kuno is just better than you thought ? Double quote asked Natsumi. You don't know Kuno like we know Kuno, said Ranma. Mio hit the pause button again. Backed up a few frames. Then sat back with a puzzled expression on her face. On her television was Tatewaki Kuno, Blue Thunder off Urinkan High, paused in mid-strike. There was something disturbing in his aura. It was almost like, she flipped through a nearby occult reference book, pausing at several pages, then stopped. Then she moved the footage of Kuno's fight forwards a bit, pausing as a brief but large flash of dark aura flowed from Kuno's book and, oh no, it can't be. END Part 1 Writer's Notes. The big index of obscure Ranma 1/2 characters for the King of Nerima tournament Kei Daikaku. Naomi heiress to take out martial arts and the fiancé of Ranma. Lost her fiancé status when she was defeated by Ranma-chan in a take-out martial arts race. Has shown a surprisingly deadly use of noodles. Crepe Joe, Manga Crepe Chef briefly took away Yukai's business and defeated her in combat. She trained hard and returned, defeating Joe soundly. A competent martial artist, but not terribly impressive. Centauro Daimonji, Naomi/Manga heir to the tea ceremony martial arts dojo, was under the impression that he was engaged to a monkey, until someone arrived to clarify things. Samae Naomi/Manga pet monkey of Lady Satsuki, heiress to the tea ceremony martial arts dojo. Nasty little monkey. Prince Toma movie. Young prince younger than Akan of a magic and mobile island whose underground spring turned any animal into a male human, causing a severe shortage of women on the isle. He briefly kidnapped Akan to take as his bride. Wields a sword, and it has very strong power of illusion. Kirin, movie master of the Seven Lucky Gods dojo, was under the mistaken impression that Akan was his destined fiancé, so he what else? Kidnapped her. Has displayed arm speed matching Ranma's, and always fights with a bowl of rice topped with a pickle. Is a mountain movie big bearded fighter of the Lucky Gods dojo. Wields a polearm in combat. Natsumi and Kurumi Tendo, the orphans rescued by a man claiming to be Sun Tendo at a young age. They were promised the Tendo dojo if they became strong and worthy enough of the responsibility. Natsumi is the elder one, fighting with a specialized staff. She can send waves of wind with it. Kurumi is the younger, and the ribbon in her hair is actually a deceptively long whip-like weapon, wielded as such in combat. Kunai, Naomi's servant and enforcer of the Gosunkugi Guardians, and disciple of the muscle sword technique, where the warrior and sword become one. His technique is incredibly destructive in nature. Chin and size, Naomi, old friend of Rako's eyes, that perfects a technique for turning invisible. Sun and Janma tried to learn it, but failed. Less than greater than English / emitted from a PS system, telephone, or other electric medium. Thanks to Eric Jones for the Mikado Sanzanin help, The Pursuit of Happiness Act to the Kings of Nerima Data Shuffling the Deck == Day 2. Pre-fight survey through rank and high. Lunch hour. Unlike yesterday, today's lunch hour was spent in traditional group sessions, which meant that Hiroshi and Aiza could be with Ranma. They were also asking lots of annoying questions. "How are you feeling after yesterday?" asked Hiroshi. "Okay, I guess." Hiroshi nodded and started scribbling down something on a notepad. "Any soreness? Lingering bruises?" asked Daisuke. "Well, yeah, A few bruises, but that's normal. Hiroshi and Daisuke examined, then they both scribbled something down on their notepads. Ranma was looking a bit perplexed. Hey, what's with all the questions? Just estimating how well you're gonna do today, said Hiroshi. After all, added Daisuke, we've got money riding on ya. Geez, thanks for the support. I feel well, said Kuno. Thank you for your concern, fellow students. Yeah, right, muttered Daisuke, scribbling notes in Hi's notepad. Any lingering injuries? Kuno stretched a bit. None serious, I don't think. No, I'm not feeling depressed. Why? Asked Ryoga. Hiroshi frowned. And remind me, what's your big key blast thingy? Shishi she. Hiroshi scribbled down the name off the tack quickly, then continued with the questions. That thing's fueled by depression, yeah? Yeah. But why are you asked? Never mind. Any particular nagging bruises or injuries? Ryoga scratched his head, looking a bit confused. No, not really. Hiroshi scribbled a little more in his notepad, then flipped it shut. Daisuke, however, had one more question. You feel that I've had an easy time in this tourney so far, or has it been a struggle? Well, not exactly easy, no. So it's been hard? Well, not really hard, exactly. Sort of hard, yeah. He thought a bit on all his victories thus far and frowned. Definitely embarrassing. Say, just between us, said Daisuke slyly, is there anything going on between you Kaiju? No. Ryoga scowled, but the blush on his face gave away his feelings. I mean, we're just friends. That's all. So you don't mind if one of us asks her for a date? Asked Hiroshi, grinning a predatory grin. It's none of my business, is it? Replied Ryoga grumpily. A few bruises, but I don't think this should affect me much, said Yukayu. I see. Hiroshi grinned, in a slight sort of way. Hey, just between you and me. Is there something going on between you and Ryoga? Yukayu blushed and looked away from Hiroshi. Well, no. Absolutely not. Just friends. Exactly. Hiroshi grinned. Hey, will you go out on a date with Nephi's new CLAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA Ooh, you. That's gotta hurt. Furinkin High, 4th floor, 4:15 p.m. The classroom was once more rigged with laptops and chalkboard diagrams as Nabiki's team prepared for another day of heavy betting. Their leader, however, was not amongst them. Instead, she was walking the halls in a conversation with her new supernatural consultant and Furinkin High's local fortune teller. The news was a little unexpected. "He has what?" asked Nebiki, staring at Milo in surprise. "From what I've been able to find in the books, the abnormal aura he has hints towards him somehow having a variant of soul power." "Soul power?" Milo nodded. "It's an ancient power that was never really understood well. There are many theories on what exactly it is, but there had never been any definite answers. You all agree, however, that the power is an extension of the person's soul. Whether it is an extension the soul, or a greater force that the soul connects to, is under debate. Millimeters HM. You said Kuno may have a variant of it. Yes. Normally, soul power is mastered by those with inner peace. Their battle aura is usually a bright blue. However, should those not of a peaceful spirit, perhaps haunted by inner demons or consumed by evil intent, gain access to soul power, the darkness of their souls taints the power, hence the darker aura. In turn, the power twists the user as well. The power in such individuals is known as psychopower. Nabiki raised an eyebrow. So, in your opinion, Kunan shows all the signs of having this power? Mio nodded. Give me the worst case scenario, said Nabiki. Mio HM'd. Worst case scenario? Kuno gains full mastery of the power and becomes a nearly unstoppable psychotic. And the odds of that happening? Not as likely as I feared it would be, said Mio. I observed Kuno earlier today, hoping to see something more in his eyes or that the cameras wouldn't catch. He surrounded Kama for some odd reason, by several spells. Spells? Nabiki's mind spun a few times, considering the implications. 2 seconds later, it came up with the only likely suspect, Gosunkugi. She'd have to ask him about it later, but for now. What kind of spells? Mio frowned. An unusual assortment. Blessings, protection against evil spirits, many more that I can't recognize. You can't recognize them? No, said Mio. The spellcaster was that good? No. He was that sloppy. I get the impression that the caster was throwing spells frantically. Yes, thought Nebiki. Definitely Gosunkugi. Anyways, continued Mio, with these spells cast on him, he should only be able to manifest the full power when his motions are incredibly strong. Ah, good. End of problem, said Nabiki matter-of-factly. There is one cause for concern. Oh, said Mio. Those spells are bound to him constantly. They're in constant conflict with his psycho power. There may be side effects. What kind? Asked Nebiki. No way of knowing, really. So, does this factor have anything to do with this current run of good luck in the tournament? With the power running through his system, despite being hindered by those spells, Kuno probably has improved reflexes, stamina, and even strength. From what I've heard, Kuno has always been formidable, but just below the level at which the recent influx of martial artists. That would be correct, said Nebiki. You think he's been nudged up to that level at last? It's a possibility. They walked further, Nebiki looking contemplative while Mio admired the good weather outside. They'd nearly come a full circle around the floor, and could hear the clacking of keys coming from Nebiki's operations center. Something's still bothering me, said Nebiki. How on earth did Kuno gain this power to begin with? That, said Mio, you'll have to ask him yourself. Furinkan High Campus, 5:30 p.m. Mikado sighed, running a hand through his hair, checking Kai's reflection over and over. For the first time in far too long, he was going it alone, in the King of Nerima tournament. Finally, he'd be able to prove his greatness, and rid that one blemish from his otherwise perfect record. Sodom. He would fall this tourney, by Mikado's own hands. The first day had been a veritable cakewalk. Having usually disposed of some foppish member of the martial origami school, he'd had to defeat that lovely yet overzealous cheerleader girl. That, however, was yesterday, the past. His attention at the moment was focused on finding the latest fight match listings to determine where and when his next match would be. He idly wondered if his next opponent would prove to be more entertaining than yesterday's cannon fodder. Mikado smirked. It was of no consequence. None could stand before the might of his now perfected style. He had far more tricks up his sleeve than when he first met Ranma. The matches were to begin in about an hour's time, but first he felt obligated to go about and meet the fans. Ryoga shook his head, growling as he made a beeline to the nearest washroom. He was wet, cold, and female. Of course Ma wouldn't just leave the loss alone. He just had to get vengeance back. Ryoga shuddered. He and his partner, shampoo had a nasty thing with seltzer bottles. But before Ryoga was allowed to think, or move, any further, a pair of hands pulled her from behind, leaning her back. Almost instantly, a pair of lips were upon her. Engalia lips. Mikado smiled, raising the innocent girl back to her feet. He sighed dramatically. "Ah, thank you my dear, for such a message of well-wishing. Now, Sanzanin Mikados shall go forth to victory. I shall not forget you, my lovely." With that, Mikado rollerbladed off, leaving Ryoga to stare blankly ahead of herself. Momentarily, Ryoga shook her head, then her whole body followed soon after. Teeth grated, and flames built up around her body. "I'm going to kill him," she cried, punching the ground hard. Later, when she was able to get out of the crater, she decided to clean up and change back to a male first. Stopping by one of the concession stands, Ryoga got a cup of hot water. As he waited, he noticed the tournament schedule. His next match was against Alpha. Ryoga smiled. Vengeance could wait for an hour or so. With a sigh, another girl stepped back giggling. Mikado himself was looking quite pleased as he made the rounds with the people and gave his fans the adoration they desired. It was a good day to be Mikado's Sanzanin. Mikado's reverie was cut short when he walked headlong into another man. He took a step back, his eyes narrowing in recognition. Simultaneously, Ryoga and Mikado cried out, "You!" Then both simultaneously blinked. Mikado was the first to cough. You are the boy who cost me my match against that coward Sodom." Hibiki Ryoga, is it not? It seems this tourney will be more enjoyable than I thought. Hey, you, if you ever kiss me again I'm going to kill you. Mikado blinked, then crossed his arms and frowned. Excuse me. Kiss you? I think not. What kind of pervert are you anyway? Ryoga winced. I said. I if you kiss MYSIS dear again I'm gonna kill you. Mikado blinked, puzzled. Are you sure you didn't sob if you ever kiss me again? Ryuga's brain managed to summon up a little cleverness. He looked scandalized. Why would I wanna kiss you? Hey, that's what I was asking you. I did not say I wanted to kiss you, yelled Mikado. You're not even my type. What? You're saying I'm ugly now? At this point, both men had that really bad feeling, the king that says, hey, better look over your shoulder. They did. There was a large crowd gathered, listening to these two org, and plenty of whispers about sexual orientation and coming out of the closet. Mikado turned pale. So did Ryoga. I'll see you in the match, grumbled Ryoga. Likewise, said Mikado. They both quickly went their separate ways. Nebiki smiled, pocketing her minicam tape, and loading in another. A huge smile was on her face. Well, that was amusing. Round 3 the sun set on the canal, giving the fighters standing by its side a rather cinematic quality. The spectators chose Thi's moment to take lots of photographs. Akan ignored them. She had other things on her mind. It wasn't her adversary's very dusty, unkempt appearance that had Akan a little worried. It wasn't the way that her adversary seemed totally and utterly relaxed. It was the large metal radial steel wire broom that had her worried. Akan had seen footage of Tanya's fights, and she knew she was in for one rough experience. Tanya Nuri was a wife that was entirely willing to fight dirty. More often than not, she drew blood from her foe either from strikes off steel wire broom, or nastier-looking hook-like objects she kept in her jacket. Akan snapped out of her thoughts when she realized Nuri was approaching her. The Gaian's speech was a bit stiff, but generally correct, with an odd sort of accent to it. She said, double quote tendo. Yes. Just want you to know. Nothing personal. Meanwhile, in the soccer field, a rivalry of sub-legendary proportions with a year's worth of history was about to take place. For once, thought Ranma, he was getting a break. Ha 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 ha. So, Ranma showed him. Fate decrees that I take Waki Kunos shall cross paths with you on this day. Yeah, same old Kuno, talkative as ever. No, now that your participation in this tournament has at an end, for today. Blah, blah, blah. Surely destiny has seen fit that the public witnesses' eyes, Furinkin's favorite son, bring you, lowly girth thou art, to your knees. Dog, shut up already. As was tradition, Ranma used his unmatched speed and slid in for multiple strikes at Kuno's jaw, finishing it with an uppercut that sent Kuno flying back, hitting the ground flat on his back, just as Ranma expected. Ranma turned his back on Kuno, looking smug. So, did it hit him under 5 seconds? He asked the judge's table. I'm going for that wreck, asterisk slash asterisk. The Kolal's ice rink was stripped of its ice, leaving bare concrete at the floor. It was, to the Mikado, a sad sight. He took comfort in the fact that it was only temporary. He also took comfort in the legions of Mikado fans in the audience, screaming his name, proclaiming their love for him. Thank you, he said, smiling and waving as he rollerbladed around the rink. Thank you all. He deftly got a rose that was tossed to him from the audience and smelled its aroma. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the rink, Ryoga was standing there, eager for the match to begin. The announcer stepped to the middle of the rink, beckoning both fighters to the middle, then extracted a wireless microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the King of the Nerima Ryoga. To my left, Ryougahidiki and high exclamation points / there was some light applause, and a fair amount of boos and hisses from the crowd as well. After all, this was Mikado's turf. / to my right, KOLHOLZ High Champion Martial Arts FIGURISKADRMIKADOSANZ exclamation points / at this point, the crowd went wild with cheers, roaring and chanting Sanzanin. 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 Mikado's smile rose a notch and he raised his hand to acknowledge the audience's adoration. / the match ends by knockout or submission. Fight / the transition from smiling, waving egomaniac toasting, attacking martial artist was quick, catching Ryoga off guard. Sanzanin sped and sliding, knocking Ryoga off his feet and onto the floor. Before he could recover, Sanzanin sprang up in the air in a dazzling triple rotation, then plowed into Ryoga's chest with both feet. Surely, thought Mikado, that was the end of that. 2 seconds later, Ryoga booted him into the wall. Stand your ground, coward. Ranma sprang back as Kuno slashed another canal into the field. In the distance, several trees and the goalposts were laid to waste, evidence of Tatewaki Kuno's newfound prowess. As he landed, Ranma winced and put a hand over his ribs. He was still angry at himself for turning his back on his enemy, even if it was Kuno. Ranma trained him to know better than that. Now, because of his arrogance, he had to bruise ribs that definitely weren't going to be healed overnight. Kuno lashed out again, his speed not quite yet approaching the speed of Ranma's chestnut fist technique. Ranma dodged some strikes and was forced to block others. The strikes he blocked left a burning, stinging sensation. As Kuno's attack wound down, Ranma let loose with his own attack. To his surprise, Kuno actually managed to block a few, but for the most part his punches were finding their mark. Ranma finished with backhand followed by a foot sweep, knocking the Kendust off his feet and into the ground. There, much better, said Ranma. He took a few steps back and caught his breath. This was just wrong. Kuno shouldn't have been this much trouble. But as the match extended, Kuno had been getting better. Something odd going on. The question now was if Kuno would stay down. So dumb. I fight. On. Damn. So much for a quick end. Kuno rose quickly and slashed again, but this time a wave of dark energy flew from his blade. Ranma ducked, and the key blast flew into the side of Furinkenhai, shattering brick and window alike. Ranma stared at the damage, then at Kuno, who was definitely flickering with a dark aura. Oh man, all I wanted was one easy match. Whoa! Mikado spun wildly in place, with Ryuga snared in instance of death attack. Punch after punch slammed into Ryuga, but the lost boy showed no signs of collapse. Finally, Mikado spun away, leaving Ryuga somewhat bruised and slightly dizzy, and Mikado and were put with the world spinning at an alarming rate. Ryuga recovered first and went on the offensive, hurling bandana after bandana at the skater until the air swarmed with them. With his speed, Mikado managed to kick away or dodge them, although a few flew in close enough to cut his clothes. He was so busy taking care of the bandanas that he failed to notice the really big umbrella flying towards him until it was too late. A second later, he also discovered that the umbrella was very heavy. The match had gone on for far longer than Ranma liked. Kuno didn't land too many more solid blows, but every hit off his booking that did get him was going to be sore for days after. Ranma, in turn, laid Kuno flat on his back several times, but the Kendust always managed to stand on Z again. It was after a few more minutes that Ranma realized his mistake. This wasn't the same old Kuno. He was fighting him as if he was, and that just wasn't working. There was something he knew that worked on anyone. It worked against Akpozai just fine. It flattened Ryuga before. Surely, it'd work on Kuno. After several minutes of trading shots, and lots of insults by Ranma, Kuno was burning red hot with rage. Perfect. You call this a match, Kuno? Your sister fights better than this. Insolent dog. Yep, definitely hot enough. Carefully, Ranma began retreating in a spiral pattern combo with Kuno eagerly following, accompanied by a frenzy of slashes. Ranma concentrated on cool, kept his focus on being cool, let inner peace fill his mind. Then he let loose with the attack. HIOYUSHOD and Fa. A pillar of light surrounded by a sudden whirlwind surrounded Ranma, catching Kuno in its path. The Kendust flew high in the sky, spinning helplessly in the mini tornado that the Hiri Shotenfa generated. A second later, the blue thunder crashed down to Earth, finally unconscious. Ryuga had an idea. He didn't tag many, and usually not during combat, but it was only natural that his mind evolved. This idea was working out well. Around Ryuga's feet was shattered, cracked concrete, thanks to the breaking point technique. Mikado didn't dare escalate into that region, for his mobility would be severely affected. Feeling smug about this tactical turn of events, Ryuga stood in the middle of the rubble, daring Mikado to enter. Come on. responded Ryoga. Scared? Circling Ryoga like a shark, Mikado scowled. Yes, I could leap across for some hit-and-run tactics, but considering Ryoga's skill, that would not be wise. Even worse, he was wrecking the rink. There was one option, but he never did perfect it. Mikado spun in place at a fast rate and continued to spin at an increasing rate. Ryoga raised an eyebrow as Mikado's spinning began to cause an air current. The vague outline of a whirlwind was appearing around Mikado's form. Ryoga stagged into the ground, setting off a breaking point, and a breeze flew towards Mikado. It did not, however, strike the skidder, but instead became captured by the now very visible mini hurricane that Mikado's spinning was generating. Suddenly, Mikado stopped spinning, punched in Ryoga's direct eye and yelled, "Hurricane no Bonodiori!" The cyclone of wind, no longer held by Mikado's spinning, blazed towards Ryoga, slammed into him, including the swirling debris that it caught. Skating away in a wobbly manner, Mikado dusted off his jacket. Well, that should put an end to. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey? Wham! That was for the kiss, pervert, grumbled Ryoga. Slash screamed as the steel broom tore into her again, raking more bloody trails on her arms. Despite the pain, Akan kept enough presence of mind to grab at the broom's handle. With her superior strength, she pulled the weapon out of Tanya's hands and tossed it far out of the fighting area. That broom turned out to be every bit as painful as Akan feared, turning parts of her GI to shreds, and feeblating, while not as bad as it looked very banded, with bloody scratches across her back, stomach, arms, and a particularly nasty swipe across the face. Alright, let's see how you fight with Hal. Nuri grimly pulled out what appeared to be a large rusty metal chisel and an equally rusty hammer. Whack, it was desperation time for Mikado's hands and in. The amount of concrete left that was flattened and shattered was shrinking, and fast. Ryoga was closing in, and it appeared Hideki's stamina was every bit as tough as the rumors had said it was. DOW an ordinary man would have been out by now. Ryoga was just finally breathing hard. At the moment, Mikado had been locked eye with Ryoga, and was mirroring everything Ryoga was doing. Every dodge, every feint, and every hit. Ouch. Quite frankly, he didn't know how much longer he could hold out. Either the technique would finally take hold sooner, Mikado would be doomed. The reflection technique was a risky gambit. Mirroring your opponent long enough would result, if performed correctly, in hypnotizing the opponent, rendering him / completely under Mikado's control. At the moment, there was the look in Ryoga's eyes, somewhat glazed, but not quite hypnotized. Mikado was definitely worried. Come on, he thought, get hypnotized already. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk ow. Mikado couldn't take it any longer and crumpled, clutching his ribs. Ryuga did the exact same thing. Mikado blinked. Ryuga blinked. It worked. It finally worked, said Mikado, laughing crazily, and with Ryuga doing the exact same. So relieved was Mikado that he let out a maniacal laugh, boosted by Ryuga's maniacal Mikado-esque laugh echoing it. Just to make sure things were working well, Mikado did a little jig. Ryuga followed suit. He. Yay. It worked, yelled Mikado. He. Yay. It worked, yelled Ryuga. Ryuga was wide open now. Just one good solid everything Mikado had left boot to the head was sure to end the match. Mikado hoped so. He wasn't feeling very good at all. He concentrated hard, pulled his leg back, and unleashed a massive spinning kick aimed at Ryuga's head. Asterisk crack asterisk ask anyone that had fought Ryuga before, and they'd say thought his head was the thickest thing on him. Generations of evolution had turned the Hibiki cranium onto one tough BS earthwork. Ranma could have told Mikado a simple truth: the Hibiki cranium is tough, but the Hibiki jaw isn't quite as tough. Mikado, unfortunately, wasn't aiming for the jaw. This had the undesired effect of snapping Ryuga out of his hypnosis, and Mikado was wide open too. Asterisk wham asterisk intermission in a darker corner of King's Cafe. So defeated, were you? Ryoko scowled. Ryo, I don't wanna talk about it. Kyoko tugged nervously on Ryo's sleeve. Ryo snarled, double quote lot. But his youngest sister was unfazed. As if anything could faze Kyoko Mohashin. Gimme isn't. What happened? What did Thought Girl do? Question mark. How did she be doing? Whatized? Kyoko said, with her typical near-breathless manner of speaking. Ryo smiled a sharp, thin smile that anyone else would find unnerving. Kyoko found it rather neato. Your sister was struck down by a mighty and fearsome rug beater. SHUDUP. Right. Now if you'll excuse me, I've a previous appointment to keep. Why? Can I come at you? Gimme isn't. Mumber, please. Mumber, please, stop it. There were bruises. There were scrapes. It looked like someone swiped at her face with a rake and landed a hit. Ranma took one look at Akan and was ready to tear someone's spine out. Who did this to you? He demanded to know. Ranma, you're overreacting, said Akan, frowning. Tell me who did this to you. Why? Akan jabbed Ranma with a finger. What are you going to do? Beat her up? Aye, this is exactly what I didn't want you to do. She took him by the arm and leaned against him in a reassuring manner. It's sweet, really, but it isn't necessary. We shook hands and talked a little after the match, so there is no big bad bully for you to chase after. Got it. Ranma looked away, but did manage a disgruntled, okay. Oh, there's Shion Nori-san. Hi. From across the room, seated next to what appeared to be rather beautiful kunoi, Tanya Nuri looked up and tipped her head. She watched for a moment as Akan and her significant other made their way to their seats somewhere off to the far end of the cafe, then resumed brooding in her drink. Less than not a bad fighter, Agile. Greater than Konatsu asked, is that the woman you thought earlier? Less than yeah, Akan Tendo. Just needs a little more practice and she probably could fight me to a draw a time. Greater than Shun nudged Konatsu with an elbow. Less than it. How'd your match do? Greater than Yuri was surprised to see Konatsu turn a deep shade of red accompanied by a look of burning rage. Out into the night, there was a scream of terror. Somewhere in Nerima, a diminutive pervert fell off of a roof and landed, flat on his back, in the alley below. His face had an expression of utter shock, confusion, betrayal, and disgust all in one. It was a remarkable expression. Drifting gently downward was a pair of delicate discount brand panties. Ah. Yay. And not. They. Again. I don't want to talk about it, Nori-sama, said Konatsu, crossing his legs. Tanya blinked, shrugged, and resumed downing her drink. She briefly glared at a certain bandana-clad boy clumsily backing his way across the room, then fizzed and turned her rotten eye onto one of the televisions mounted nearby. No, this way. Yukai grabbed Ryuga by the hand again and pulled hard, nearly setting him off his feet. Ryuga grumbled something about pushy women, but that was cut off by an elbow to the gut. Hey, Pukan, over here. Ranma stood up and waved, catching Yukai's attention as they made their way through the crowds. After a few minutes of struggling, they finally made their way to their usual table and took their seats. Hey guys, sorry we're late, said Yukai. Took a while to find Lost Boy here. Don't call me that, whined Ryuga. I wouldn't call you that if it wasn't true. Yukai stuck her tongue out, pulled down an eyelid and did such traditional body insult. To this, Ryuga couldn't really argue, so he just single quote HRMPH single quote that and turned away. I've gotta do everything for this idiot, said Yukai smirking. Then, taking everyone by surprise, she yanked a bandana from Ryuga's head, making his cranium snap around somewhat violently in the process. Hey! What'd you do that for? Yelled Ryuga. You slob, you've got dirt all over your face. Hold still, will you? Hey! Ryuga half-heartedly protested as Yukai tried to wipe some smudges off of his face. Come on, cut it out. Almost like a married couple already, said Akan, mock whispering it to Ranma. The two immediately snapped to a totally neutral and upright seated position. They were, however, blushing oddly. It was at this point that the two finally got a good look at Akan. Wow, sugar, what happened to you? Who is it and where do they live? Growled Ryuga. Akan frowned. I was eliminated. Really? Asked Yukai. Who got ya? Tanya Nori. Ryuga stood up. And where the heck are you going? Asked Yukayu. Ryoga, sit down, said Akan soothingly. Come on, it's single quotes, okay? Really? Sit down, you jackass, said Yukayu. But it's a martial arts tournament. This sort of thing is gonna happen, said Yukayu. It wasn't anything personal, it was just a match, had Akan. Well, okay. Yukayu snorted. Men just can't accept that a woman can handle everything they can. No kidding, said Akan. Ranma's still just as bad. Yukayu nudged Ranma's foot from under the table. So how single quote D your match go, Ranshin? Ryoga grinned. I heard he nearly got beat by Kayuino. Shut up. Ah, so it is true. Feel the testosterone flow, said Yukayu dryly. Akan nodded. No kidding. It's not like your match was that much better, countered Ranma. You nearly got beat by Mikado, and he even kissed ya. Shut up. Sorry to hear you got eliminated, sugar, said Yukayu, ignoring the ongoing battle barbs between the boys. How about you? Asked Akan. Who'd you fight? How'd it go? Took down Shinohira's champion rhythmic gymnastics martial artist, said Yukayu. K'd the Red Star or something like that. Kinged like Kodakai, without the dirty tricks. So he did kiss you. Fuck. Oh yeah? He kissed you first. Hey, is that your, sister Natsumi over there? Yukayu pointed at a wandering figure carrying a rug beater. Oh, yeah, it's Island Natsumi. Over here. Akan waved to the girl, who soon spotted them and made her way to their table. Hello, she said, taking a seat next to Akan. Have you seen Kurumi? Ranma and Ryoga were deep in debate over who gave Mikado the lesser kiss. Akan and Yukayu shook their heads. Natsumi narrowed her eyes. She slayed. Where did she go? Asked Akan. With that little kissing over Prince Tsoma, spat Natsumi, scowling. Oh, he's not that bad, said Akan. He's really a nice boy when you get to know him. Natsumi looked at Akan doubtfully. Says the woman thought was kidnapped by him, she replied dryly. Sorry I'm late, ladies, said Nebiki, taking her place at the end of the table or the head, depending on One's perspective. And hello to Tweedledee and Dumb, shedded, smirking at Ryoga and Ranma, who were now insulting each other's feminine qualities. Have you seen my sister recently? Asked Natsumi. Nebiki smirked. Oh, she's nearby. Underscore question mark underscore. I've been paid well not to reveal that. But don't worry. Trust me, they're doing fine. That's what I'm worrying about, grumbled Natsumi. And your eyes, the colors of 1,000 Amazon butterflies. Asterisk giggle asterisk. Oh, Tsoma. Ranma peered over Nebiki's shoulder, looking curiously at her laptop. This, of course, was annoying her greatly, but as usual he failed to notice that sort of thing. Hey, Nebiki, can you bring up the results from the last round? She gave him a mild elbow to the stomach. Sure, I thought you'll just stop crowding me. Double quote hyphen click the King of Nerima tournament data results Satom Ranma Kuno take Waki left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Hapos ID Kenzan Konatsu left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Tendo Natsumi Mahashin Ryoka left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Hibiki Ryoga Sanzanin Mikado left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Kumon Ryudi Ebiten left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Magical Girl Kuromati Plasticite left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Kanju Mariko di Sakugurasus left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Mahashin Ryo Kisarodoro left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis Masakurai Kujo di Sakamoto Ray left parenthesis recap statistics right parenthesis hyphen more PREGIOUS results and AINSTATISTICSODEDS Ranma's eyes shone with an intelligence rarely seen on Hai's face, as he analyzed the names of those on the screen and remembered what he could of their skills. Come on, still in the tournament, huh? He'll be tough. I was hoping Somyeon would take out the old freak, but that ain't likely. You're afraid of fighting Hako's eyes? Asked Yukayukama eyebrow raised. Afraid? Heck no. Then what? It's just disgusting when I have to fight the old man, wife single quote no. He'll try to throw water on me and then grab me all off her. I hate that. I see what you mean. The matchups for the next round come up yet. Askita can. Let's see. Nebiki clicked several times, the screen flickering rapidly as she hopped across the site. Not found. The requested object does not exist on this server. The link you followed is either outdated, inaccurate, or the server has been instructed not to let you have a back again. Said Akan. The schedules have been late every round, said Nebiki. It's just a bit of an inconvenience to me, considering my current interest. It's really starting to irritate me. Ryuga Hibiki vs. Let's see. Ryuga Hibiki vs. Kodakai Kuno. Who else? HRM. Ranma Sodom vs. HRM. Who? OH. Now this looks fun. Round 4 Ryuga frowned. Oh ho 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 ho. Ryuga darling, how interesting that we meet in combat. Ugh. This wasn't going to be fun. First of all, he didn't like hitting girls. Second, Kodakai really spooked him. Third, that was a really tight outfit she was wearing. Left little to the imagination. Don't worry darling, purred Kodakai lustily. There's pleasure in pain too. She cracked her ribbon like a whip, her eyes never leaving Ryuga's body. Just leave it to me. Oh boy. Ranma sighed, waiting for his opponent to arrive. He'd seen the lineup for this round, saw the name, but wasn't able to get a profile on the person. All he knew was the man's name. Kuzoma Sakurai. A passing cloud seemed to cast a shadow on the battlefield that was Furinken's baseball field. After Ranma turned around, he realized it wasn't a cloud. It was Kuzoma Sakurai. He was big. Very big. Obscenely big. He was taller than the Dojo Destroyer and far more muscular. Members of the audience could easily imagine the behemoth starring in a film called Cujo the Barbarian. The Titanic sword and leaf for loincloth certainly helped in that image. Ranma blinked. Oh boy. In the red shirt. From the SAODOME School of ANYTHINGGOE's martial arts. Or ANMASAODOME exclamation point / the giant listened, committing the memory to name. If anyone were to ask, he'd say he was listening so he'd know what name to inscribe on his book of named victims. / in the leather loincloth, just entering the field. KUJOMASAKARI exclamation point / the large barbarian gave a nasty grin. Ranma wasn't sure, but he thought he saw some red splotches in those needle-like teeth. / champion of the DATHB Heringer School of ARGISTICMAIMing. 4-time winner of the H.I.M. Miller Award for CRAGIVBRUDALITE exclamation point / Cujo laughed. Ranma thought the ground was shaking. / and eater of all you thang exclamation point / Ranma stared at the announcer. Eater of all you thang. Cujo roared. The crowd went silent. Me, Kujo Masakurai. I eat all you thang, master of the Shaolin Kama in combat to death. I wrestle alligators for fun, torture children for giggles, and burn cities for relaxation. I use redwoods for toothpicks, lightning for a nail file, and the mountains for a back scratcher. Where I walk, the grass withers, and my breath makes chlorine look like oxygen exclamation point lions fawn at my feet like house cats, and wolves whimper and run when they see me. My piss cuts through solid steel. The audience collectively used. More than I needed to know, muttered Ranma. I can't look in a mirror for fear of scaring myself. Tidal shudders at the thought of my crimes, and the Spanish Inquisition would turn green and run after 5 seconds off me sport. The screams of the dying are my lullaby, thunder is a pale imitation of my laughter. I will have surprise this day, and dance in your skin on your flayed bleeding corpse. At the moment, Ranma was thinking of several things. Feeling all the bruises from the match against the Dojo Destroyer, the needle point burns from Kirin, the good shot on the ribs that Kumo gave him. Ranma shook his head and grumbled to himself. One easy match. All I ask for is one easy match. Meanwhile, up in the stands, looks like a tough one, said Hiroshi. How many minutes, do you think? Daisuke examined for a moment, thinking things over. I'd say 15. Any thoughts on how Ranma's Kanakanda threw on this? It was Hiroshi's turn to HM a bit. Well, he's good but he's obviously getting worn by the schedule. I'd say 3 cuts, 2 bites, a dozen bruises, and maybe a broken nose. Wouldn't be as bad if Ranma was coming in fresh on Thizone, said Daisuke. Of course. Meanwhile, in the Furinkan High soccer field, there was a Tendo fan club in the stands, and it lost for Akan. Natsumi Tendo, By virtue of her flashy style, natural grace, sharp beauty, and her habit of not wearing a bra left parenthesis causing some to nickname her the braless wonder Hayden's spread a cult following that had grown as the tournament progressed. Unused to fanfare and admiration by a large audience, Natsumi was flattered, very much so. The headband looked familiar. So did the grim demeanor. Natsumi asked, "Are you, by any chance, a hibiki?" "Well, no, I'm not." Ryukamon tugged his abandonedly and wondered why on earth people kept on asking him that question. He peered at Natsumi's weapon of choice curiously. "Excuse me," he asked, "is that a rug beater?" A field in Nerima's Thai Park served as the battleground for Tanya Nuori's next match. Tanya's next opponent didn't look particularly menacing. Clad in an ordinary t-shirt, denim slacks, suspenders, with a bandana covering his head. Less than Don single quote, "He looks so tough," greater than she said in English. The boy smiled. Less than I single quote and more than I appear to be dot greater than so, she thought, the boy speaks English. Less than is dot so question mark greater than less than millimeters hyphen hm. In fact dot 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 greater than suddenly, he pulled out a large gray cape, covering himself. As quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Tanya found herself staring at herself. Less than I single quote, "Do say I was as good as you?" I question mark greater than said her copy comma perfectly imitating Tanya's voice. Tanya stared, bug-eyed. Less than "What bloody hell are you?" question mark greater than Tanya's imitation grinned eerily. Less than "You see him call Macon." Copycat can dot greater than it was a most generous contribution from the Kuno clan that they allowed the use of the Kuno estate for the King of Nerima tournament. A generous gift to the martial arts community, said Kuno. The fee that the tournament organizers were paying the Kuno estate certainly was a payment for that gift. In the majestic inner courtyard of the Kuno estate, watched by a fair-sized crowd, Yukio awaited her opponent. She was a little nervous, but determined to prevail. In the blue shirt and black tights, UKYOUKUONJIFRONDHEKUONJI School of OKONOMIYAKI Martial Arts exclamation point / She was here early. Her parents had taught her about the importance of being early and ready. And just entering the grounds. From the UNORDHODOXWAPON Harry School of Martial Arts, OYOMUHOSHIN exclamation point / He walked smoothly, almost gliding into the courtyard, with a small grin on his face and his umbrella twirling idly. He believed in making an ENTRANCE. "Hello, Kwanji." "Hello, Mahashin." He peered at her, rubbing his chin in thought. "What are you looking at?" Ryo shrugged, then tightened the black leather gloves on his hands. "Nothing. Just wondering if you'll be over or under a minute. I have a record to keep, after all." With a sharp slash to his side, Ryo extended his umbrella on the blade within emerged with a CLICK. He grinned. From the sidelines, unupset Akarai yelled, "Ryo! Please, you promised." He scowled. With a slight movement of his hand, the blade clicked back into the umbrella, leaving Ryo's weapon a mere dull tiptoe stab with. The umbrella spun in his hand for a blur of a second, then stopped with the hooked handle extended outward. "Be thankful she likes you," he muttered to Yukayu. "Same to you, jerk," she shot back. Winner determined by submission or knockout. Fight! //slash yow! I killed you, man. Crush while you have yonis and use your entrails for a loincloth! HYH. *NGH. Good hit. HHA. I like. Oh man. Wow, this guy's pretty darn savage, said Hiroshi. Yeah, pretty darn tough, said Daisuke. Pretty mean with the sword. HYH. THWAP*clang*. Well, there goes Kujo's sword, said Hiroshi. Daisuke nodded. Wonder how he fights with O******. Why WCH. The audience as a whole winced. Ooh, that's gotta hurt, said Daisuke. Hiroshi nodded. Oh yeah, definitely. Ryo's attack was obvious in its strategy. Wielding the hook and outward, he struck outward with it like a club, but he always pulled it back with the intent to hook a part off her, an arm, a leg, her neck, and pulled her off, balancing off to land a follow-up elbow or kick. She found it difficult to hold on to her spatula and had so far managed to dodge all his attempts to snare her. Yukai's own offense was to keep him at a moderated distance at best. The spatula was a good weapon, but at extremely close quarters, where he was trying to attack, it was more of a handicap. She delivered a flower bomb to Mai's face when he got too close once, and kept him at bay with her spatula shurikens and battle spatula. Once she tried to tangle him with a barrage of takisoba noodles, but he managed to dodge it easily. She retreated a step, dodging a swipe to her face. There was an audible click. Both fighters blinked, then jumped away as a dozen bamboo spears shot out from the surrounding rooftops. Yukai looked bewildered. Ryo looked irritated. The audience gasped. Within the audience, Kuno whacked Sasuke in the head. "Fool!" yelled Kuno. "You forgot to deactivate the traps." "Sorry, master." "White Amanute. This isn't fair," yelled Yukayu, right before she narrowly dodged another swipe from Ryo's umbrella. "Hey! What are you doing?" Ryo grinned wickedly. "Trying to win. Fist of the White Swan. Tying you few back, head first, striking the ground hard." "Bloody hell," she thought, dazed. "I just got struck with a potty." A potty. She was snapped out of her daze when a stream of spear-ended chains flew at her head. Less than YOW! Greater than. She sprung back to her feet, ignoring the pain, and wondered what her enemy would become next. She'd been thrown off guard and was tentative, not knowing what to expect next from him. His version of Kunai of the Muskless clan was nearly devastating, and his hackos I really really made her mad. At the moment, his moves was making her panic. Endless chains and blades were something she did not like. Less than back off, you bloody freak! Greater than Tanya reached into her jacket and sent several sweat bombs flying into the moose. She grinned, seeing the bombs find their mark, and leapt intending to dive into the sweat cloud from directly above with steel wire broom spinning. She jumped, reached the apex of her jump, prepared to bring her broom down in several rapid radial strikes. Boing less than AW! Greater than, and bounced off of something massive. She landed awkwardly a few feet away and stared at some thing that was emerging from the clouds. Small unidentifiable objects were swirling in and out of the salty depths in an almost insect-like manner. A sudden gust of wind cleared the sweat cloud, revealing the massive form of the Dojo Destroyer. Less than greater than Kodakai kept her distance, lashing out with her ribbon and a few occasional pinstrikes. Ryuga deflected the pins with his umbrella and retaliated with a few bandana projectiles of his own. And then she changed her tactics. Without warning, she charged at him, ribbon lashing of him furiously. The ribbon left its mark on his face, arms, and chest. He fell back, snapping open his umbrella for cover. Kodakai took advantage of his defensive stance and flipped over him, clumping herself to his back in a tight embrace. It was proven to Ryuga at that moment beyond a doubt that Kodakai's leotard was made of very thin material. And her bosom was indeed impressive. Ryuga darling, you're so tense, she burdened on Hai's ear, running her hands along his chest. Let me loosen you up. And then she wrapped her ribbon around his throat. Natsumi advanced on Ryu with lightning-fast swipes of her would-beater staff, speedy enough to send dust and leave us fleeing about and constantly in the air. Ryu was nimble enough to dodge her strikes, and puzzled her with his lack of offense thus far. It was mildly offending the Tendo girl. Why, slash or hyphen slash you hyphen slash holding back for? Holding back? Asked Ryu, taking a defensive jump back. I wasn't holding back. I was finding all your weaknesses. Natsumi barely had time to dodge when Ryu suddenly barreled forward, feet first, surrounded by flaming spirals of ki, yelling "Oyuziansho." Landing some feet away, Natsumi turned around to see a giant crater where Ryu had landed, and him standing in the middle of it. He pulled his arms back, then swept them both forward, yelling, "Oyukusai." Two ki blasts, shaped like blades, flew towards her. Natsumi swung her staff with a cry of "Shinkayuuzian," and a swirling tornado leapt out from the rug beater, colliding with Ryu's attack. Unfortunately, the ki blasts cut right through it. The only benefit of having Kodakai strangle him was that it kept his mind off of her breasts pressing into his back and hips grinding against his rear. "Gee, get off," croaked Ryuga. "That's what I'm trying to do, darling," said Kodakai. "Gah!" Panic finally sent Ryuga an idea. He flipped in the air, Kodakai still firmly attached to him, and slammed back first into the ground. He felt the ribbon loosen and stumbled to his feet. Planted firmly in the ground, knocked out, was Kodakai. And she stayed down. Ryuga breathed a sigh of relief. The match between Tanya and Copycat Ken had suddenly undramatically turned around in momentum. It began when Ken took the form of a certain bandana-clad boy. Less than U exclamation point greater than Nanai. Less than KIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIII. Greater than, and then it seemed Nuri became unstoppable, with a bold, fearless barrage of attacks right in Ryuga/Ken's single quote face and ass beat his form couldn't keep up with. Steel wire raked across flesh, sweat bombs were slammed into his face at point-blank range, and to add to the utter brutality of it all, she slammed a sweat scraper in his crotch. Multiple times. Less than Kyu. Bloody SONOFABIDCH exclamation point greater than Ryuga/Ken staggered helplessly away, then fell to the ground as his mysterious cloak enveloped him entirely. Less than get up. You bloody GIT exclamation point greater than she reached down, pulled the cloak away, and froze. It was Konatsu. Bloody, brutalized, beaten Konatsu. The Kunoikai looked up at Tanya with pleading eyes. "Nori-sama, please don't." Less than K. Konatsu greater than Tanya reached down tentatively. And then Konatsu suddenly lashed out with a lightning juke and devastating kick to Tanya's skull. The last thing Tanya saw, before fading in town consciousness, was Konatsu's mocking, laughing face. Meanwhile, back at the Ranma vs. Kujo match. CHOMP UGH. Daisuke whistled. "Man, never saw anyone get Ranma this flustered." "No kidding," said Hiroshi. "I've never even heard of him biting an opponent until now. Guess Kujo really got him at Pony Boy. Let go of my ankle." Yukio was breathing heavily, worn down by the horrific nature of the match. Across the battlefield, spears and arrows were planted in the ground, trapdoors were open, and Kodakai's pet alligator was finally making its way back into the outside pond where it belonged. Somehow, Ryo didn't seem terribly fazed by the onslaught of traps. Instead, he kept on being the aggressor, forcing Ryo to back away all the time. He met her spatula attack stroke for stroke, batted away the flower bombs, and used Eddie's umbrella like a shield when she flung her spatula shuriken at him. It was feeling to her like a game of cat and mouse, and she wasn't the cat. It smelled of a setup. Ryo charged again, swiveling the umbrella in his hand in a blur. Yukai lashed out, but found her spatula caught the hook end of Ryo's umbrella. She tried to pull back immediately, but before she could, he spun, pulling the spatula away while lashing out at her face with a kick. She dodged the kick, but lost her spatula. It went spinning in the air briefly, then was caught in Ryo's left hand. He held Yukai's weapon, smiling. His grip on the giant spatula shifted slightly, shattering it into several pieces. Yukai turned pale. "My spatula." Ryo quietly laughed. The Quanji girl relied far too much on her giant spatula. Without it, he doubted she was going to be any trouble. Just might get the first submission off the match. "You're weaponless. Surrender?" "Definitely beaten," he thought. She answered with a sudden and unexpected boot to the head. "Boot to the head!" yelled someone in the audience. Yukai was pleasantly surprised as Ryo stumbled back a few steps, almost falling. There was a barely audible click. "Wham!" and then the giant pineapple statue fell on him. A few seconds passed. Yukai blinked. An unusual way to win, but she wouldn't mind. / the winner. By knockout, UK-/ the giant pineapple statue shattered violently, cutting off the announcer. Chunks of concrete flew everywhere, stinging Yukai and causing everyone to look away, else their eyes get struck by shrapnel. Before Yukai looked up again, something seized her by the throat, lifted her into the air, and slammed her into the ground face first. She yelled in pain, twitching slightly, but hung on to consciousness. Annoying bright spots swam in her vision as she tried to get up. Then she felt something slam into her back, knocking the wind out of her. She felt a hand around her neck, choking her. Then she was pulled swiftly up in the air. She heard the telltale click of Ryo's umbrella and was dimly aware of him staring into her eyes with anger and hate. "Oh, no!" Yukai recognized that voice. Hikarai, yelling from the stands. She wasn't sure, but she thought she heard him call Hikari a bitch. Someone screamed. Something hard slammed into her face. The world went black. Ryoga was beginning to worry. Yukai was supposed to meet him after their matches were done, but she seemed awfully late. Who was she scheduled to fight this round? He forgot to look it up. He didn't want to look it up. If he walked over to the signboard with the listings, he'd get lost along the way and Yukai would be upset and he wouldn't see her for another week, and that just wouldn't do. "Hey sugar, sorry I'm late." He blinked, looked around, and saw her behind him. Why? He wondered. Were there bandages on her head? "Hey, what happened to you?" "I got eliminated," sighed Yukai, touching the side of her head gently. She had a headache and just wanted to get somewhere peaceful and relatively quiet, or lacking that, A+ with aspirin. "By who?" She noticed the definite hint of anger in his voice. "Ryo Mahashin." Why not? Ryuga's anger was brought to a sudden halt at the gentle touch of Yukai's hand on his arm. "Hey, remember what we talked about before the tourney began?" she asked softly. Truth was, She still wasn't recovered from her fight and didn't have enough energy to yell at him. She'd be damned if she was going to show any signs of weakness to him. Oh. Well, yeah. Didn't I tell you I knew what I was getting into? But, hey, nobody's dead and I just got a little roughed up. I felt worse. Really. Well, okay, said Ryuga reluctantly, but maybe you should see a doctor first. You still look a little dazed. She smiled ever so faintly. I'm fine, let's just go. You sure? I mean, if you want I could carry you on my back. She smirked and jokingly swatted his arm away. Idiot. Come on, Ronshin and the others are waiting. HRMM. Ranma peered to the left, then the right, and to the left again. He pounded fist on palm and nodded sagely. Separated at birth, definitely. Shut up, or anime. Echoed Ryuga and Ryu. I can apply a swift and firm elbow to Ranma's side. Ranma held his hands up in a sign of surrender. Hey, just joking. This seemed to pacify the bandana-clad duo, as they both grumbled, giving him one last evil glare before they turned their attention elsewhere. Ryuga looked idly at the television screens while Ryu chatted with Natsumi most enthusiastically about martial arts. Meanwhile, Kurumi was looking glum since her Prince Toma was away on some personal matters he had to attend to. She was glaring daggers at Ryu, and irritated that Natsumi wasn't paying much attention to her. Heard you got eliminated today? Ranma said to Yukayu. You okay? Ryu complimented Natsumi on her speed and sharpness of form. Natsumi complimented Ryu on his impressive use of ki. Kurumi blew Ryu a raspberry, but was easily ignored. Yeah, Ronshin, I'm fine, said Yukayu, waving her hand casually in dismissal. Ryu took Natsumi's hand and brushed a bandage that was put across her hand. He asked if she wasn't hurt too badly. Natsumi blushed slightly and said she was quite fine, thank you. Kurumi huffed. What happened to you, Ronshin? Asked Yukayu. You look like you had it worse than me. Ryuga grinned. Yeah, tell us about your match, Ranma. Especially that all-powerful anything-goes ankle-biter technique. Ryuga had heard, from word of mouth, how Ranma's match went, and was too glad to rub it in his face. Shut up, or Ryuga. H. Ronshin, what's he talking about? Asked Yukayu. She's gonna find out sooner or later, Ranma, said Ryuga smugly. So, you going to tell her or me? I will. Okay. Sheesh. You'd probably tell it all wrong anyway. I'd just say what happened. Lots of hey. Okay, enough with the dramatics. Just tell me what happened. Asked Yukayu again. Ibitsagui, he mumbled. What was that? Couldn't hear you, said Yukayu. Yeah, Ranma, say that again. Teased Ryuga. I bit the guy, okay, said Ranma angrily. You happy now? Bit him on the ankle, added Ryoga. Hey man, it was a tough fight. Sure, Ranma, riot, said Ryoga. He bit me first, yelled Ranma. Yukayu frowned. He did. You. Down Ranma's butt, filled in Akan. Yukayu and Ryoga burst out laughing. Ryu and Natsumi were in a world of their own. Kurumi was doing her best toadstool in that world. Ranma glared at his fiancée. Akan. What get go and tell him for? Oh please, they'd have found out sooner or later, sighed Akan. If we hadn't arrived here first they'd have seen it. Seen what? Asked Yukayu. Akan looked at Ranma. Come on, show it. No way, protested Ranma. Come on, Ranshin, let's have a look, teased Yukayu. Come on, it's not that bad, soothed Akan. Ranma scowled. He stood up and turned around, revealing two distinct bite marks. One was a nasty set of rips along Hai's arm. The other was a definite big chomp to his left posterior cheek. Through the holes, his boxers and some bandages were visible. Happy now? Asked Ranma grumpily. Yes dear, said Akan, smirking. Hey, Ranma, that was two bites he got on you. Asked Nabiki, not bothering to look up from her laptop. Yeah. How many bruises? Asked Nabiki. What? Just answer the question. How many bruises? A dozen, I think. Damn. Cuts? 3. Nabiki. Why, how many minutes was the match? Never mind. Got it here. 15 minutes 32 seconds. Damn. Huh? Did the guy break your? No, never mind. It's obvious your nose isn't broken. You dodged a bullet there. Nabiki, why are you asking me this stuff? Your injuries are part of a gambling pool. Just needed to confirm them. What? From across the room, Hiroshi could faintly be heard crying. Everything but the broken nose. So close. Cheer up, man, said Daisuke. We can still recover from this. Yukayu took a moment to glare angrily at a certain slim, arrogant figure that was seated across the cafe, cozying up in a couch with a certain big-obsessed girl. She was very much worried about Akurai's welfare. What's that on your tie, Ryoko-kun? Asked Akurai. This. He put down the small stack of paper he was reading over and examined his tie briefly. I think it's a little bit of Miss Kwanji's blood. Akurai eeped and turned away, repulsed by the sight of blood. Ryo, you shouldn't wear it now. He gave her a questioning glance. But this is my favorite tie. But it has. That's. Ryo, please. Asked Akurai. Please. Gee. He narrowed his eyes, mumbled under his breath for a moment, then removed the tie. Anything for you, dear, he said with a forced smile. Thank you, Ryoko-kun, said Akurai. I wanted to ask, did you have to be so rough with Yukayu today? Rough? Because of you I fought without use of my blade. I'd say I held back. But you hit her head several times. Violently. Well, your point? He asked. Did you have to be so violent in the match? Yes, he replied simply. But Akurai, Here, we're martial artists. We expect this sort of thing. But, darling, relax. It's normal. Really. Hikarai sighed. Well, if you say so. She sat back again, putting her head on his shoulder and lazily read over the paper he was reading. Ryo. HM. Can I ask you something? Of course. What's that you're reading? Oh, this. He asked, waving the paper slightly. A list of the remaining fighters in the tournament. See? There say Tom. Come on, Hibiki, magical girl. Ahia. Kuromadaba head up. Hikarai frowned. Magical girl Kuroma. Ryo. What's so funny? She's pathetic. That's all. Ahia. Never mind. He shuffled through the papers more, HMMing every now and then. Why are you looking at all this? Asked Hikarai. No enemy, Hikarai, said Ryo sagely. Best way to prepare. Oh, look at this one, Pantyhose Taro. What a name, eh? Ryo laughed slightly while Hikarai frowned again. That's his name? Asked Hikarai. Seems to be, said Ryo gleefully. Either that or he's quite a pervok. Ryo Muhashin found himself lifted up in the air by a single arm, belonging to a very irate young man in Chinese clothing. Watch your mouth, skinny, said the man solemnly. Ryo blinked, still dazed from the sudden change in altitude. Then he noticed something. The person who was currently responsible for his sudden change of altitude seemed to have a very peculiar sash. Say, he said, looking at it. Is that a pantyhose sash you were wearing? So what if it is? Growled the other. Ryo met the other's glare with a maniacal stare of his own. Would your name happen to be Pantyhose question mark exclamation point HHHHHA. His umbrella was just within reach, leaning on the couch. He reached for it. From across the room, King frowned. Take it outside, you two. Yukaiu stood up slightly, peering at something that was happening across the room. Oh. Oh what? Asked Ryoga. Trouble. What kind of trouble? Asked Ranma, also standing up slightly, although wincing from the bites. Looks like we might have a brawl break out. Look. She pointed across the room, where someone was holding Ryo up the collar of his shirt. Damn, said Ryoga. Him. Ranma nodded and narrowed his eyes. Taro. Who? Asked Yukaiu. Pantyhose Taro, said Ranma. Tough fighter. Jews and Kyokers too. Ryoga nodded. Looks like he's about to start something with. Before he could finish, Ryo started laughing maniacally. Crash Taro tossed him through the window. Brawl it is, said Yukaiu. Ranma and Ryoga sat back down. Akan looked a bit confused, then shrugged. What are you guys doing? Asked Yukaiu. Taro's a jerk. Mohashian's a jerk, said Ryoga. We shouldn't interfere. In the distance, thunder rumbled. Sounds like rain, observed Ryoga. Really? This is gonna be messy, said Ranma. What's that? Asked Yukaiu. When Taro gets wet, he turns into a big Really big, added Ryoga. Yeah, really big bull-like monster. Yukayu blinked. He fell into a spring of ground bull. Nope, replied Ryoga. He fell into a spring off-trodden. What was it? Ground Yeti riding a goat while holding a crane and an eel, answered Ranma. Yukayu stared at them. You're kidding. Nope, they both said. Yukayu tapped her foot for a moment, then frowned when she saw Hikarai make her way to the front door. Someone's gotta stop that girl from getting in trouble, Yukayu muttered. She wondered why Ryo had to be so mean at times. It was hard for her to believe he was the same person that was always sweet and kind to her. After Ryo sailed through the window and Taro stomped to the door, Hikarai sighed, stood up, and took a few steps to the door. Then she felt a hand on her shoulder. Hey, said Yukayu. You should be more careful. A girl like you might get hurt when people like those to get in a brawl. But if things get out of control, I'll get the guys to help. But if there's one thing I learned in my life, it's that a martial artist really hates it when their fight gets interrupted. Ryo landed on his back, outside on the sidewalk. Butrick offered nicely with a roll and was back on his feet. He was in trouble. He didn't have his umbrella. As Taro stormed out of the front, Ryo dug in his pockets and quickly put on his leather gloves. Not as good as umbrella, but better than nothing. He could have backed down. He could have apologized. He'd been given the lovey-dovey treatment by Hikarai for the last month, been denied the opportunity to go full out against the Kwanji girl, and desperately needed to name someone. Anyone. Even if the odds were a little bad at the moment. Come on, pantyhose, he spat. Behind Taro, a small crowd spilled out into the street to watch the match. Hikarai was there, looking very worried and accompanied by Yukayu. Taro roared in blind rage and charged. Ryo stood his ground. The two threw a furious round of punches and kicks at each other. Ryo managed to land only a few, with Taro dodging gracefully from most of his strikes. Ryo was struck with a good number of Taro's punches, but seemed only to snare more with each blow. In truth, those punches hurt, but he wasn't about to show it. Finally, Ryo went for his trademark move of the tournament so far. Ignoring the half-dozen quick and powerful punches that landed on his chest and made his lungs crumple, he reached forward and grabbed Taro's neck in an iron grip. Ryo lifted Taro up in the air, prepared to slam him into the ground, then reeled back as Taro's foot slammed into the mischief. He refused to let go. Then Taro kicked him again. This time he let go, clutching at his face and staggering in pain. And once again he found himself lifted up by his collar, staring into Taro's enraged eyes. High above, storm clouds brewed. A streak of lightning ripped across the sky. Both looked up. Taro began to laugh. Ryo could hear Hikarai call out his name. He really hoped she wouldn't interrupt. What's so funny, pantyhose? Snapped Ryo. Sure, he was in pain, but again, there was no way he was going to let pantyhose know it. Ryo wondered why Taro was just standing there and laughing. Then it began to rain. From inside the cafe, Ranma and company heard the crowd outside shriek in terror. "Think it started raining yet?" asked Ryoga. There was a monstrous roar, shaking the glass in the building. "I think so," said Ranma. A large amount of the crowd that was watching scattered. Hikurai was screaming for Ryo and was being held back by Yukayu, who could only do that and stare in disbelief. "They weren't kidding," she managed to mumble. Ryo was shocked. Speechless, really. It seemed his adversary had suddenly turned into a titanic minotaurisk creature, taller than the cafe they had just recently exited. Even worse, he was being held tightly in the monster's fist. That wasn't quite right. No, that was impossible. "Ira." The creature seemed amused, and snickered in a bullish sort of way. Ryo blinked. You're Taro?" The thing seemed to grin. It had really big teeth. The old Mahashin wit finally came back to him. "So," said Ryo, finally back to looking snide, "how did things occur? Your mother get too friendly with the livestock?" Taro roared angrily, causing the remaining few of the crowds to cover their ears. A few windows broke. Car alarms went off. Ryo grinned, reaching down swiftly with his hands. Die. The next thing Taro experienced, to his shock and total surprise, was a fair amount of pain as his fingernails exploded. His hand opened in reaction to the pain and Ryo landed neatly at Taro's feet. Mahashin grinned as he landed. The monster had hooves. Perfect. As quick as a snake, Ryo reached out. "You think Taro's done beating Ryo into the ground?" asked Ryoga. "Still lots of noise coming from out there," observed Ranma. "Where you can go." "To make sure Hikurai didn't get in trouble," said Ryoga. "Hope she's alright." After a few minutes of tapping his feet, he stood up. "I'm going out there. As long as she doesn't try to butt in on the fight," said Ranma. "I don't see why." He was distracted as a roar bellowed out again. This time, however, something was different. Ranma frowned. That kinda sounded like Taro Washert, didn't it? "Yeah," said Ryoga. "I wonder what." Ryo, dripping wet, stormed back into the cafe, grabbed Eddie's umbrella, and stormed back out. "What the heck is going on out there?" asked Ranma. "Well, let's find out." Twirling his umbrella quickly, Ryo strolled by a horrified Hikurai. "Caused," said to her, "this will just be a minute," then stomped over to the hobbled beast. "You son of a bovine screwing wench, get up." Ryo looked down at the collapsed form of Taro, his feet reduced to bloody unusable stumps. "Come on, pantyhose," taunted Ryo. He held his umbrella up and a rapier-like then sprang out of it. Ryo stomped around Taro and slashed at his limbs whenever Taro tried to lash out at him. The rain still fell, mixing with Taro's blood to make a muddy red dog of mud under Taro's form. "Pantyhose. Fa!" Ryo strode within Taro's arm reach, then lashed out with his umbrella as Taro's hand lumbered out to swat him. 5 more fingernails exploded. Taro roared in pain. Ryo began to laugh. Ryo, that's enough. Please, said Akurai timidly. Mohashin ignored her completely. Get up, cow. Get up. Ryo stomped again towards what was left of Taro's hooves and gave them several swift kicks. Taro reacted with violent thrashing and a bellow of pain and rage. Fa! Fa! Feel that! And then Ryo grinned like the devil. How could I forget the horns? Fa! He stomped around again, easily avoiding Taro's flailing limbs, but was unable to get past them so as to detonate Taro's horns. He's beat okay, said Yukayu. Stop already. Ryo didn't bother to turn around. Why, Kwanji, you talk as if it was human. It is, said Yukayu firmly. True martial artists don't pick on the weak. Whatever, dismissed Ryo. He turned his attention back to Taro, who was trying to rise to his knees. Don't you know when to stop moving? He spat. The umbrella made a mechanical noise, and the rapier-like tip was replaced with a blade. If I have to cut your arms off first, I will. He reared back, getting ready to slash. A hand grabbed his, stopping the slash. That's enough. Ryo narrowed his eyes. He turned around. Hibiki was holding him back. Behind him, Ranma, Yukayu Kamaryu, Natsumi, and Kurumi stood ready. Hibiki, tell everyone to stay out of my recreation. You've beaten him. That's enough, said Ryuga firmly. Ryo-kun, please, let's go. Asked Akurai, clearly shaken by what just happened. Ryuga tightened his grip on Ryo's hand. They both knew Ryo wouldn't be able to break that hold. The blade snapped back into the umbrella. Fine, hissed Ryo. With disturbing abruptness, he quickly moved his hair back into place with his hands, wiped off the blood on his face with a handkerchief, popped open Hai's umbrella, despite the fact that he was already drenched from the rain, and smiled a pleasant, warm smile at Akurai. Let's go, dearest. With Akurai by his side, Ryo walked away whistling happily. Yukayu stared at them both and frowned deeply. She had to convince Akurai to leave him before things got bad. Ranma stared at the mess Taro was. His fingers and feet were bleeding steadily, and he was afraid to guess at how much of Taro's feet would be gone when they poured hot water on him. Damn! This is a mess. Ranma looked to Akan. Go get her. Tofu. W-H-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-H asterisk D-O-W asterisk asterisk splash asterisk W-A-I. Like that? Asked Kyoko, beaming happily. Soon smiled, a tad nervously, and nodded. That was very good, Kyoko-chan. Yes, very good. Wee! Wee! The little girl hopped around with glee and far more energy than Soon felt humans should be with. She was still bouncing around. He was tired. Sodom was unconscious. That's all for today, Kyoko-chan. Okay. Who? The two bowed respectfully to each other, but with Sound keeping a wary eye on the girl. Afterwards, they entered the house, welcomed by Kasumi's call to dinner, the smells of yet another Kasumi Tendo feast, and the sight of a small offering of young martial artists. Why, Ranma? Why couldn't you let the guy break your nose? Asterisk sob asterisk dog. Cut it out, Hiroshi. Akan had little time to react before she was bowled over by a charging Kyoko, tumbling slightly along the floor. Fortunately, she was sitting down already, so it wasn't that bad of a tumble. Hyperactive little bundle, isn't she? Noted Yukayu. Soon followed and joined the rest at the table. Double quote. So, how was the tournament today? My little girl's still going strong. He laughed and gave a warm smile to Akankama, who returned it with a half-hearted smile of her own. Sorry, Dad. I was beaten today. Kyoko gasped. Akan lost. Her big brown eyes began to well up with tears, showing promise to rival Sun's legendary balls. Soon looked somewhat melancholy for a moment, then gave Akan a solemn look. The path of a true martial artist is one filled with adversity, but so long as you tried your best, you had nothing to be ashamed of. He's gonna burst out in tears. Whispered Hiroshi to Daisuke. Bet you he won't, whispered Nebiki. Hiron. Well, I did try the best I could, said Akane tentatively. She knew what was coming. So did everyone else. I'm so proud of my little girl. Soon wrapped Akane in an affectionate hug and his eyes threatened to burst into tears. Hiroshi and Nebiki held their breaths. "Dad," said Akane, in that odd way Thought said. Basically, I'm getting embarrassed. Soon released Akane, wiping a small tear from his eye. Immediately after, Kyoko resumed her glomp, her good-humored W-A-I-I-I-I-I. A-K-A-S-A-N. Ak. Asterisk fund asterisk fa. Waterworks. Hissed Nebiki to Hiroshi. You call that waterworks? Hissed Hiroshi back. Thought was just a drop. Taro was mad. Sitting in Dr. Tofu's clinic, fingers and feet bandaged, anesthetic running through his veins to dull the throbbing pain and numb his mind. Pantyhose Taro still felt rage. Finally, a chance to get a real name, a chance that had a real shot at. Crushed by some anonymous jerk. How dare he? Tough luck, Pantyhose. Taro was too tired to try and smash him. A tired resigned. What the hell do you want? Was what he said instead. TSK, you sound so defeated, said Akane, jumping out from the window and by Taro's bed. That's now for a martial artist to talk. Shut up, old man. I'm not in the mood for it tonight. How bad's the damage? Fingers are okay, just bruised and bleeding a little. Minor cuts on my arms. Bones in my toes are fractured or broken. I won't be walking for a while. I see, said Tako's eyes, nodding sagely. That kid's more vicious than I know. Didn't think he had it in him. In a voice that expressed a promise of painful, fiery, bloody vengeance, Taro asked, "Who? HM? Who was he?" Ryo Mohashin, a more recent addition to the neighborhood. Tako's eye took a long drag from his pipe, then blew a few smoked panties. Wistfully, he watched them drift away. Just what an old man like me needs to keep his edge, Don single quote. Do you think? Island. Is that all we had to you? Asked Taro, his voice lowered a bit. The sedatives, he observed, were finally hitting hard. Just here to amuse you. When you've lived as long as I have, you end up with interesting hobbies. So, my name stays Pan. As it is now. Tako's eye mulled it over briefly. HRM. Yes, I guess so. Damn. Well, try again next year, HM. Next year? Yes, the next King of Nerima tournament. You'll gather, won't you? The same deal? Of course. Count on it. There was a noticeable chill in the air that suddenly swept the Tendo home. It began after the door opened. Of course, Kasumi didn't notice it. Mohashin-san. Hello. Good evening, Kasumi-san. Ryoga blinked. She didn't just say. In from the hallway, following behind Kasumi, strode Ryo Mohashin. He still looked a bit soggy, with disturbing red stains remaining on his shirt and his ever-present umbrella tucked under his arm. The room fell silent and still, with all eyes watching him carefully. Ranma and Ryoga tensed. Yukaiu scowled. Hiroshi, Daisuke, and Nabiki kept a careful watch of his actions as well. Kyoko is done for the evening, yes? Asked Ryo. Yes, in fact she had dinner with us. Ryo smiled an honestly warm and friendly smile. On his face, it looked unnatural. You're entirely too gracious, Kasumi-san. Let me go get Kyoko-chan. I think she's in the dojo with a can. The moment Kasumi left the room, Ryo's face snapped into a cold, condescending, arrogant mask. He took a moment to slowly look at each person in the room, examining them like insects under glass. My, it seems quiet in here, he said mockingly. You'd think someone almost died. More silence. His sharp gaze focused on Yukaiu and he strolled near her. Double quote out single quote as things. Kwanji, I didn't hit you too hard, did I? Everyone in the room glared at him. It was at this moment that a 12-year-old bundle of hyperactivity chose to shatter the mood. San. Asterisk GLOMP asterisk OC. THUD. Kyoko bounced up and down merrily, bobbing prettily. Double quote on san. You missaid Kasumi Nizen's dinner. Still reeling slightly from the impact, Ryo blinked then gave a nondescript stare to his sister. My loss. Now let me stand. Kasumi entered, followed by Akan. Seeing the commotion, Kasumi smiled and giggled. She always did so like happy little children at play. Oh my. Akan, on the other hand, immediately frowned. Kyoko beamed widely, waving her hand with vigor as she bounced merrily up and down on Ryo's chest. And the bouncy. Ryo's face shifted once again into that alien look of factual normal human behavior and politeness. He picked up Kyoko and tucked her under an arm as he stood up. Welcome, we single quote, I'll be taking our leave now. Come along, child. Okay, Niai-san. Bye. Kyoko waved happily at Kasumi and Akan as she was carried out. After they left, Akan shook her head in disbelief. How can a girl like that be the younger sister of a jerk like him? Well, look at Kasumi and look at you, said Ranma casually. *****. The walk, he was hoping, was going to be a peaceful, quiet thing. With a child like Kyoko, Ryo should have had lower hopes. Niai-san. Kyoko tugged at his shirt. What? Kyoko poked at his chest. What's that stuff? It's icky. Ryo winced a bit at being poked. Blood, Kyoko. Dried blood. Why? What happened, Niai-san? I battled a large blow thing and turned its feet into bloody stumps. Oh. Kyoko blinked repeatedly for a moment. So Yvonne? Yes. Why? Why indeed? Ryo took a deep breath. Well, do you have your analysis of the anything goes style ready? Yes. Want ice cream? What? Ice cream. Kyoko want Jimbo's 42 flavors ice cream parlor. Ice cream, said Ryo flatly. Millimeters HM. Ice cream. Right. A few minutes later, happy now. Kyoko, with eyes wide and sparkling, looked happily at her 5-scoop ice cream cone. Millimeters HM. Okay, now I'm tired. Tired. Millimeters HM. Ryo frowned, then backed away with a slightly agitated look on his face. You are not going to ask me to. Please. Amy isn't. Mumber, please. Mumber, please. Okay. Just stop it. A moment later Ryo looked upwards with a scowl on his face. Do not let that ice cream drip on me. Understand? Millimeters HM. Do you understand? Yep. Right. This, in his mind, was not good. He had an image to keep up. Ryo Mahashin, the dapper destroyer as the television people were beginning to call him, giving his little sister a ride on his shoulders. He would be terminally embarrassed. Witnesses would have to be killed. Well, how did things go at the Tenbos today? He asked. Went good. Right. Learn anything interesting? Millimeters HM. The essential philosophy of the anything goes school of martial arts, she said proudly. Good. Tell me when we get home. I'm too tired to listen now. Oh. Okay. They traveled through city blocks, quiet roads, and serene bridges in silence. That was exactly what Rio was shopping for, and the ice cream served its purpose, keeping her too busy to chatter away at hyperspeed. SPLATKYOKO. Collapsy. Sorry. Well, there was a drawback, but SPLATAHEM. Collapsy. GRR. Come away with me, said Prince Toma in a suave, as suave as one can get with a squeaky pubescent voice right parenthesis manner. You'll be the princess of my kingdom Isle. Oh Toma, sighed Kurumi. They held hands. They embraced. The bridge exploded under their feet and they tumbled through the air for what seemed like an eternity until they hit the water below. Why'd I do that? Asked Kyoko, peering curiously over the jagged edge of what was left of the bridge. Stress relief, said Rio, twirling his umbrella. Just a little stress relief. Feel much better now. He took a moment to kick some rubble into the water as well, then resumed his stroll. Oh. How'd I do in a tournament? She asked. Did well. As usual. As usual. Oh. Why? Why, yes, yes, yes. Why. Where's Karimisan? Don't ask. Why not? I don't see her a lot, she said, pouting. Now don't let me talk to her enough. Oh my, really? Millimeters HM. Oh well. Isn't HM? Could you, say it? Could you sing that song for me? What underscore? Sing the song you said mommy used to sing. Wanna hear it again? He glared at her harshly. Mumber please. She widened her eyes and pouted. Mumber please. And alright, but you have to analyze some extra combat footage of Ranma and Ryoga for me. Okay. Okay. Sing. Rio sighed. He took a deep breath. Nobody had better be in earshot aside from you. Sing. Sing zing zing. Right. Sing. Why? Rio rolled his eyes up. Why me? Hey. Up. Right. Go slash somewhere. Beyond the sea oh slash somewhere. Waiting for me oh slash my lover stands on golden sounds oh slash and watches the ships that go sailing oh slash your turn. Kyoko nodded happily, and belted out in a cheery voice, go slash somewhere. Beyond the sea oh slash she's there watching for me oh slash if I could fly like birds on high oh slash then straight to her arms I'd go sailing oh slash duet. Yelled Kyoko. Rio sighed. Right. And together they yelled. Oh slash it's the hour. Beyond the stat hours oh slash it's the beyond the moon oh slash I know beyond a doubt. Go slash my heart will lead me there soon. Go slash we'll meet beyond the shore oh slash then we'll kiss. Just as before oh slash happy we'll be beyond the sea oh slash and never again I'll go sailing. Go slash much later. Elukans. Ryoga and Yukai were lounging about Yukai's single quote living room. A small area big enough to fit one couch and a large television. Both were seated on the couch at the moment. Ryoga just watching while Yukai munched on some rice cakes, soda, and channel surfed as if born with talent. So, it's just me and him, said Ryoga quietly. HM? Yukai wanted to say. However, with a mouthful of rice cakes, It came out as MMF. From the old days, I mean. Oh, she meant to say. Instead, it was MF. I mean, it used to be me, Ranma, and Moose in the old days. MF. Oh yeah, of course, you. Can and shampoo too. MF. I guess I just missed the way we all used to hang out together, even if we were trying to kill each other. Millimeters? I mean, sure we can visit Ranma and Akan any time, but now it just feels awkward. Don't you think so? Millimeters, was that a yes or no? Millimeters, 1 millimeters for a yes, 2 for a number, millimeters, oh. Okay. You finally swallowed and washed down the rice cakes with a chug from the bottle of cola. Ah, much better. I've never seen you eat like that before, said Ryoga. Yukai sighed and rested her chin in her palms. He haven't been beaten in a long while. Then again, I haven't been in competition for a long while. You go on eating binges when you get depressed? Asked Ryoga. Well, yeah. But thanks to a great natural metabolism you haven't gotten chubby yet. She sped through several more channels, then sighed and stopped. I was kinda hoping to actually win this thing, even if there was Ranma at the end. Huh? Ranma? Come on, you know he always wins these things. It's the way things seem to work around here. If it's got martial arts and Ranma's in it, he'll win sooner or later. Double quotes. She sunk into the couch and frowned. It would be nice to win. At least once. Ryoga looked grim for a moment, looking away and out through window into the night sky. I'll beat him, he said quietly. I'll win this. I beat him before, once. At lot. The martial arts obstacle race. Sugar, I hate to break it to ya, but this is gonna be a lot harder than a race. You'll see, said Ryoga with grim determination. Double quote. I single quote. I'll win. Yukai smiled. Well, good luck, Sugar. You'll need it. END Part 2 ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* asterisk writer's notes, the big index of obscure Ranma 1/2 characters for the King of Nerima tournament copycat Ken online. Physically, he's somewhat shorter than Ryoga, sporting a white t-shirt, slacks, suspenders, and a red bandana draped over his head exactly like Ranma. His specialty is imitating other martial artists to an uncanny degree, even taking on their physical appearance and voice. He can morph into other fighters when he pulls out a dark green cloak and covers himself with it briefly, taking only a second for the change to take place. He managed to defeat Kuno, Goose, Ryoga and Ranma once before, but Ranma managed to tap into inner reserves and execute the chestnut fist at a speed which Ken just couldn't match. Ryukamon, /left parenthesis online. Many years ago, Ranma offered a scroll containing the secrets of his secret Yamasen technique to the master of the Kumon Dojo in exchange for some food. A short while later, the Kumon Dojo, with Kumon-san inside, crashed to the ground. Ryukamon, the son, blamed Ranma for the fall of the Kumon Dojo. He also mastered the Yamasenkan techniques, which were deadly enough to defeat Ranma in combat. He posed as Ranma for a while to get the complementing style of martial arts, Yumaizenkan, from Ranma's mother. To defeat Ryu, Ranma learned the Yumaizenkan and used it to defeat Ryukamon, also making him promise to never use the Yamasenkan techniques ever again. He's had an occasional mean streak, little patience, but does have enough honor to be a man of his word. In terms of martial arts skill, he gave Ranma a run for his money, defeating him once. It'd be fair to say that Ryu is as good as anyone that's ever been a Nerima martial artist. Debutant. Movie 1. Short fellow that wields a fishing rod. Member of the Seven Lucky Gods martial arts dojo. Saroto. Movie 2. Monkey man that has the ability to force his opponents into a state of severe depression via ki blast. Was unfortunate enough to do this technique to Ryoga. Kaimiyasu Takuji, manga, master of men's rhythmic gymnastics martial arts. Leader of a team of gymnastics martial artists that challenged Kodakai's team. Pantyhose Taro, Anami/manga, boy that was baptized by Yakozai many years ago. Unfortunately, he was baptized in Gosunkugi, into the spring of Yeti, riding a bull while carrying a needle and a crane. He's been after Yakozai, demanding that he change his name. By tradition, only the one that baptized Taro can change his name, so that leaves only Yakozai to do the job. He's been far from willing to do that, feeling that Pantyhose is a perfectly fine name. In human form he can hold his own against Ranma, although the two had never had a definitive human versus human match before. At the most, they've fought briefly with no definite outcome. In his cursed form, Taro is incredibly powerful, fully capable of taking any challenger on. Except Yakozai's. Miscellaneous. Magical girl Kuruma made her first appearance in The Pursuit of Happiness Act 1 Part 2. She's a bit new at this magical girl thing. Plasticite. Nobody important. Masakurai Kujo made his first appearance as an April Fool's TPOH short fic written by Mike Loader. The guy was too good not to use, so alas here he is now. Sakamoto Ray. Nobody important, really. Less than greater than English / emitted from a PS system, telephone, or other electric medium. The Pursuit of Happiness Act 2 The Kings of Nerima Part 3 Major Arcana Furinken High. Lunch hour. Good days these are, my friend, said Hiroshi happily. Good days indeed. Blazyuk scowled and paused in mid-count of a handful of fine. Shut up, man. You'll make me lose count. Hi boys, said one voice, definitely female and somewhat sultry. So, I heard you boys were really cleaning up in the tournament, HM? Said the other female voice. Blazyuk froze, wide-eyed, frozen in mid-yen count. While Hiroshi had enough presence of mind to stuff his fistful of yen in his pockets. Okay. Stumbled Hiroshi. Sayuri. Yuka. Ladies. Okay. Yuka settled down demurely by Hiroshi while Sayuri took a seat next to Daisuke. "So, what you gonna do with all that money?" asked Sayuri, idly running a finger over the fistful of cash that was still in Daisuke's hand. "Oh, well, nothing much, really," stuttered Daisuke. "I mean, we still have to gamble on today's matches." "Yeah, what he said," added Hiroshi, definitely uncomfortable with the way Yuko was suddenly so friendly with him. There were warning bells going off in his mind, but the heat generated by the nearby female contact lost short-circuiting most of his suspicion functions. "How do you end up picking the winners all the time?" asked Sayuri coyly. Well, gosh, it's nothing, really," stammered Hiroshi. We know these guys pretty well, so let know what to expect," said Daisuke. "I don't suppose you'd, oh, tell us who your picks are for the next round, Daisuke-chan?" Sayuri blinked quickly and leaned against him ever so slightly. Sure, I guess," said Daisuke. "Don't see why not," said Hiroshi, smiling nervously. And Copycat Ken is the final pick." Sayuri flipped her notebook closed and tucked it away in her pocket. "It worked like a charm, just as you said it would, Chief." Nabiki smirked. "Of course it would. Like I told you, men single quotes minds are weak." With a wink and a smile, they become putty in a woman's hand. "Now, adjust our odds as follows. Somewhere in the streets of Nerima, a young girl was strolling about and humming happily. The long stream-soft headband she wore flowed with the wind. She took a deep breath and enjoyed the moment. These were good days indeed. Her path towards repeating as the champion of the King of Nerima tournament was free and clear so far. And she was even getting, "Excuse me, aren't you?" She nodded. "Kasugano-san, can I have your autograph?" "Sure, no problem." It was a good time to be the reigning king of Nerima, even if the title should technically been queen. Currently sitting at the bar, staring out the window, Ryoko Mahashin was following a time-honored tradition amongst bar folk. Ryoko Mahashin was mulling. Normally, her older brother would be doing this sort of thing, but she'd observed far too much in the past month to ignore things. She was, although she disliked the term, stalking Ryuga. Whenever she had time off from the cafe, she'd spend her time watching from afar as he made his way through school. Her heart would reach out for him when he was lost and frustrated, wandering aimlessly around the neighborhood. Her heart would sing with passion as she watched through his window and watched him sleep peacefully at night. She fell into an absolute murderous rage when she thought of what else she saw. There were other girls, falling for Ryuga. Her Ryuga. The Kumo girl she despised easily. The arrogance, arrogance, and obscene manner in which she pursued Ryuga infuriated her so. There was that girl. The girl who often was seen with her elder brother's weakling look-alike. Ryoko'd seen her looking at Ryuga many times with the unmistakable look of love and requited. As long as it stayed that way, she didn't mind. The next two, however, she was wondering if she was becoming as mad as her brother. There was a look, that look underscoring her eyes, when she was looking at Ryuga sometimes. And the few times they talked together, they seemed to be uncannily comfortable with each other. And yet, it didn't make sense. Why? She wondered, why did it seem that Akari and Ryuga were a little too close? Paranoia? Her own anxieties? There was something between Ryuga and Yukayu. Oh. The way they looked at each other when the other wasn't looking. The way she fussed over him. The way he blushed sometimes when he was around her. She denied it. He denied it. But Ryoko saw it. This situation was a multifaceted time bomb waiting to happen. The only question now was what to do about it. Kurumi and Natsumi stood on the street corner, looking with longing at the Tendo home. They'd always been treated well there, even when it was revealed soon Tendo wasn't really their father. It was the only place they ever knew that felt like a normal home. But it wasn't their home, and they knew it. They weren't worthy of it. Not yet. Do we really have to leave? Asked Kurumi. You know we do, said Natsumi sternly. We must continue training. I know. Kurumi sighed. I wish we could at least say goodbye to Prince Tsoma. Natsumi rolled her eyes. You shouldn't be distracted from the art by boys, Kurumi. Oh? Is that so? What about you and Ryu? Asked Kurumi, poking Natsumi on the side. Natsumi blushed. I don't know what you're talking about, she said quickly. Round 5 This was it. This was the matchup of the day. In the center of Nerima Stadium, Ranma lead his opponent. This was not going to be easy. Not because the odds were against him. He honestly thought that if he went all out, he'd win. Not because of his fading endurance. Despite being worn down by the constant and daily matches, he felt he had plenty enough left to make it to the end. Not because his opponent was the defending champion. It didn't really count in his mind. After all, he was stuck on Tsoma's Island when the tourney was held last year. It was, however, going to be a bit tricky winning. You see, Ranma didn't hit girls, and the defending champion was a girl. Hi, I'm Sakura Kasugano, said the girl. Nice to meet you. Hi. Ranma you the reigning champion? She nodded cheerfully. That's me. There was something awfully familiar about the girl. Short dark hair, hand guards, white headband, and that stance, definitely Shotokan karate. There was something definitely familiar. / and fighting in the name of truth, justice, and love. Magical girl KURUMA exclamation point. The crowd cheered wildly as the sailor Thuka-clad girl flew in from the sky, her power staff of love in hand. shallowed to the crowds and got a magnificent roar of approval in response. And from the unorthodox weaponry school of MARGIALARDs, OYOMUHOSHIN !! Kuruma blinked. Mahashin? Onumburio walked to the field with an arrogance more powerful than some battlers. The grin on his face reminded her very much of a shark. As he walked up to Kuruma, Ryo bowed slightly and raised an eyebrow. "Say," he said, "haven't we met before?" They had, and this time she wouldn't be able to call Carlos. The first words out of Ryuga's mouth when he saw his shotgun was this: "Oh no." The man was, well, big. He defined the phrase big man. Sumo wrestlers looked like infants compared to him. The dojo destroyer was a size medium next to him. This man was just big. He'd seen him once before, during one of the many times Akane had been kidnapped, but that still didn't help his feeling that this match just wasn't going to be pleasant. //OYOUGAHIBIKI versus MUU ! Ryuga just boggled at the Hulk. "Moo?" Moo replied in a nod. Slow, sort of animalistic moo off his own. This, thought Ryuga, was not good. From the stands Yukayu cheered him on, which, in Murphy's Law, was sure to mean he was going to make an utter fool of himself. He really hoped this match would be much less embarrassing than his previous ones. This was embarrassing. Hadouken. Ranma ducked as another blast of ki flew past. A small strand of hair smoked, singed by it. Akane always told him this would get him in trouble one day. He just didn't think it would happen. She sighed and shook her head as she watched the match continue. Senpukeku. Sakura spun in the air, leg extended, and struck at Ranma multiple times. He blocked easily, but still felt the power behind those kicks. He really was reluctant to hit her. There was an unexpected pause in the match. Ranma blinked, frozen in a defensive stance as Sakura stood there frowning, her arms crossed and foot tapping the ground. "Just what are you doing?" she demanded to know. "Huh? You're not attacking. We're..." She looked at a nearby clock. 3 minutes into the fight and you haven't thrown one punch at me. What's the deal? Somewhere in the crowd, Akane was burying her face in her hands. I don't like to hit girls, okay?" he answered, irritated. "Well, that's a chauvinistic viewpoint, you jerk." The crowd oozed personal insults. This was good. "You're probably not man enough to take me on anyway," Sakura taunted. "What? Why you?" She stuck her tongue out and taunted. "No, right. That was it." He knew of an alternative timing, an anything-goes pressure hold knockdown technique. It was designed to knock out an opponent using pressure points. There was a big drawback. It was created by Ako's eyes. Needless to say, the points to be pressed were going to make him look like a real pervert. But hey, he figured, He was already looking like a real jerk, and his reputation was damaged anyway from the Hinako incident. Ah, what the hell? Asterisk GLOMP asterisk EEK hyphen asterisk slash in 15.3 seconds. YOMUHOSHIN exclamation point slash the crowd stared in disbelief. Magical girl Kuruma remained still on the ground, her face planted in the dirt. Ryoma gave a slight bow to the audience, still grinning, and walked away as arrogantly as he'd arrived. Hyphen asterisk THWAP, mu. Hyphen DHWAP hyphen DHWAP hyphen DHWAP, mu. Damn it. Fall down already. HYH. THWAP, mu. Ryoga retreated a safe distance, getting his breath back, and stared at the monolithic mu. It was aggravating that Mu didn't seem to be affected at all, but it was baffling that Mu had gotten this far in the tournament. After all, he was spectacularly slow. He looked, briefly, into the stands. It seemed Yukaya was shilling something. Ryoga strained to listen through the roar of the crowds what Yukaya was trying to say. Finally, he heard. No. That couldn't be right, could it? Ryoga looked at the massive Mu one more time, and thought it over. Mu and the plan were both just stupid enough to work. Ryoga walked up to Mu solemnly and held his fist out. Mu looked confused for a moment, then a spark of recognition hit him. He held his fist out in a likewise manner. The crowd held its breath. Chan can POW. Ryoga had a rock. Mu had scissors. Swimmer. OYOUGAHIDIKI exclamation point slash the crowd nearly face faulted. Wow, said Yukaya. It really worked. Hyphen asterisk hyphen intermission hyphen asterisk once again, at King's Cafe. So, what's with the big slap mark on the face, Ranshin? Akan gave Ranma a slight glare as he winced. I don't wanna talk about it. Hey, here's the man that beat last year's champion. Cheered Hiroshi as he and Daisuke made their way to the table. Congratulations, man. And may I see you did it in fine style. That he did, said Nabiki Riley as she joined them. Shut up, you guys, snarled Ranma. Akan lapped him on the back of the head. Pervert. Hey, what'd you do that for? For being a jerk. That's what. Hey, I don't hit girls. Wait. Sophie didn't hit girls, asked Yukaya. How'd he win? I don't wanna top, I'll tell ya, said Daisuke. Pressure points. Yukaya and Ryoga gave blank stares. Akan continued to glory at Ranma, who was at this point looking terribly embarrassed. Pressure points? Asked Ryoga. What's so bad about? Asked Yukaya, thinking it over. Oh, the pressure points. Exactly where were they? Ranma grumbled. Didn't hear ya, Ranshin, said Yukaya. What was that? He won't tell you, said Nebiki, pulling out a concorder. But you can see for yourself here. Oh hey, thanks. Ranma's eyes widened and he lunged for the camera. Give me that. CLANG_fund_ just hit less than play greater than. Yukayu. It's already at the good bit. Yukayu put her spatula away, then looked into the eyepiece off the camera and hit the less than play greater than button. Her eye widened and she blushed. Oh my. Ryoga nudged Yukayu. Hey, let's see. She rewound back a bit, then handed him the camera. As he watched, his eyes grew wide. Jeez, he really is a pervert. Oh, that explains that slap on the face. And down she goes. They got the results of this round online yet? Asked Yukayu. Nabiki opened her laptop. Good question. Let me check. The King of Nerima Tournament Day 3 results showed on Ranma de Kasugano. Sakura, recap, statistics, highlights, Tako's ID Munrun, recap, statistics, highlights, Mohashin Ryoga Magical Girl Kuruma, recap, statistics, highlights, Copycat Candy 1 Ton, recap, statistics, highlights, Hibiki Ryoga Dimu, recap, statistics, highlights, Conjure Miracle. Decade, recap, statistics, highlights, Kumon Ryudi Shingo, recap, statistics, highlights, Rodumanu Dio Jajimbo, recap, statistics, highlights, MORUPREGIOUS results MAINSTATISTICS-odds next round. Nabiki blinked. That's surprising. They have the next round lineup ready. Yukayu shrugged. Hey, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. At this point, Ranma groaned as he made his way back to consciousness, but nobody noticed. The King of Nerima Tournament Day 3 Round 2 lineup showed on Ranma vs Tako's Eyes Statistics, Insider, Mohashin Ryo vs Copycat Ken, Statistics, Insider, Hibiki Ryoga vs Miracle, Statistics, Insider, Kumon Ryu vs Yojimbo, Statistics, Insider right square bracket hyphen more PREGIOUS results MAINSTATISTICSODDS Ranma peered over Nabiki's shoulder and into the screen. Oh man. Not the old freak. Nabiki was pleased. Everything was going according to plan so far. The people who were supposed to be winning were winning, and at the rate things were going, there was a great potential for an upset. It seemed almost too well arranged, and according to some other sources it was well arranged. Things were coming to a close soon. Now was the time to make sure certain variables were going to behave in the manner they should. Asterisk, did you really have to be so violent today? Asked Akurai, leaning on his shoulder. Ryo gave a good imitation of a warm smile and patted Akurai's arm. It's part of being a martial artist. Didn't we have this discussion? I know, said Akurai, but seeing you like that scares me. Ryo hemmed for a moment, then shrugged and reached for his drink. He lifted it for a moment, then shook it slightly. I'll be right back, darling. Drink's empty. He strolled over to the bar, twirling his umbrella, and took a seat. The bartender seemed to be busy with other customers at the moment. He hated waiting, but there seemed to be no other choice. Mr. Mohashin, I presume. He turned around. Nabiki Tendo, yes. She nodded and took a seat next to him. You know, said Nabiki, looking at the drink list, I've heard there's someone behind the scenes fixing the arrangements on the fights. Is that so? He replied coolly. I wouldn't know. If it was true, then I'd be curious as to the motive, said Nebiki. Like, say, money. Ryo stood perfectly still and silent. Or perhaps a personal vendetta. Ryo coughed. Against one of the fighters. Ryo blinked twice. And I wonder if any of the fights were fixed. Ryo remained still. Nebiki smiled. Millimeters HM. It certainly does seem that Ranma and Ryoga have had a tougher set of opponents than the rest of the field. Ranma especially. Ryo scratched his chin. At the rate they're going, they might not have much left if they make it to the final round. Ryo whistled innocently and looked off into the distance. Nebiki paused a moment, then shrugged. As long as none of the fights were going to be fixed without her knowing about it, then she didn't have a problem with it. See you round, Mohashin. Adieu. Round 6 Furinken High Soccer Field. It was, to those in the know, a possibly great fight in the making. One was the founder of Anything Goes martial arts and an infamous man whose reputation was known from Japan to China and probably quite a bit beyond. He was quite possibly the most perverted old martial arts expert in Japan. He was the master. From the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts, HAPPOSSAI! Hello, Ranma. The other was the most promising student of Anything Goes martial arts, a student that had often taught the master to stand still. On the occasions in which he had triumphed over the master, it was not due to his tremendous skill, but his master's terrible weakness to women's undergarments. Also from the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts, Hey, old freak. The student really didn't like the master. Fight! For a while, the two just looked at each other. Ranma examined Appo's eye warily, while the old man looked at Ranma with amusement. Any words they'd say at this point would be redundant. They'd thought that much and knew each other that well. From those that knew them, a fierce and prolonged battle was expected. Ranma had other plans. Suddenly, Ranma gasped and wanted behind Appo's eyes. What a babe! Ranma readied himself for the opening. Appo twitched, but he otherwise didn't move. To everyone, this was a great shock. Appo's eyes, the greatest pervert martial artist in the world, not even peeking. It'll take more than that this time, boys. I've been training. Oh. Suddenly, Ranma whipped out a bra. Appo's eye just laughed. Why would I want that when I've got this? He asked, pulling out a bra of his own. Take a gander at this. Top quality all silk, with just the right amount of cushioning, and the latest from the spring line of Megami Secret. The crow loosed and nodded in appreciation. Even Ranma was impressed. And the previous owner had a wonderful body perfume. Somewhere out there, in the city, Kodakai shuddered. This baby'll give me enough energy to last for a month. It looked to Ranma like there was only one option left. Hit him while they're talking. After that, he'd just have to work it out as it happened like he usually did. Why? With this bra I can take on DHCK. Asterisk wham asterisk the crowd cheered as Tako's eye was flung back from Ranma's lightning quick rushing punch. Ranma followed his initial attack with a flying kick, but Tako's eye dodged easily. So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh? Asked Tako's eyes. Taco fire burst. The old master tossed out dozens of small bombs, far too many for Ranma to toss back at him. With nothing better to do, he dodged and ran. The audience covered their ears and closed their eyes as the explosions rocked the field of battle. In the stands, Hiroshi and Daisuke escaped. He went for the bombs this early. Hiroshi crossed out something on a notepad. I knew I shouldn't have bet on that. Ryoga was at a disadvantage. He didn't like to fight girls. The fact that he was fighting on her territory wasn't good either. 2468. Who do you appreciate? The field of battle was the Seishungakuin High Soccer Field. His opponent was their champion and heroine, known as Mariko. Mariko. Mariko Kanju, the champion martial arts cheerleader in the district. The crowd cheered wildly as Mariko emerged into view, leaping over the top of a human pyramid formation of cheerleaders. A blonde, short-haired, overly happy-looking girl. From what he'd heard, Mariko was fast, agile, and very tricky. Like fighting Kodakai, he thought, except without the fear factor. She landed on the ground perfectly on both feet, then walked to the crowd with her pom-poms while jumping around. The crowd responded with more cheers. The chant of Mariko could be heard echoing through the field. //Mariko versus Ryougahidiki. Fight! Mariko opened the round with a volley of batons which Ryoga deflected by quickly opening his umbrella. He returned fire with a couple of tossed bandanas, but missed as the cheerleader easily dodged. Baton crush! Yelled the cheerleader, whipping a baton outward. With lightning speed, it extended 10 feet and nailed Ryoga on the jaw. It was a strong enough hit to send him staggering back a few steps. Needless to say, the crowd went wild. THUD, try again, boys. Cackled Tako's eyes. He was feeling good at the moment, with the match being even thus far, but with a little momentum not going his way. The little momentum came in the form of 2 pipe throws in a row, both sending Ranma skidding face first across the field. Ranma charged again and Tako's eye easily hooked him with his pipe, heaving Ranma over his shoulder. WHOA. This time, Ranma managed to hold on to the pipe, yanking Tako's eye upwards with him. In midair, they spun around trying to establish control. Ranma gained the upper hand on flung Tako's eye down to the ground, hard, then followed up with a diving double kick that had the audience single quoting in appreciation. The women in the audience cheered. Ranma dusted off his hands with a smug grin on his face. That was easy. Asterisk 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 BLAM asterisk 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 hyphen asterisk with a wave of her hand. Mariko yelled, "Hey, I know Toriko Kimono Ito flying tape," and sent a rain of tape threads Ryuga's way. He blocked with his umbrella, only to have it yanked away as Mariko pulled back on the tape. Ryuga was taken by surprise by the loss of his weapon, leaving him open as Mariko took advantage and tagged him hard with two quick put-on crush strikes. Ryuga staggered back a moment, then rushed forward with several kicks and punches which Mariko seemed to easily dance around before she flipped safely away again. In an amazing demonstration of tactical thinking which he would have lacked several years ago, Ryuga noted that her agility was definitely a problem. He wondered if she'd be so agile on shaky ground. BAKUSAI 10KDSU. With all 10 fingers he stabbed into the ground, setting off a chain reaction of explosions around him, until most of the battlefield was turned into uneven clumps of rock and dirt. Mariko, taken by surprise from the force and range of the blast, stumbled and fell as the ground under her feet turned to rubble. Ryuga grinned. It was, the audience agreed, a grueling match. Master and student clashed at lightning speeds on the ground and in the air. The match had more key attacks than any previous one, making for an incredible fireworks display. Hiroshi and Daisuke were ready. They had their shadows on. MOKOUDAKBISHA. A burst of energy shot from Ranma. The crow loosed. Tako's eyes battle flared and manifested itself into a 40-foot-tall image of the diminutive demon, taking the impact of the key blast easily. The crow dodged. Ranma and Tako's eye both took to the air, meeting at the peak of their jump with a flurry of punches and kicks. After an amazingly long moment of hang time, one fell flat on his face to the ground. The other landed gracefully. The crowd gasped. Tako's eyes smirked. "Blah ha ha. Had enough, boys?" Ranma stood up slowly. He was also smiling, which also confused Tako's eyes. Then the old man saw why. In Ranma's hand was the top quality, all silk, cushion, and latest in design brought from Megami's secret. Ranma grinned. Oh no. My precious. Tako's eye sprang forward desperately and recklessly, trying to regain the source of his power. Unfortunately for him, he also left himself wide open. TNSHINAMAGURIKN. Hawk. Several hundred punches later. And the winner. Or ANMASA audio ME exclamation point / the crowd cheered, the women definitely louder than the men. The audience was surprised at how the match between Ryo Mahashin and Copycat Ken was progressing. Ken and Ryo were both impressive in their victories. Butrio was currently the leader in absolute domination with an average match time of 1 minute and 12 seconds. This match had gone well beyond 10 minutes, and it wasn't because both fighters were battling to a standstill. Ryo was, for the first time in the tournament, being drowned. The frequent change in tactics was clearly throwing him off his stride, and by the end of 15 grueling minutes Ryo was a battered wreck on the floor while the copycat Ken only looked slightly worn down. To add insult to injury, he was currently attacking Ryo. "So, had enough?" asked Ryo/Ken. Ryo got up on one knee, looking very unsteady, and glared at his imitator with narrow eyes. "Now to finish you off," said Ryo/Ken, pacing around Ryo steadily. "Maybe with speed?" he asked, suddenly morphing into Ranma. "Maybe I'll cut you to pieces," he pondered, turning into Moose, blades dangling from his sleeves. "None, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way." Ken morphed into Ryuga and cracked his knuckles. "I'll beat the crap outta you." Suddenly, Ryo was looking very angry, and the dark fiery aura around him was somewhat disturbing too. He had to admit it. He was feeling guilty. And the winner ... Ryuga never did like hitting girls, and this match made him feel like he'd been dishonorable. The boos and jeers from the crowd certainly didn't help. //RYOUGAHIDIKI! He sighed and looked at Mariko, who just beginning to get back on her feet. Guilt being the wonderful motivator that it is, it motivated him to help her to her feet. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked. Mariko looked up at the boy who had beaten him. Was that genuine concern she heard in his voice? Was that worry she saw in his eyes? Did he care? She blushed slightly. He was really worried about her. She wondered how it'd feel to be in his arms. She managed to say, then closed her eyes. Mariko fell into his arms. Ryuga looked panic-stricken. Somewhere out there, he knew Kaiu was watching. "You, Casanova?" Yes, she was definitely watching. What to now? He couldn't leave Mariko out here. He'd have to carry her off to the sidelines, at the very least. Unseen by Ryuga, Mariko's lips formed a slight smile. It felt good to be in his arms. Ryuga/Ken was slammed face first into the ground for the 10th time in a row. Ryo, surrounded by a flaming Dakora, pulled him up by the neck like a rag doll, then marched towards one of the nearby cameramen. "Stay right there," he snarled. A second later, as mashed Ryuga/Ken single quote face into the camera. And the winner ... Kind of obvious, isn't it? Roared Ryo. He glared at Copycat Ken once more, then strode off the field seething with anger. *4th floor, Furinken High, Shodomzen, boss. Just like everyone expected. Nebiki nodded. Sayuri checked further on her notebook. Also in her. Ryo and Ryuga. Still waiting on Ryu vs Yojimbo. "Any footage highlights of note?" asked Nebiki. "The Ranma vs Hakozai match was a real light show," replied Yuka. "We're sure to sell lots of copies of those. Oh yeah, there's an interesting new rumor floating around." "You big womanizing pervert," sneered Yukayu. "I didn't do anything." protested Ryuga loudly, drawing looks from the other pedestrians as they walked down the street. Yeah, right. So what's that lipstick mark on your face, Kamaha? Ryuga stopped. Lipstick? What lipstick? She swung out her spatula and held the flat end out in front of Ryuga's face. He winced. Look in the reflection, idiot. Ryuga blinked, looked up, then quickly tore off a bandana and wiped off a lipstick mark on his cheek. I didn't mean anything. He stuttered. Whatever. Come on, the guys are waiting for us. She took him firmly by the hand and started them moving through the crowds once more. The cafe again? Yukai nodded. A few minutes later, they made their way through King's Cafe, where it seemed all of Nerima's martial artists were hanging out lately. Ranma, Akan, and quite a few others were seated at one of the long tables. Hiroshi and Daisuke were tallying their gambling hits and misses for the day. Sayuri and Yuko were there as well, accompanying the boys. Prince Toma and Ryukamon were there as well. Hey guys! Greeted Ranma. Everyone else gave them a wave, except Prince Toma and Ryukamon. Both were in shock at the moment. I don't believe she left, murmured Prince Toma. Just like that, sighed Ryu. Oh, cheer up. I'm sure you'll run into them again, said Akan. In reply, both Ryu and Toma sighed and stared silently into their drinks. Hibiikai-sama. Ryu tailed then dove under the table. I'm not here, he hissed. A moment later, a somewhat bruised but happy Mariko Kanji pranced happily past, looking around. Dog, I thought he saw him here. She looked around once more, then bounded away to another part of the cafe. Yukai frowned and gave Ryuga a swift kick. Oh W. She's gone now. Get up, jackass. Ryuga cautiously rose back up to his seat. Ranma meanwhile, was grinning. So, what was that all about? It wasn't my fault, he said firmly. Ryuga's picked up a new girlfriend, said Yukai. Why that's fly dog, said Ranma smugly. Ryuga, I didn't think you had it in ya. Shut up, Ranma. Us began another round of pointless Ranma-Ryuga squabbling. By this time, everyone had learned to tune it out like the background noise that it was. So, how'd your match go? Sayuri asked Ryu. Never thought a sumo guy could be so fast, said Ryu. Yojimbo wasn't easy. Yeah, he's the current leading rebounder in the cafeteria, said Hiroshi, not looking away from his notepad. What? Cafeteria. Rebounding, added Daisuke, although he too was distracted with penciling in figures on his notepad. Ryu still looked confused. Ah, right. Daisuke looked up for a moment to stretch his neck, then his eyes locked onto the nearby television, currently on the King of Nerima pay-per-view channel. He tapped Ryu down the shoulder, effectively derailing the Ranma/Ryuga squabbling. Hey, Ryuga. I think you ought to look on the TV, man. If you hadn't, huh? What? The television. You. Look. Everyone at the table looked to the screen, where a bruised, beaten, and bloodied Ryuga was smashed face first into the camera's point of view. And that was the end of the Ryo Mahashin /copycat Ken battle Yow. That was surreal, said Yukayu. * in a park on Tokyo Bay, Ryo Mahashin sat moodily on a bench, alone. The night sky was rather beautiful. The breeze was refreshing. He didn't notice that. He was reading a note. Mahashin-san, we regret to inform you that we've found employment elsewhere. Good luck on the Enryu scam, though we really advise against it. Or Tabamai and Shobero-P.S. No hard feelings, right? Ryo crushed the note in his fist and flung the paper away angrily. He stood up, took a deep breath, and walked away. A moment later, Tanya Nori emerged from the shadows. She idly tossed around the crumpled note and grinned. The pursuit of a goal, she felt, was always easier when there wasn't competition around. If she played her cards right, things were going to become easier. She read the note one more time and shook her head. By way of covert surveillance, she knew who the major players in Nerima were. Hikarai looked nice enough. Rotten bastard, victimizing a girl like that. The people in Ranma's table greeted Nebiki as she took her seat. Hi guys, sorry I'm late. Did they list the next round matchups yet? Asked Akan. Not quite yet, said Nebiki. It's down to Ranma, Ryuga, Ryukamon, and Ryo Mahashin. Oh, if I was the one to arrange the fights, I'd make it Ranma vs Ryo and Ryuga vs Ryo. Maximizes the grudge match quality. I dunno, said Yuka. A Ryuga vs Ryo match would be kinda neat. Oh? Why? Yuka tilted her head towards Ryuga, then at Ryu. Everyone at the table took a look at Ryu, with his sleeveless shirt, bandana, and spotted leggings, then ate Ryuga with his sleeveless shirt, spotted bandana, and leggings. A few snickers followed. Hey, what's so funny? Asked Ryuga. Ryu shrugged. Ryo looked at the roster list and frowned. Decisions. There were only 4 fighters left, himself, Ryuga, Ranma, and Ryu. He could take Ryuga on now, but that wouldn't make for a proper climactic moment. No, his glorious battle against Ryuga must be the last match of the tournament. Then what of the alternatives? Ranma vs Ryuga? No, certainly not. From what he'd heard, Ranma and Ryoga he would surely win that match, and thus deny Ryo the glorious ending he deserved. Decisions. End part 3. Less than greater than English / emitted from a PS system, telephone, or other electric medium. The Pursuit of Happiness Act to the Kings of Nerima Part 4 Kings Reversed So, let's review, said Ryo. Kyoko gulped down the last of her 31 flavor ice cream bowl and rubbed her chin in thought. She began to speak in a tone sounding far too intelligent to be coming from a 12-year-old. The Sodom School of Anything Goes martial arts is anchored primarily in Kempo, but contains elements from other arts. Their belief is in the ability to adapt to any given situation. And lauded Ranma Sodom. Asked Ryo. He's very fast. At his top speed, you can't possibly match it. He relies heavily on his speed and his ability to adapt to an opponent's strategy. He finds patterns and will take advantage. Any habits of his? Asked Ryo. He usually waits for the opponent to make the first move unless it's someone he knows. Millimeters HM. And never challenge him in the air. His skill in air-to-air combat is high. I see. And if I allow you to train under their dojo, how long until you achieve Ranma's level of ability? 2 years. Ryo grinned. It was convenient having a little sister who was something of an idiot savant. How may I defeat him? Be as unpredictable as you can. Catch him off guard with switching patterns. Your strength is superior. Trading hits is to your advantage. Don't start the match as the aggressor. He's used to beginning a fight on defense, and the change will make him uneasy. Anything else? Kyoko nodded. Use umbrella number sign 3. Right. Kyoko looked at him, frowning. After a minute of being stared at, Ryo gave her a sideward glare. What now? I want ice cream. More ice cream. More. Well, fine. Since you did your report well. Wait. Hyphen asterisk 4th floor, Furinkin High School. 4:30 p.m., you sure they aren't related? Asked Yuka. Nebiki looked from one photograph to another and smirked. The resemblance is close, isn't it? Sure is, replied Yuka. Hiroshi and Daisuke are going with Ryoga on this one. Odds? Asked Nebiki. They didn't say. HRM. I'll give Ryoga 3:2 odds. Ryu's good, but he's had to change his fighting style from the ground up recently. How about the Sodom/Muhashim fight? They're picking Ranma with high confidence, said Yuka. A no-brainer, in their books. Ranma, 7:4 odds. At close? Asked Sayuri. Well, Ranma _had the roughest going through all 4 rounds, while Muhashim's breezed through his. He still holds the top spot for quickest victory in a match and fastest average time. It'll be a good match. We hyping the Hibiki/Kumon matchup in any way? Asked Sayuri. Any catchy phrases? HRMM, I dunno. Nebiki continued looking from one photo to the other, the threads of a plan dangling just out of her reach. Almost related. Like brothers. She stood up and paced around slowly, deep in thought. Brother against brother. HRM. It's got a Watized. A John Wuisk, suggested Yuka. Nebiki snapped her fingers. That's it. Wuisk feel to it. Yeah. Too bad they aren't related, huh? Asked Yuka. Sayuri nodded. Yeah, too bad. Nebiki grinned. Well, you know that, and I know that, but... round 7 start Furinkin High Soccer Field, a little later. Ryugamon was confused. Ryuga more so. Do you have any idea why everyone here thinks we're brothers? Asked Ryuga. No idea, said Ryu. I guess I could ask. HM? No, never mind. Ryuga knew that Nebiki or her employees might know, but then again he didn't have that much money. You ready? Asked Ryu. Ryuga nodded solemnly. //RYUUKUMON versus RYOUGAHIDIKI ! The crowd cheered. A few of them looked a bit touched. More of them were looking annoyed. For a fight between two long-lost brothers, they sure are cool about it, someone grumbled. //fight ! Ranma had finally met an arrogance larger than his own and it looked like a Gosunkugi. In the field of battle, this case being the St. Iberka soccer field, Ranma casually stretched and paced around. His opponent, on the other hand, had a mat laid out on the ground, was sitting under the shade of his open-end umbrella, sipping tea and reading the newspaper. He'd been like that for several minutes, and was already seated when Ranma had arrived. From the unorthodox weaponry school of martial arts, !! Ryo blinked, looked around, folded up his newspaper, closed his umbrella, rolled up his mat and tossed it to the sidelines, then stood up casually. There was some amount of applause, cheering from Akerai, and a smattering of boos from the fans of magical girl Kuruma and Yukayu. He yawned yet again, stretched, then adjusted the black gloves on his hands. From the SAODOME School of Anything Goes Martial Arts, !! The audience roared their approval, inflating Ranma's ego for her. He was, in everyone's eyes, the eventual champion. Ryo gave Ranma a look of utter contempt, a high and mighty look that only Tatewaki Kumo could match in terms of haughtiness. Your anything goes is very good, said Ryo, but it is no match for my 44 Devil's Umbrella style. Ranma sneered and wiped his nose in a manner reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Dream on. I'll kick your butt any day of the week. // fight ! Ranma assumed a fighting stance. Ryo crossed his arms and tapped his foot impatiently. Neither fighter attacked. Ryo began twirling his umbrella idly. Ranma approached, still in a fighting stance, called through lines slowly. He didn't like this at all. Intending to prod Ryo out of an activity, he jabbed tentatively. He had to pull his arm back quickly and retreat as a sudden blizzard of slashes came his way. He sprang back ready for a charge from Ryo, who was idly twirling his umbrella once more and whistling. This he wasn't used to. In most of his fights, he wasn't the aggressor. This was getting irritating. Ryo looked at his watch and cascade. So much for keeping it under a minute. He gave Ranma an irritated glance. Any day now. Ranma frowned and took a few steps sideways, then rushed forward with a punch. Ryo ducked under it and slashed at Ranma's stomach, but missed as he flipped over Ryo and turned, intending to spin around with a kick. He saw Ryo's blade stab deliberately into the ground a moment before he lost the kick and sprang back instead as Ryo set off a breaking point, sending debris flying everywhere. Ryo turned around, looking as arrogant as he did at the start of the match. He brushed off his suit jacket, then motioned for Ranma to approach. Again, he was being mocked. He hated being mocked. Ranma sharked forward and began throwing punches, yelling, "K-C-H-U-D-N-S-H-I-N-A-M-A-G-U-R-I-K-N." He felt 10, 20, 50 punches hit their mark in a matter of seconds. Ryo staggered back slightly, then surprised Ranma when he grabbed him by the neck and slammed Ranma head first into the ground. He was dazed, but still had enough presence of mind to lash out with his feet and knock Ryo off and away. Both combatants quickly got to their feet and faced each other again. There was a bit of blood on Ryo's lip. Ranma's head was still spinning a bit. The strategic part of Ranma's mind was readjusting to the situation. It looked like the chestnut fist was out. Sure, there were lots of hits, but he needed more power behind his strikes and he knew he could outspeed Ryo even without it. He took a quick half-second to evaluate Ryo's state. Mohashin was a bit rattled by the kick, but seemed otherwise fine. Definitely surprising endurance. Ryo also seemed a bit irritated. Ranma knew from earlier matches in the tournament that Ryo was very much the aggressive fighter. Holding back was obviously annoying him. Well then, it was just a matter of willpower. Ranma waited. Ryo waited. The crowd waited. The battle between Ryuga and Ryo was at a frenzied pace, with both sending slashing kicks and powerful punches at each other. At first, the match seemed fairly even, with both opponents being skilled enough to dodge each other and stay on the offense. With each passing second, however, Ryushan's seemed to glow slightly brighter. When they finally reached an intense fiery yellow, he yelled out a battle cry and lashed out with blinding speed, slipping through Ryuga's defenses and landing a pair of solid burning palm strikes at his chest and stomach, causing Ryuga to doubly suffer in pain and crumple to the floor. Ryu grinned. The Kumon School of Martial Arts secret technique, the Dragon Fire Palm, took a lot of work to master, but he'd done it. Those punches were powerful enough to bring anyone to their knees. And then Ryuga poked the ground with his fingers. It wasn't so much a breaking point blast as it was a breaking point _wave_. Ryo was caught entirely by surprise as the ground shook and shattered, rolling back and pushing him with it like a tidal wave. After being pushed and pummeled by the shockwave of exploding earth, Ryo quickly rolled up to his feet. He was dazed, bruised, and reeling. He trained himself hard to spring back from hard hits, which was the only reason why he was able to block the oncoming barrage of punches Ryuga sent. The first few of them, anyway. A badly timed block allowed one of Ryuga's strikes to break through, and it went downhill quickly for Ryu from there. He crumpled from the blow and left himself open as punch after punch found their mark. Dazed, damaged, and near defeat, Ryu grew desperate. He pulled his arms back and whipped them around in a cutting arc, Batlore trailing his arms. Kijinharishu. Flaming ki projectiles crashed into Ryu and sent him fleeing across the field. The crowd roared with excitement. It seemed things were turning around in a dramatic fashion. Ryu stood up straight. Then he looked down at the ground and scowled. With a sigh, he walked away from the field off bat and muttered to the announcer: "I forfeit." The waiting paid off. Ryo ran out of patience and charged, slashing at Ranma in elaborate and unpredictable patterns, forcing him to retreat. But with every few steps back, he found an opening and connected with a solid hit. As the punch connected, he knew something was wrong. Ryo winked in pain, but easily grabbed him by the arm. It was all too clear too late. He let himself get hit so he could take away the one big advantage Ranma had: mobility. With his other arm, Ranma began pummeling away at Ryo with hundreds of punches. Ryo grunted, but didn't let go and instead gave Ranma's arm a hard twist. Ranma flipped with the arm twist, lashing out with a kick as he spun around that connected with Ryo's jaw. It snapped his head back, but still wasn't enough to get Ryo to release his grip. Instead, much to Ranma's surprise, he quickly let go of the umbrella and caught the leg that hit him before Ranma could pull it away. Then with arm and leg held, he slung Ranma overhead and into the ground. A positive and negative came out of this. The positive was that in the process of slamming him overhead, Ryo lost his grip on Ranma's arm. The negative was that Ryo now had an iron grip on his leg, which is how Ranma got slung overhead and into the ground yet again, landing face first into the earth. He felt himself dragged a bit, then looked to see Ryo bending down to grab his dropped umbrella. He took advantage of Ryo's inattention and sprang up to give him a solid boot to the head. He felt Ryo finally let go of his leg, and then a flash of pain as Ryo's blade raked across it. Ranma ignored the pain, seeing an opening in that Ryo had overcommitted himself to the slash, and lashed out again with another kick to the head that knocked Ryo flat on his back. Ranma took some measure of satisfaction in seeing Ryo definitely worn down, looking shaky as he stood up. Then again, he wasn't feeling so great himself. Things weren't going as well as he wanted at all. The match was taking too much out of him. No matter who attacked in the final round, he couldn't afford to be any more worn down than this. Slowly, Ranma began retreating from Ryo in a circular pattern, dodging and blocking umbrella swipes as he backed away. And then he did something that made the whole crowd gasp. With all the speed of the chestnut fist, he slapped Ryo in the face several times. In front of everyone, the crowd gasped. Ryo staggered back for a moment, shock and outrage quickly twisting his face into a murderous scowl. Die! Good, thought Ranma. Got him mad. Hope the rest is easy. Alone with his thoughts atop Furinken High, Ryukamon was upset. He hated himself for slipping up like he did. He hated it that Natsumi wasn't around. And he hated Ranma for making him give that stupid promise. In that moment of panic when Ryoga had suddenly gained the upper hand, he'd used a move from the Yamasenken, a forbidden technique created by Jean Masodom. A while back, after losing in a duel with Ranma, he'd promised on his honor never to use that technique again. And he blew it. Damn it. He sighed, grabbed his backpack, and made his way to Thestire's. Nothing left to do but do the wandering warrior thing again. There was more training to be done, until the day he could fight on his own without even thinking of using the Yamasenken. And maybe he'd run into Natsumi out there. That peculiar battle or that Ranma scene around Q now is beginning to flare up around Ryo. His strikes were coming in faster, and Ranma could feel the heat from his ki. Almost there. Just a little warmer and Ryo'd be holding off to send to the moon when the Hiryu Shoten hit him. And then Ryo did something Ranma didn't expect. He stabbed his umbrella into the ground and set off a breaking point, sending debris flying at Ranma's face. Ranma dodged the initial blast, but got caught by the next two and raised his arms up in defense. Through the storm of debris he sensed movement and dodged as Ryo charged through with an umbrella swipe. Ranma grabbed it, intending to disarm Ryo, but as he pulled out the umbrella, Ryo's hand brushed over Ranma's. Then his fingernails exploded. Ranma yelled in pain and let go, springing back a safe distance while Ryo struck an arrogant pose, umbrella slung across his shoulders. And I do bones, too, said Ryo dryly. The blade of his umbrella withdrew with the chin and a rapier-like type repacked it. He say anything to you about it? Asked Yukayu, leading Ryoga through sidewalks and streets. He shrugged. No, he just quit. That's weird. You feeling okay? Looked like he got a few solid hits in you. Didn't feel a thing, said Ryoga. He hit you right here, right? P-O-K-E-O-W. What'd you do that for? Yukayu frowned. Thought you said you didn't feel a thing. Okay, maybe it did hurt. She smirked. Much better. Everyone could use a little modesty. The two walked along in silence for a while. Every now and then Yukayu looked back to make sure Ryoga didn't wander off. For once, he didn't. He was actually looking a little grim. You're awfully quiet. Something on your mind, sugar? Asked Yukayu. It's down to me and Ranma. Again. You think he beat Muhashin? What do you think? They walked again in silence for a few seconds more. You're right, said Yukayu. He probably did win. They walked further on before Yukayu spoke again. So, you and him again? Ryoga nodded grimly. Yukayu smirked. From bread feud to battle royale. Hey! It was more than that. He replied defensively. She couldn't help but giggle. Just kidding, just kidding. Yukayu's giggles eventually trailed off, and once more they were walking across the town in silence. Just this once, I want to win. Ever since we met, it's always been him. Just once. Just. Yukai noticed the hint of bitterness in his voice. She stopped walking for a moment and faced him. Ryoga? Yeah? She looked him in the eye, and when she spoke he believed every word. I believe in you. Why you do? She smiled, that little smile that he always liked to see. Definitely. She turned around to start walking, then paused and faced him again, that same grin still on her face. Hey, every dog has his day, right? Hey you. She stuck out her tongue, gave the standard, body exclamation point double quote comma then ran away, with Ryoga giving chase, both laughing all the way. Hyphen asterisk HIOIUUSHOD fa. Ryo was nearly blinded by the flash of light and deafened by the sudden roar that accompanied Ranma's attack, a massive column of ki that struck him like a freight train and sent him flying high into the sky. He was fading into unconsciousness. No. He was not going to lose. Not again. Hyphen asterisk past the binoculars. Man, asked Hiroshi. Here you go. Hiroshi and Daisuke were generally pleased with the way things were going. The match was dramatic, flashy, and very entertaining. There was also no indication that Ranma would lose this one. One of his better Hiryu Shotenha blasts. Don't shutting? Asked Hiroshi. Musashi must have been really flaming hot to get himself knocked up that high, said Daisuke. Oh yeah, way up there, said Hiroshi, continuing Taladrio's upward flight into the air. Oh, hey, Waitasik, something interesting happening here. Oh, looks like Ryo's not out for the count. Yep, he's opening his umbrella. He's floating down. Whoa, does he look pissed off? One heck of a battle, too. Hey, lemme see, said Daisuke, grabbing the binoculars. HRM, he's revving up for a ki blast. Don't think Ranma notices, said Hiroshi. Nope, he doesn't notice. Look up, you moron, yelled Daisuke. Hyphen asterisk the crowd was cheering now, dazzled at the display of energy the Hiryu Shotenha made, knowing that the predestined champion had once again triumphed in spectacular fashion. Ranma was still in post-Hiryu Shotenha position, fist held high in the air and face looking downward. The wind around him was only now beginning to come down. Something wasn't quite right. Ryo should have landed by now. Someone in the audience yelled something. Amidst the cheer of the crowds, somehow, he managed to hear it. Look up, you moron. Look up. Hyphen asterisk Ranma looked up, then raised his arms up in defense as a storm of boomerang-shaped ki blasts rained down from above. The ground shook, the air was choked with debris and dust as the blasts raised the ground in a 20-meter radius around Ranma. The crowd gasped. A second after the storm stopped, Ryo Musashi plummeted from the sky, roaring, umbrella raised over his head and held ready as he dropped into the cloudy, smoke-filled battlefield. Daisuke whistled. Damn, now that was impressive, said Hiroshi. Did Ranma get out of the way in time? Asked Daisuke. He got caught when they first hit, said Hiroshi. Dunno if he managed to dodge his way out or not. Damn, I wish the debris would settle down already. I can't see a thing. In one of those moments of perfect dramatic timing that could only happen in Nerima, a gust of wind happened to blow just then, clearing the field and revealing the two ragged gladiators. "Whoa," said Hiroshi. Daisuke whistled in admiration yet again. Dramatic or what? A wave of silence washed over the crowd as the two fighters stood still amidst the now ruined battlefield. Ranma, while looking bruised, battered, and burned, still stood tall and ready. There was confidence in his eyes and determination in his face. "Surprised he's still standing," said Hiroshi. "Seize second wind," said Daisuke. "You know how he always gets the second wind when he fights." "Oh yeah." Ryo stood, about 20 meters away from Ranma, in a sort of crouching stance. He looked as worn as Ranma, with only skepticism. Instead of confidence, there was rage. He was clearly mad, beyond mad, with a snarl on his lips and he sorta still flaring. He was breathing deeply, but it wasn't clear if it was because he was tired or enraged. Ki blast like that usually takes a lot out of a person, doesn't single quote it. Asked Daisuke. Millimeters HM. Figure that was Ryo's desperation move, said Hiroshi. "I guess he doesn't have much left." Ryo began spinning his umbrella, which began burning brightly with ki. "Then again, maybe not," muttered Hiroshi. He charged forward, swinging ki blasts as he ran. Ranma shot towards Ryo at the same time, dodging ki blasts with inhuman speed, his fist pulled back and ready to strike. The two met at the middle in a fury of slashes and punches. Ranma ducked and weaved while Ryo slashed about madly, the missed swings tearing up the ground. Ranma landed a punch after every slash, but it didn't seem to fuzz Ryo at all, continuing his non-stop frenzy of slashes. Ryo swiveled his grip on the umbrella and caught Ranma's ankle with the hooked handle, sending Ranma falling backwards. As he fell, Ryo switched his grip again and brought the blade then down at Ranma. Ranma twisted out of the way of the downward slash, landing in a handstand. He shot out with both feet, connecting solidly to Ryo's chin. Mahashin was momentarily knocked off his feet, then landed flat on his back. Meanwhile, Ranma sprang up from his handstand and watched Ryo whirly. Now he was breathing heavily too. "HRM, Ranma's looking worn out," said Hiroshi. "Adrenaline rush must have worn off," said Daisuke. "Think Ryo's out?" asked Hiroshi. Suddenly, Ryo sprang up and lashed out at Ranma, who narrowly avoided the lunging stab. Ranma spun around while dodging sideways and shot his leg out in a descending anglodox kick, catching Ryo at the base of the skull. At the same time, he reached out with his arm and pulled the umbrella out of Ryo's hand. "Oh, that's gotta hurt," said Hiroshi. "Okay, if he's not down yet," said Daisuke. "The guy's a mutant." Mahashin landed face first into the ground, disarmed and dazed again. He was dimly aware that he no longer had his umbrella. Damn. Oh well. Had to make do. He loosened his tie and began to count down. 5, 4, 3. Ranma stepped back from Ryo, umbrella in hand, and lifted it over his head as he was about to break it in half over his knee. Then it exploded with a loud bang and a flash of light, deafening and blinding Ranma. Moments after the explosion, he felt something snap around his neck tightly, cutting off his air. Talk about a killer necktie, said Hiroshi. Man, this is a turnabout of momentum, added Daisuke. Out in the battlefield, Ryo was behind Ranma, his necktie lashed around Ranma's neck, strangling him. Ryo's looking more desperate, said Hiroshi. Ranma yelled in pain as Ryo drove his knee into Ranma's backside repeatedly. Hiroshi and Daisuke winced in sympathy. Oh, he's gonna be feeling that for a while, said Hiroshi. If Ranma can break out of the stranglehold, I think he's got it. But he'd better get out of it soon. Ranma twisted and turned, finally managing to flip Ryo for his backhand onto the floor again. Got him, said Hiroshi. Man, Ranma's getting his third wind. That's good, even for him, said Daisuke. Immediately on hitting the ground, Ryo rolled aside, dodging an X-kick from Ranma. Quicker than the eye could follow, he had his belt off and was lashing it out at Ranma like a whip. Damn, Ryo's still going to, said Hiroshi. You don't think Ranma might lose this one, do ya? Asked Daisuke. Ranma caught the belt and yanked it out of Ryo's hands. What's he gonna do next? Asked Daisuke. Thrash Ranma with his shoelaces? Could be worse. He could flail Ranma with his underwear, said Hiroshi. Daisuke shuddered. Boog. A naked, fighting, Gosunkugi look-alike. Bad mental image. Bad mental image. Meanwhile, back at the field, it was becoming apparent that Ryo was finally running out of steam and options. With no weaponry left, Ryo resorted to his Muay Thai skills. Summoning the last of his ki, Ryo powered up his gloves and shoes, lighting them in an eerie purple and blue glow. It wasn't that they weren't good skills, it was just thought developed them to complement his umbrella skills. Without an umbrella, it just wasn't as effective. Ryo kicked and punched, but just didn't have enough energy to be fast enough to tag Ranma, who was blocking or dodging all of his shots. Ranma would have dodged all of them, but he wasn't exactly feeling fresh either. The times he did block, he felt the same strange sting that he felt when Kumo hit him, a sort of cold yet burning sensation. He pushed the tangoins to the back of his mind and began delivering shots off his own, each one finally seeming to drain Ryo's stamina. Ranma knew he had the match. It was undeniable. He felt confidence swell up in him, and focused that confidence into power that flared in his arms. MOUKOUDAKBISHA _ sphere of energy blazed from Ranma's hands, engulfing Ryo and nearly blinding the audience. Daisuke smiled. Okay, right, stick a fork in it. Phyzones, you're not gonna believe this, interrupted Hiroshi. Burned, smoking, but still there, Ryo Muhashin stood defiantly with a snarl locked on his lips. Everyone, including Ranma, was stunned. Damn, he's still up, muttered Daisuke. Hiroshi whistled. For a tense moment, both fighters stood still. Then Ranma blinked. He took one step forward, slowly, carefully, then another. Then he waved a hand in front of Ryo's face, and waved it again, and again. Ranma examined Ryo a moment more, then strode off the battlefield with a tired, weary grin. He paused at the judge's table and said, "I got him." Meanwhile, back at the field, a few birds were taking roost atop Ryo's shoulders. And the winner Ryo teetered forward for a moment, scaring off the birds and causing the audience to hold its breath. PHUD/RANMASAUDIOME exclamation point / The audience went wild. Hiroshi and Daisuke traded in fives. Akan took Ranma into their arms, and Akurei rushed to Ryo's side. Ryo? Are you okay? Ryo-sama? In the distance, Ryuga and Yukaiu heard the roar of a crowd cheering. Looks like we're late, said Yukaiu. Oh? That's definitely the sound of a crowd cheering after the end of a big fight. Oh. Come on, before we miss the guys. She took him by the hand and walked faster towards the St. Hebert Stadium. When they finally entered, they noticed several things. First, there was the crowd, which seemed largely pleased and well entertained. Then there was Akan, kneeling on the ground, who had Ranma's head resting on her lap and was busy applying bandages to Ranma's fingers. He seemed to be unconscious as well. Nearby, Hiroshi and Daisuke were looking rather pleased with themselves. Out in the field, Akurei was tending to Ryo, who also seemed unconscious, and was so singed. Hey guys, said Yukaiu. Hope we didn't miss too much. One heck of a fight, said Hiroshi. Nice one, Ranma, said Daisuke. Thanks, guys, muttered Ranma. Piece of cake. No problem. Geez, you look wiped out, said Yukaiu. You should see the other guy, said Ranma weakly. What happened to your hand? Asked Yukaiu. Ryo blew him off, said Hiroshi. Nasty technique, man. Hey Ranma, does it hurt as much as it looks? None. No big asterisk OW asterisk. Watch it, you tomboys. Akan gave him a light tap to the head. Stay still, stupid. You and yours, Ryuga? Asked Ranma. Yeah. So, see you and me again. Ryuga smirked. Seems to be. Wouldn't seem right any other way. Guess it wouldn't. Although, I could really use some rest first, said Ranma. You're not the only one. Meanwhile, Yukaiu was watching Akurei with a frown. She didn't like her fawning over Ryo like that, not at all. Ryo. With a sigh and a frown, Akurei wiped Ryo's brow with a cloth and gently stroked his cheek. She didn't like to see him fight. It brought out a side of him that she didn't want to see. A side that seemed to be what everyone else was warning him about. Angry. Violent. Evil. She didn't want to believe that. She didn't want it told true. How could someone she chose to trust with her heart be bad? He'd always been kind and gentle to her, and so very respectful. Ryo-sama? She gently nudged him once again, and still received no response. It was no use, she thought. He was out cold. There was no choice, then. She couldn't leave him out here, and she certainly couldn't carry him. Hey there. Oh. Yukaku-san. The okonomiyaki chef knelt down next to Akurai. So, how easy? He won't wake up. I'm worried. I wouldn't be worried about him, said Yukaku. He's a martial artist like the rest of us. He'll recover like the rest of us. But I just can't leave him out here on the floor. Oh, I see. Want me to ask the guys to carry him somewhere? Oh, I couldn't ask that, said Akurai. Wait, no. She whistled. From nearby, her giant sumo pig emerged and trotted out into the field. With the help of Yukaku, Akurai moved Ryo to the pig's back, then lead the creature and its passenger away. *** noticed by all and observing all, Tanya Nori and Konatsu the kunoi lurked at the very top of the stadium. Less than look at the jaw, she's far too bloody noche for a creep top greater than Mohashin-san looked really out of it, said Konatsu. Poor Akurai, said Konatsu. She'll be heartbroken. For the best, said Tanya in her stiff Japanese. We're telling her tonight. Yes, later. First we get allies. Konatsu blinked. Allies? Tanya pointed at the other group on the field. Ranma and his friends. Allies. Ryo awoke with a frown. Something was clearly wrong. He lost, which was clearly wrong. He'd done everything to make sure that Sodom was worn ragged through the tournament, and yet somehow he still managed to win. Damn him. This was supposed to be his time of glory, not Sodom's single quotest. It was all coming together perfectly. Ryuga and Ryo in the final battle, as he felt it ought to be. That wasn't what was wrong at the moment, however. He seemed to be on his back and moving in something large, warm, and somewhat odd-smelling. An energy. Oh, Ryo-sama, you're awake. I'm on the back of a pig. She began nervously, but was cut off. Why am I tied to the back of a pig? You wouldn't wake up, and why am I tied to the back of a pig? He snarled. I'm sorry. She blurted out, wincing. Not only was he defeated, but he was dragged off the field by a girl and a pig. In front of everyone. With a roar, he easily snapped the ropes binding him to the massive pig and landed on the ground. Do you have any idea how humiliating? Akurai reached out and held him by the arm. Ryo-sama, wait. He whirled around and stared at her, his eyes inches away from hers. Not Now, after jerking his arm from out of her touch, he bounded away into the night, ignoring Akurai's cries entirely. Almost entirely. He spared one last glance at her, then sprang over rooftops and fences and into darkness. If he couldn't win the King of Nerima tournament, he'd beat him if Ryoga did. Asterisk within King's Cafe. A large amount of the spectators oft King of Nerima tournament. Quite a few participants would already been defeated, and the two remaining contestants were taking the usual break between fights. Ranma's head was flat on the table. Ryoga was applying ice to a spot a bit above his abdomen. Everyone else at the table, Akan, Yukayu, Natsumi Kamakurumi, Hiroshi and Daisuke, were generally relaxing and chatting noisily. Except Nebiki. She was staring at the screen on her laptop, which was currently displaying a blank web browser. Come on, let's get this thing on the road, she mumbled. The browser finally came to life, and displayed the King of Nerima Tournament Day 4 results. Hibiki Ryoga Dekamon Ryu. Recap, statistics, highlights. Shodom Ranma Mahashin Ryo. Recap, statistics, highlights. Right parenthesis hyphen more PREGIOUS results and AINSTATISTICS hyphen odds hyphen next round. Nebiki, already knowing this information, found it utterly useless. Yeah, NEXT round already. Asterisk click asterisk the King of Nerima Tournament Day asterisk 5 lineup Hibiki Ryoga vs Shodom Ranma statistics. Insider right square bracket hyphen previous results and AINSTATISTICSODDS Day 5. Yelled Nebiki. So loud, grumbled Ranma. What Day 5? There isn't supposed to be a Day 5. Ranted Nebiki. And lots with this asterisk. CLICK due to unforeseen circumstances, the final round of the tournament has been moved to the next day. THE management. Unforeseen circumstances? Wondered Nebiki aloud. This is interesting, said Hiroshi, peering at the monitor over Nebiki's left shoulder. Could be decisive, said Hiroshi, peering over Nebiki's right shoulder. What could? Asked Sayuri, peering over Nebiki's head with Yuka. The rescheduling thing, said Hiroshi. Ranma may have less endurance than Ryoga, but he recovers pretty fast. If I's time tomorrow, he's gonna be feeling a lot better. Yeah, no kidding, said Daisuke. If they were gonna fight tonight, I'd put my money on Ryoga. But tomorrow? I dunno. That's a tough one to call. Sayuri nodded. Yeah, and that hit Ryoga took from Ryuga is still bugging him. Hibiki might be really hurt. Yuka and gosh, should be a good even fight tomorrow. Needless to say, Nebiki didn't care much for being buried under a small mountain of chatty people. Quick crowding MA. Asterisk in cafes, bars, and other eateries that double as social gathering locales. There has always been a group sense of telepathy of sorts, a defense mechanism remaining from the days of evolution when the highest form of life was a school of fish. One fish gets uneasy, the rest know about it immediately. Thus it was then, at the moment Akurai and Ryu's umbrella stepped through the doors of King's Cafe that everyone, for a moment, felt uneasy. A few of them looked at the girl who had just made her entrance and wondered why she was looking so glum. Tanya Nuri and her assistant Konatsu had the girl with some interest and much sympathy. Time might be good now, said Nuri. See what she does first. Ryoko Mahashin, waitress at the cafe, was first to notice the glamorous Kusumo big dynasty and approached her. "Hey Karai. Hey, you okay? It's Rio." She sniffled. "Can we sit down somewhere?" asked Karai, her eyes watering up slightly. "Oh, hey, sure. Come on." She led the girl to a corner booth and handed her a handkerchief. Meanwhile, nearby, the ladies of Ranma's table noticed the distraught girl's appearance and came over to see if he could help. Hey Karai, what's going on?" asked Yukayu. "You okay?" asked Sayuri. Ryoko frowned. "That jerk, my brother," yelled at her. Yukayu sighed. She saw this coming. "So where is he now?" I don't sniffle no," said Karai. "He just sniffle ran off." "Oh Karai," said Yukayu. "You're better off without him, really." "More than you know," said another voice, a stiff awkward one with a British accent which had everyone turning. Tanya Nuri stood behind them, with Gonatsu at her side, holding out a piece of paper. "Read this." "What's this?" asked Yukayu. "Evidence," said Tanya. "Rio is planning to kidnap Ryu-san and demand money from her family." Yukayu unfolded the note, then began reading it, until it burst into flames as a dark purple key blast struck it and Yukayu's hands. "Get away from her." The entire cafe heard that outburst this time, and turned to see Rio Muhashi at the door, still looking ragged from his fight, and armed with another umbrella. Given his general viciousness before and what was happening at the moment, the entire cafe had a rather dim view of him. And considering that at least half of the cafe was filled with martial artists, some of whom were eliminated savagely by Rio in the past, there was bound to be violence. The other martial artists were just grumpy that they got eliminated. Someone had to be the target for stress relief. King, the lady who owned the place, peeked out from the back room, sensing something amiss. Immediately upon seeing the scene, she uttered, "Oh, shit." Someone yelled. Nobody was sure who, but someone yelled and it set off a chain of events. What that someone yelled was this: "Get him." The next 10 seconds were incredibly action-packed, even for Nerima. Rio artfully dodged Kujo Sakurai's blade, whipped past the Stoogefu martial arts duo, stomped over Sentaro Daimonji's head, plowed over magical girl Kuruma, narrowly avoided Akan's punch, deflected Yukayu's spatula with a soul umbrella, grabbed Karai around the waist, heft the rock for his shoulder, and crashed through an open window. "Oh hell, not good," said Ryoko. "After him," yelled Yukayu. "Hey, Ranma, get up. Nenji, don't bug me, Ryuga. Damsel in distress. Martial artist duty. Damn, who took Akan this time?" "Not Akan." "Oh, Yukayu." "Nope. It's Kasumi." "None. Nebiki, right?" "Karai." "Not Akan." "Mumber, come on, let's go." "I'm right behind ***. Slowly, with much soreness, the last 2 martial artists left King's Cafe, onward towards fate. "Ranma, where'd you? Hey, where'd everyone go? Or at least in the general direction of fate. Where on earth am I now?" Karai and Ryu didn't live the life of the usual Nerima martial artist. She was, aside from the big fetish, a relatively normal girl. She wasn't used to springing around at tremendoushites. She wasn't used to being hauled around by one-armed dots. She wasn't used to leaping from building to building. Of course, she screamed. She clung on to Rio in fright as he bounded across countless rooftops through the dark, eyes shutting to avoid the vertigo that struck her every time Ryo took another gravity-defying leap. It didn't help much that he was acting like a maniac. Ryo-sama, please, stop. As with all her pleas before, he ignored it, as he did the yells of Yukio and the others giving chase in the distance. Hikarai could barely hear them now, and found herself very afraid to be left alone with Ryo. The next landing she felt was a distinct _thud_, as Ryo finally landed on solid earth. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around. Darkness was around them. A bridge overhead cast a shadow over them. The night sky wasn't much brighter, with not a star shining. She could hear the rush of water and barely see the flow of the aqueduct nearby. They shouldn't find us here, said Ryo, looking around warily. He grabbed her by the wrist and walked with her into the darkness. Ryo-sama, you're hurting my arm. Ryo-sama, please. Not so loud. He hissed angrily. Tell me it's not true. She cried. You weren't going to kidnap me, right? You love me. Before she could say another word, he covered her mouth with his hand. Hikarai, he said in a deadly, angry, low voice, shut up. Her world collapsed. At that moment, there was nothing in Ryo's eyes, absolutely nothing, that resembled love. Not even a speck of caring. Just anger. He continued to pull her into the shadows, until they suddenly and unexpectedly bumped into somewhat. Excuse me, can you tell me what you... What the... Two battlers flared immediately, lighting the area in eerie shades of Ryuga's green and Ryo's purple battlers. Ryo's grip on Hikarai's wrist tightened. He held her tightly and drew his umbrella upwards, blade extending with the **schnick** as he drew it up. Back off, Hibiki. You're not interfering this time. Hikarai didn't like the blade, especially since it was so close to her face. Ryuga didn't either. Hey! If you hurt her. Ryo-sama, please. Shut up. Get back. Ryo slashed wild-eyed Ryuga, causing Hikarai to shriek and Ryuga to take a step back. You've gotten in the way before, Hibiki-sama, but not this time. Not this time. Ryo-sama. Please. Don't hurt him. Ryo's glare went from Ryuga to Hikarai. What? He hissed. What is this? Is this what's been going on? Well... Ryo-sama. No. In the distance, the sound of an angry mob buzzed. I think I saw him here. Echoed Yukio's voice faintly from nearby. Ryo's glare swiveled again, behind him, out into the night, then back at Ryuga. He shoved Hikarai aside roughly and charged at Ryuga in a berserker rage. Die! While Ryo and Ryuga began fighting, Hikarai stumbled in the dark. She lost her footing momentarily, then fell backwards into open air. With a shriek, she fled desperately and managed to grab onto the edge. The area lit by the battle of the two fighters, she was able to see what was below, rushing waters flowing through the aqueduct, and quite a bit of a drop down too. Ryo-sama, help me. Help. Her cries went ignored, as Ryo continued to slash and shot Ryuga. The two were, by then, a few meters down and continuing to go further away from her, with Ryo aggressively pushing Ryuga back. Help me. Again, her cry for help was ignored by Ryo. Ryuga, in the other hand, took a moment to look at her. Ryo, stop. She's gonna fall. Shut up and die. I can't hold on much longer, cried Hikarai. Hikarai. Ryuga tried to run past Ryo, delayed by an ear miss aimed at his eyes. Hikarai's grip faltered, then slipped. She screamed as she fell, but then suddenly was caught in someone's arms. Ryo dot 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 ga. She was in his arms, or actually, in only arm. The other was holding on to the edge. Barely. Hold on, said Ryoga. Just oh. Hikarai looked up in time to see a blade right below Ryuga's neck. The blade was the one attached to the end of Ryo's umbrella. Give her back, said Ryo. Now. Ryuga looked at Ryo, then at the waters below. If I could push away quickly enough. Asterisk to asterisk AARGH. The smell of dust and soot filled Hikarai's nose, making her cough violently. Above, Ryo was stumbling forward, the victim of Tanya Nori's soot bomb attack. He lurched forward again as another soot bomb struck him in the head, then plunged into the rushing waters below. A moment later, Ryuga's grip finally slipped. Hold on, yelled Ryuga. They plunged down towards the waters again, and again she was caught in the air, her and Ryuga, as a rope of some sort suddenly wound around them. Hang in there, guys, yelled Ryoko. Hikarai looked up and saw her, Yukayu, Tanya, and others pulling them up by throat. A normal girl could only take so much, really. This was the point where Hikarai's mind firmly believed fainting would be the best thing to do. Asterisk Hikarai? Hey, you okay? A voice? Whose voice? Ryo's. Mumbo Ryuga's. She opened her eyes slowly, blinking a lot. Ryuga was kneeling next to him, along with all her friends from school and work. They were still outside, in the night, but it wasn't so dark anymore. A few stars were beginning to shine. The memory of what had just happened came rushing to bear in a train wreck of conflicting and bitter emotions. She clung to Ryuga tightly and sobbed uncontrollably. Why? She managed. Ryuga hadn't any idea what to say. He was never any good at comforting people. He suspected he was actually rather inept, which wasn't far away from the truth. Basically, holding her until she was done crying seemed the only thing to do. He gave a somewhat embarrassed look to Yukayu, who looked a little confused herself. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ryoko Mahashin observed the scene before her with some relief, but also foreboding. She didn't like the way Hikarai looked in his arms, not at all, and by the way Yukayu looked, she wasn't entirely comfortable with it either. What a tangled web weaved, and nobody had lied yet either. They were in for some interesting times. End part 4 less than greater than English / emitted from a PS system, telephone, or other electric medium. The Pursuit of Happiness Act to the Kings of Nerima Part 5 Ranma Sodong Can't Lose Furanken High. Lunch hour. Decisions. Lamented Hiroshi. Were this the usual string of events, it would be rather crystal clear, said Daisuke. What the two were pondering was the outcome of today's much-heralded match between Ranma and Ryoga. It was something everyone was looking forward to, even though Ranma was the overwhelming favorite. It was somewhat akin to a crowds watched the Harlem Globetrotters. Sure, they were going to win, but it was also a damn good show. Unlike everyone else, Hiroshi and Daisuke had their doubts about the outcome. Ranma seems okay today, sorta, said Hiroshi. That lash to his leg is bugging him a little and his fingers are still bandaged up. Ryuga's still bothered by that hit he got from Kumon, said Daisuke. A little bit, but I can tell. Hiroshi put his hands on his head and paced around. I dunno. Suddenly, Daisuke stood up, fist clenched dramatically. Alas! I cannot decide. I must bet on them both. Hiroshi blinked, then began snickering badly. Daisuke Solon joined him. Good impression, man. Dead on, dead on. After a while, their laughter died down and they were back to pondering the same dilemma. Hiroshi shrugged. Oh well. When in doubt, bet on Ranma. Can't think of anything better. The last two finalists in the King of Nerima were the center of attention during the busy lunchtime hour. Eyes were on Ranma and Ryoga as they made their way about the courtyard. They were a study in contrast. Ranma was generally casual, loose, not any different than he was on any other day. He put in a rare appearance in the sandwich line and reminded everyone of why he had the reputation as the best martial artist in Nerima. Ryoga, on the other hand, was a little more brooding than usual. He found himself a tree and lurked under the shade, eating a packed lunch quietly. Keeping an eye on them both were the usual flock of girls, Yukayu, Akan, Sayuri, Yuka, Nebiki and her minions, as well as other friends of the girls. They were, at the moment, looking at Ranma and Ryoga and giving lots of commentary. Well, Ryoga seems to be somber today, said Sayuri. Yeah, he hasn't said much today, said Yukayu. Figure he's just thinking about the fight. Yeah, the big ones today, said Nebiki. How long do you figure it'll take for Ranma to win this time? Akan gave Nebiki a slight nudge. Nebiki. That's not a nice thing to say. Well, you gotta admit Ryoga's odds don't look so good, said Yuka. Never beaten Ranma before at all. Hey now, you never know, said Yukayu. By the way, Ranma beat out Rodumanu and Yojimbo at the lunch lines today. He's recovered fast, said Nebiki. Ryoga looks like he's not too worn out either. But neither of them is 100%. And given all things equal, I'll bet on Ranma, said Yuka. You guys really don't think Ryoga has a chance? Asked Yukayu. Nebiki raised an eyebrow. Defending your boyfriend, Yukayu? He is not my boyfriend. Nebiki knew he wasn't. But she just loved to tease Diopla. Oh come now. Sharing the same living quarters for all this time, cooking meals for the man. Surely there must be some attraction. Don't be ridiculous, snapped Yukayu. Nebiki dropped the subject, but took note of Yukayu's slight blush. Hey! There's Akarai, said Sayuri. Over here. Why is she going towards Ryoga? Asked Nebiki. How very interesting. Ryoga was currently sitting under the shade of a coconut tree. It was imported by the principal, a fanatic of Hawaiian culture. He was brooding. Mostly on the past. It was a depressing sort of brooding, really. He tried to find some bit of insight or inspiration in battles past, but instead, he just wound up sinking further into gloom with very recollection of Ranma coming out on top time and again. It wasn't very encouraging at all. Ryoga-san? He looked up from the ground and right into the face of Akarai and Ryu. Oh, Hey Kurai-san. Hi. Hi Ryuga-san. Is something wrong? He shook his head. Just thinking about today's fight, that single quote as all. Oh. She kneeled down next to him, staring at the ground. I wanted to thank you. Thank me. For yesterday, when Ryo-san. Oh, that, said Ryuga. I guess I should have listened to everyone. Being still wildly incompetent at the whole comforting women in their time of need thing, Ryuga shrugged. Things happened. Anyway, thanks for saving me. She leaned over and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, then walked away. She was blushing just a little, and so was he. Oh my, said Akan. Did ya see that? Yelled Sayuri. Sure did, said Yuka. Nabiki glanced sidewards to Yukayu. My, it seems you've got a rival. She, in return, shot Nabiki an annoyed look. Would Yaogois cut that out? She's coming this way. The group settled down as Akurai joined them. Hi guys, she said demurely. How are you feeling, sugar? Asked Yukayu. Still in shock, I guess. She smiled just a little, though the melancholy still showed in her face. I guess you guys were right about him. Hey, you were in love, said Yuka. It's natural to not want to see the uglier side of somebody you love, said Sayuri. There's plenty of other guys out there, said Nebiki, a grin on her face. Like, for example, Ryuga. Yukayu swapped Nebiki with the school newspaper. Nabiki. Saw the little kiss back there, said Yuka. It wasn't like that, protested Akurai. I was just thanking him for saving me yesterday. Akan rolled her eyes. Stop teasing her, guys. Okay, said Nebiki. But you've gotta admit he is cute. Millimeters HM, said Yuka. Not bad at all, said Sayuri. Nice assets. Sayuri, please, said Nebiki dryly. That's my line. Can me on? Asterisk GLOMP asterisk hawk. Akan was nearly toppled over as Kyoko Mahashin burst from seemingly nowhere and wrapped Akan up in a hug. Once recovered, she laughed and ruffled the younger girl's hair. Kyoko-chan. Hi. Hi. Watch Adlon. Just having lunch, replied Akan. You just got done. Nebiki was looking at her warily. Is it just me or has he been more hyper lately? Akan thought about it a moment. Yeah, you're right. Hyper? Who? Who shipper? Not me. Yes, you, said Akan, poking Kyoko gently on the nose. The youngest Mahashin pouted. I nodded her. Her pouting mood didn't seem to stay long. As her happy disposition snapped back into place a split second later, she whistled a happy tune while pulling a can of soda and a candy bar from her bag. Akan read the labels. Megavolt Cola. Ubertaki. Hey, that single quote has too much sugar. Kyoko shook her head vigorously and tried to reply the best she could with a mouthful of high-sugared candy bar. Millimeters. Asterisk chew asterisk chew asterisk swallow asterisk glug asterisk is not. The girl stared in fascination and shock. She's washing the Ubertaki down with megavolt cola, said Nebiki. Oh my. That's beyond anything I've done. Kyoko-chan, how long have you been eating stuff like flies? Asked Akan. Just a few weeks. My sensei used adversary no if he wanted to get a candy bar or something, but Ryoga said it was okay. And how many megavolts have you had today? Asked Nabiki. 1 at 3 4 5 6 7 10 11 12 15 16 17 said Nabiki. That explains it. She handed Kyoko a small bottle of water. Try this, kid. The little girl looked at the bottle of water skeptically. The unbottled water. Water? Yes. Does it have any flavor? No, just water. Kyoko frowned. What's the point? Nabiki sighed. Never mind. Since when did you drink bottled water? Asked Akan. Have a few exams today. I need the steady nerves. Looking a little nervous, Hikarai sat next to Kyoko. Kyoko-chan, where's Ryo-san? Kyoko blinked. Imi isn't? Gone. Gone? Where to? Asked Hikarai. Dunno. Packed little stuff in a bag unneft. Hikarai paused, then continued her line of questions. Didn't say anything? Kyoko thought for a moment, then put a hand over her mouth. I don't think I ought to say what he said. Was he angry at me? Kyoko shrugged. I dunno. Sugar rush wore off fast, muttered Nebiki. Must say the high velocity metabolism. Akan elbowed her. SHH. If she hears you she might start again. Oh. Akan-chan. Ryo-san wanted me to give chotties. She dug into her bag again and pulled out a note double quote S single quote for your daddy. What's this? Akan unfolded the note. Dear Mr. Tendo and Mr. Sodom, I will be currently out of the city, and perhaps the country, for an undetermined amount of time. Until my return, I am entrusting the care and training of my youngest sister Kyoko to you. I have been very satisfied with the results of her training thus far, and thank you both deeply for passing your knowledge to her. Enclosed in the envelope my sister will hand to you upon agreement of the above terms is a sufficient amount of yen to fund her training and pay rent at current market price. While Hikarai, who'd been peering over Akan's shoulder, didn't know how to react. Ryo leaving Japan? Nebiki, who'd been peering over Akan's other shoulder, locked her gaze on Kyoko. Money? What money? Just give it to me. I'll pass it on to my father. Kyoko shook her head vigorously. Ma, Imi isn't all me to give it to Tenbo-san and Saotome-san only. Drat. Oops, 5 till lunch is over, said Yuka. Yuka sighed. Guess I'd better go help Lost Boy get to class again. Nebiki grinned. Isn't and no boyfriend jokes, wisies. ** the roof, Furanken High, 4:53 p.m. and that one? Asked Ryoga, pointing to a passing cloud. Okonomiyaki. You're obsessed. Oh, shut up. They were on the roof, flat on the ground and staring at the sky, watching the clouds go by. It was a terribly relaxing thing to do. That one? Asked Yukayu. Big. How about those pigs? And those pigs? Yukayu nodded sagely. Deep trauma, I see. Huh? Yukayu smirked. Nothing, never mind. Hey, Yukayu. You think I got a chance? Asked Ryoga, still staring at the sky. At Ranma? Sure you do. Just keep your head cool and be so aggressive. Okay. Ryoga thought it over. I'll try. Hey, 10 minutes till the big fight. Come on, let's go. The two stood up, then made their way down the tall stairwell. Every now and then she'd sneak a peek at him, and her thoughts would stray to the regular round of teasing that the lunch crowd girls subjected her to. Ryoga? Cute? Sure, she'd admit that he was jealous of the attention he'd been getting. Finally, they reached the ground floor. Just before going through the front doors, Yukayu paused. Hey Ryoga? Yeah? Good luck. And she kissed him. But only on the cheek. Furanken High. 5 p.m. The final match of the King of Nerima tournament was being held in a very appropriate place, the soccer field off Furanken High. The site was the location of the first confrontation Ryoga had with Ranma upon arriving in Nerima. It was also, due to the previous battles held there, attacked on the rough side, with ragged earth and key blasts scarring the terrain. The observers were well away to the sides. They knew how much debris the two could kick up during a fight. Neither of the two boys had talked to each other thoughtfully. What was there to be said? Hibiki Ryoga Ryoga looked to the sidelines where Yukayu was. She gave him a thumbs up sign. Next to her, Hikarai and Ryoko cheered. And further in the stands, Kodakai winked. And then there was that cheerleader girl, Mariko, waving her pom-poms. Looking into the stands, he decided, was a bad idea. Versus. Sodom Ranma ! This time the roar of the crowd was much louder. Time for the show. Spectacular feast of martial arts ! The big finish. And the crowning of Ranma Sodom as the best martial artist in Nerima, as everyone knew he was. Fight ! Ryoga went over Yukayu's advice silently in his mind. Okay. Just keep a cool head and don't rush into it. Ag. Damn you anime. Yukayu sighed. This wasn't a good start, not at all. Ranma felt a little bad about it. But then again, with all things considered, it had to be done. For once, he started the match as the aggressor. Got him 3 quick solid hits too. That really made Ryoga mad. Which was good, because Ranma felt the need to end this _fast_. He was sure the final round of the tournament was beginning right about now. He didn't care. To hell with them. All of them. Ryomuhashin didn't care to see the end of it. Not at all. He figured it was time to take a step back, to evaluate things, to trot violently on new faces. He'd lost his focus. The whole Akari event left him drained and furious. And he had been beaten in combat, again. Damn that whole setup. Damn her. He needed a vacation. There was a wide world out there, and he felt the need to test himself again. He wasn't good enough this time, despite the new training he'd undertaken. Perhaps a global perspective would help. Then there was the matter of his other self, the hallucination in the forest during that training trip. Fiona told him to go in search of the Nanvan mirror. What the hell was that? Probably magic. Right then, add to the to-do list a ransacking of any place that held magic artifacts. All in all, it looked to be a nice, relaxing, violent trip. Then he'd come back and crush them all. Sooner or later. He strolled to the edge of the cruise ship, looking out across the harbor and towards Nerima one more time, scowled, then spat in the ocean. To hell with you all. Goodbye, Japan. Ryuga lashed out with his umbrella. Ranma easily ducked under. Gore anime. Ranma gave Ryuga a solid kick to the midsection. Ryuga blinked, but didn't show any other sign of pain. He merely lashed out with his umbrella again, managing to give Ranma a slight cut on the arm. Boo! Ryuga. Tididi. Ryuga stabbed into the ground, setting off a rapid tidal wave of breaking point explosions. Ranma merely jumped over the wave and brought his foot down towards Ryuga's head. To his surprise, Ryuga managed to get out of the way. Kill Hidiki. Nori-sama, I don't think you should be so loud, said Konatsu nervously. Shut up. This is fun. Yes. Hit him again. Konatsu sighed. No, you idiot. What are you doing? He really hoped that nobody would be offended by Tanya's loud Poorish ranting. Hey, who's the obnoxious jerk yelling up there? Askidukayu. Akan turned around and scanned the seats above and behind them. It looks like Nori-san. Oh. Figures. Akari winced as she saw the two fighters hit each other savagely. Oh. I hope they don't kill each other. Those two. No, they won't. You'll never get them to admit it. But they're good friends, said Akan. Really fear. Nobody's going to be killed. Yukayu rolled her eyes. Or anime. I'm going to kill you. I'd like to see you try. Taunted Ranma. Ryuga hurled a dozen bandanas at him, all spinning wildly at different angles but zooming in on him. At the same time, Ryuga heaved his umbrella like a javelin, aiming right at Ranma's chest. Ranma smirked. He was somewhat disappointed. Actually, Ryuga was getting predictable. In fact, This was the same thing he tried the second time they fought in Furinkan High. With a little bit of effort, he dodged the first few bandanas, caught the umbrella, snapped it open, and blocked out the other bandanas. He wasn't expecting the big breaking point shockwave. ****. That new technique is just major property damage. I like it. Roared Daisuke. Yeah, damn good fight, said Hiroshi. Come on Ranma exclamation point we single quote we got money riding on ya. He was promptly bapped by Sayuri and Yuka. What kind of a cheer is that? Asked Yuka. Oh, like you didn't put money on him either, said Hiroshi sarcastically. Hey, spiral pattern detected, said Daisuke. Hiroshi turned quickly to the battlefield. Going for it already? Yup, there they go. Damn you. Stop running. Ryoga rushed forward again, missing Ranma by just a hair's width. Again. The fact didn't escape either of them. It was a new swat for Ranma to cut it this close so many times. He was definitely still weak from the week's fighting, and Ryoga was trying to take advantage of it while he could. He pushed aggressively, constantly, and hoped Ranma would burn out first. A bit of a flaw in the plan was the fact that Ranma was hitting him far more than he was hitting back. He hoped that the hits he did connect with hurt Ranma a lot more than it looked like it did. Ranma was hurting. When Ryoga hit, he really hit hard. He really hoped Ryoga didn't notice the occasional winces he ducked, rolled, and dodged his strikes. It wouldn't do to show weakness, not at all. He continued stepping backward, leading Ryoga on carefully. So far, so good. You're getting slow, P-chan. Don't call me that anymore. Come on, keep it up, keep it up. That's it, a little more. Red tainted Ryoga's vision as he charged at Ranma again, his temper flaring to its fullest. He wasn't going to get away this time. No. Not again! Exclamation point. This time it was Ryoga Hibiki that'd win. Not Ranma. Die! He lunged forward with a punch, missing Ranma again and smashing into the ground. Ranma dodged. Again. He was always running away. Running away. A few brain cells in Ryoga's head traded electrons. Running away. Those electrons managed to speed through a few more neural synapses. Running away. In a spiral. In a spiral? Oh. HIOYUSHOUDN fa. Yukai almost couldn't bear watching. It was like a disaster movie. She knew everything was going to come crashing down, but she watched anyway. Ryoga was mad, Ranma was cool, and there they went on the downward spiral. HIOYUSHOUDN fa. The telltale sign of a huge column of light flared up and around Ranma, nearly blinding the audience. And then, much to everyone's surprise, the light sputtered out and died. What the? Yukai was puzzled, then smiled as she saw Ryoga standing far away from Ranma. The crowd was confused, but she knew what happened. He actually saw it coming. And he backed off in time. Maybe there was some hope for him yet. Goryuga. Hyphen asterisk less than who single quote s bloody cheering for Hibiki question mark exclamation point greater than, pardon, Nori-sama. Who is cheering for Hibiki? The girl he lives with. Kwanji-san. Oh. Figures. Hyphen asterisk the Hiri Shutenha was a key draining move. To perform it once took quite a bit of effort. To perform it twice was an impressive feat, one that only a handful of very advanced martial artists would be able to do. To perform it once, at the end of a week's worth of hard fighting, with nagging injuries to top it all off, would be quite a drain in any martial artist. In other words, Ranma was in trouble and he knew it. Oh man. Only one thing left to do, fake it. He only hoped Ryuga wouldn't notice. Hyphen asterisk Ryuga wasn't sure what to do next. He was still shaken from the near-miss ki blast from Ranma, enough to shift his attitude from maniacally aggressive to very cautious. He looked at his nemesis warily. Ranma still stood there, arrogant as ever, not budging an inch. This was a surprise. He went over Yukai's advice in his mind one more time. Don't be so aggressive and keep your head cool. Well, Himanagatu utterly failed a bit about keeping a cool head, and it almost cost him. Okay. Don't be aggressive. Don't be aggressive. Hyphen asterisk, not that I want Ranma to lose, said Hiroshi. But we isn't Ryuga being aggressive. I mean, Ranma's got a bed rained out right now. But he doesn't look like it, said Yuka. Daisuke snorted. He's bluffing. The guy never likes to look weak. Oh yeah, he always was overly macho, muttered Sayuri. Well, the longer this goes on, the better for Ranma, double quote said Daisuke. He always did recover faster. Hyphen asterisk, come on Ryuga. What are you waiting for? Taunted Ranma. He knew that this was probably pushing his luck, but he dived to keep up appearances. Ryuga shook his head. No you don't. I'm not gonna fall for that twice. That was just fine, thought Ranma. A few more minutes saying he'd be ready for anything again. Hyphen asterisk Ryuga felt like an idiot. The back of his mind was screaming attack. Attack. But a part of his mind hammered with a spatula was insisting on not doing that. The Hibiki mind was a remarkably powerful thing. Self-restraint was doomed not to last. Alright, let's see what you've got, growled Ryuga. He brought to the surface all the memories of Ranma beating him time and again, every loss he ever suffered, every dark memory. And he began to glow. Hyphen asterisk Ranma smirked. So, that's the way it's gonna be, huh? In a battle between Ryuga's angst and Ranma's ego, Ranma was sure his ego would triumph every time. Ranma showed him lose. No way. Hyphen asterisk it should be noted that in a battle Ranma's ego versus Ryuga's single quote s angst, Ryuga also thought Ranma's ego would win. Ryuga found that to be damn depressing. Hyphen asterisk, hey hee, key wars, cheered Daisuke. Hiroshi tapped him on the shoulder. past these sunglasses. Ah, right. Sayuri and Yuko looked puzzled. Sunglasses? They both nodded, sliding their sunglasses on smoothly. MOKOUSHI, here they go, yelled Hiroshi. TAKBISHA, HOUKOU Dan. They both launched a large beam of light, seeming to roar as it burned through the air. Ranma's ego met Ryuga-san's in a thundering collision of sound and fury. "What? I'm blind!" cried Yuka. After a full second of howling winds and blinding light, the key barrage ended. Daisuke lifted his sunglasses. Ranma's still standing. Hiroshi did likewise. So's Ryuga. "Stalemate," they both said. "Hey, they're doing it again," said Hiroshi. "Give me those," cried Yuka, swiping Daisuke's glasses. "Hey, what SHISHIMOKOU, give me my glasses. HOKODAN. TAKBISHA. What? I'm blind." Ranma wasn't feeling as confident as he was a moment ago. He'd barely been able to pull off that second blast, and Lost Boy over there was still standing. Not good. Ryuga was thinking the exact same thing. The crowd was wondering if Ranma was in trouble. Pulling off 3 grand key blasts was surely draining on endurance. On the other hand, Ryuga had been on the receiving end of a lot of hits, and 2 key blasts weren't good for his endurance either. Ranma decided to go with his strong point. Ryuga did the same. Tanya Nori ordered a large cola, with lots of ice and one of those Nito bentapes. This fact doesn't sound important, but at island PAKUSAI10KDSU, the ground exploded again, forcing Ranma to jump away quickly, and a few members of the audience to snap open their umbrellas as the gravel flew wildly through the air. The battleground wasn't so great at the start of the match, but now it was a wreck. Steady footing was becoming a rare thing. For Ranma Sodom, however, that wasn't too big of a problem. He just took to the sky. He put on a dazzling display of aerial acrobatics as he zoomed by Ryuga in a blur, slowly making progress with his hit and run tactics. "Oh, he's really pushing it," said Hiroshi. Daisuke nodded. "Yup. Why do you say that?" asked Sayuri. "He's turning on the speed," explained Hiroshi. "That brings energy, and I gotta wonder how much he's got left." "Well, it seems to be working," observed Yuka. "He's shooting Ryuga where it counts." Daisuke nodded. "Yep, so it's a question of who drops first." Meanwhile, Tanya Nuri was idly stabbing at the ice in her cup with the straw. This was ridiculous, thought Ranma. He wasn't going to be able to keep up the attack for a much longer time to end it. He flew by Ryuga again, tagging him on the side with a punch, then landed behind him. He ducked as Ryuga swung a back fist at him, then sprang up and out of Ryuga's sight. "What the? Where is he?" Ryuga looked around in confusion, then looked up. Ranma was high above, and zooming down in a kick aimed at his head, his battle aura flaring all around him. Ryuga grinned. time to show his new trick. His own battle aura came to life, particularly around his fist. I crouched down for a moment, then sprang up into the air with a battle yell of SHORYUK, and Ranma blazed down like a falling star, and Ryuga's flaming fist zoomed up to meet him. The crowd held its breath. Ryuga flinched, ever so slightly. With a mighty boom, Ranma's foot connected with Ryuga's jaw, narrowly dodging Ryuga's blazing fist. That slammed into the ground hard, shaking the earth and raising a cloud of dirt. The crowd was silent. A passing breeze blew the cloud away, revealing Ranma Shodown standing over an unconscious Ryuga Hibiki. The crowd went wild. Hiroshi and Daisuke gave each other high-5 single quotes. Tanya Nuri whistled pleasantly and put her straw back in her cup. Konatsu looked at her suspiciously. Nuri-sama, you didn't. Tanya grinned and said nothing. And the winner and new king of Nerima, or ANMASAUDIOME !! Ranma took a deep breath and settled down on his knees next to Ryuga. Finally, it was over. If Ryuga was taken down by that last hit, he knew he was doomed. He had to admit, Ryuga put up a good fight. He hoped the guy wouldn't be too sore about it afterwards. The guy always did overreact. He briefly wondered why there was a large wet spot right in Ryuga's left cheek, but forgot all about it as he felt a pair of arms embrace him from behind. He leaned back slightly and rested his head on her shoulder. "Congrats," said Akan, her breath brushing the back off his neck. "Hey Akan. Told you I'd get it." "Hey Ronshin, nice fight," said Yukayu, sitting down between Ranma and Ryuga. "You okay?" asked Akan, squeezing Ranma slightly. "Yeah, just need a little rest." "How about Ryuga?" The three looked at their unconscious friend with some concern. "He'll be alright," said Ranma confidently. "He's been hit by worse." "I guess so. Maybe we should wake him up?" asked Akan. "Nah," said Yukayu, brushing his hair gently from his eyes. "Let the guy rest a bit." Yukayu felt mixed emotions at that moment, feeling happy for Ranma but sad for Ryuga. Too bad there had to be only one winner. She sighed. Things may have changed a lot lately, but it seemed that one thing was still the same. Ranma Shodown can't lose. End part 5 less than greater than English / emitted from a PS system, telephone, or other electric medium. The Pursuit of Happiness Act to the Kings of Nerima Epilogue A Life Less Ordinary = 6:15 Tokyo Harbor. The two adopted Tendo sisters, Kurumi and Natsumi Kama, watched the setting sun as they sat at the edge of the pier. They idly dangled their legs over the edge and... "Wait. Tell me again why we're going to China?" asked Kurumi. "To train harder," answered Natsumi solemnly. "To perfect our fighting skills and become worthy of being teachers of the Tendo Dojo." "But China?" asked Kurumi doubtfully. "Yes, China. I have heard good stories of their training grounds. and masters of the art that no secret technique was not found anywhere else in the world. I dunno. This might not be a good idea. You just want to go to Tajankyo Island with that Tomoboy, don't you? Teased Natsumi. Oh yeah? I bet you found out that Kumon boy went to China and just wanna follow him there. Kurumi oh, hi there. Kurumi and Natsumi blinked. Natsumi turned around slowly. Kumon-san? Kendo-san? What are you doing here? He asked, taking a seat next to Natsumi. Waiting for our ship to come in, said Natsumi pleasantly. Looks like it already did, muttered Kurumi. Firing her a swift elbow from her sister. Ship? Asked Ryu. Where are you going? To China, answered Natsumi. To continue our training. What a coincidence, said Ryukamon casually. I was headed that way myself. Oh really? Asked Kurumi, grinning nastily. Isn't that nice, sis? Hey, are you blush? Asterisk the asterisk hyphen asterisk Gosunkugi residence. 6 o'clock p.m. Nobody noticed Ikaru Gosunkugi, but then again that seemed to be the nature of things in general. He was glum. That, too, was usual. He'd found himself a nice, ordinary girl with a nice ordinary name, Nanami, who had actually wanted to be his friend. And she had, as any girl he'd ever held a fascination for, a crush for a martial artist. He tried in the past, but he knew he couldn't possibly compete against that. So he'd resigned himself to the possibility that this was friendship and nothing more. Although he was lonely, there was always magic to fill his time. Not that it was terribly full. The electricity bill in his house had gone down a lot since he learned how to create small but bright points of light. That was about the best use he could find for it at the moment. He thought he really had something when he truly managed to call down a lightning strike. But it just didn't seem to affect his target. Ironically, some Epsico named Rio that looked almost identical to him, at all. He dismissed it as a useless illusion and nothing more. So he killed time at home and at school by pulling rabbits from out of a hat. Where the rabbits came from was a subject he didn't care to ponder. Minor feats of levitation, and turning pencils into flowers. There was always magic, but that seemed to be pointless now too. What good was it if it didn't bring him happiness? The phone rang, snapping him out of his bout of wallowing for the moment. A phone call? Must be for the parents. Nobody called for him. Might as well get the message. Gosunkugi residence, Hikaru speaking. Hikaru hyphen kun question mark / Nanami question mark hyphen sen / h hyphen hi. Wanna go out question mark / go out? This wasn't real. This was a hallucination. Any minute now he'd wake up. I thought you'd be watching that martial arts tournament, the one with or / I wanted to, but there's no point. I mean, he doesn't really like me, not like that, and I don't think he will. I don't think he even remembers me. Oh / and I thought I might as well be with someone if that does know me. And is always nice to me. And likes me // I just need to know. I mean, you always give me the flowers you pull out of your hat, and the rabbits although they always seem to disappear // I do. / you do ? Why yes, I do. Do you? I think I do // So, should we call it a date, then? I think I'd like that // Why you would? / yes, I would / great. I'm on my way. For the first time in a long time, Hikaru Gosunkugi had a happy smile on his face. He sprang out the door whistling a little tune and walked briskly down the street. The night air seemed a little better, the stars a little brighter. Life was great. Who needed magic when you had love? Bookings. 9 p.m. The day wasn't quite over, but Ryoga was inclined to disagree on that point. For him, the day might as well be done. He'd blown it. Again. The fact that something small and cold struck him for the eye just as he was flying upwards to hit Ranma was dismissed. He had Ranma dead in his sights and he let something small, probably a stray raindrop, or maybe sweat dropping from his arm, something stupidly small, throw him off. And Ranma won again. The sounds of partying and cheer drifted upwards from below, where Ranma and the crowd from Furinkan were celebrating Ranma's victory. Things haven't changed, not at all. Hey sugar, what you doing up here? He glanced briefly at Yukayu, then continued to gaze aimlessly out to the city. Not much. Still bummed out over losing, huh? Ryoga nodded. Sorry. Yukayu took a seat next to Ryoga, then asked sorry for what? I guess I let you down, he said absently. Let me down? Yeah. I lost again. Same as always. The two sat in silence for a while, watching the world go by with its passing planes and congested cars. You know, you really ought to get off of this self-pity thing, said Yukayu calmly. Ryoga blinked. Huh? I mean, life doesn't always go the way you want it. You need to move on. Ryoga remained silent, but his face did seem a little less melancholy. It was almost neutral. Yukayu saw the improvement and smiled. You know what, HM? You might not have beaten Ranma, but I think you did great out there. Really? Yukayu rested an arm on his shoulder, leaning slightly on him. Not too bad at all. I mean, he's almost got him. Thanks. Something here has to be explained. Yukayu had spent much of her life as a boy. She was used to hanging around with the guys. It wasn't unusual for her to occasionally lean on someone, in a macho sort of way with the elbow up and with absolutely no romantic undertones. Which is exactly why she didn't think much of leaning on him now. Until he turned his head towards her, and she turned her head towards him. and they both found themselves surprisingly close to each other's lips. "Ah," said Yukayu. "Yar," replied Ryoga. "Trying to talk was a mistake. Lips being near each other was one thing. Open lips near each other was another thing entirely, especially when those lips could feel the hot breath coming from the lips across from them. They were frozen in the moment, utterly spellbound by each other. They both tried to look away from the lips which only resulted in them locking eyes. Close intense eye contact was, if anything, worse. There is something about the human eye, something indefinable, the sort of thing that made a poet says nothing about eyes being windows to the soul. It was a stupidly sugary sweet moment. Someone was fated to interrupt it. And tonight, that someone carried a soot bomb and a nasty sense of humor. Asterisk to asterisk A-N-S-E-K. Asterisk cough asterisk Ryoga. Don't know, asterisk cough asterisk yeah. THUD hyphen asterisk from a neighboring rooftop. Tanya Nuri watched with some satisfaction as Ryoga slammed into the ground below. She responded to Yukai's hostile glare with a friendly wave. Konatsu also waved, but in a rather embarrassed and apologetic manner. Less than Heme. At was satisfied and greater than Konatsu frowned. Nori-sama, that wasn't nice. Her grin widened. It was for me. She sighed. I think they'd make a sweet couple. She gave him a questioning look, which he returned with a shrug. Odd remarks weren't about to spoil her night commando. The vengeance of Tanya Nuri was not complete. Mao looked at the results of the King of Nerima tournament, somewhat puzzled at it all. According to her card reading of Ryoga, the end should have been a decisive battle. Instead, it was incredibly close. The devil, the hermit, the wheel of fortune, justice and the hanged man. Perhaps, she wondered, the cards had told off Ryoga's fortunes of a later time. And Act 2 but don't leave yet. Hyphen asterisk extra hyphen asterisk once upon a time there were these four siblings, who happened to be martial artists, who also happened to be movie buffs. One was a rather skinny fellow, looking a lot like Hikaru Gosunkugi. The other a short-haired girl with a fair tan, the next a sloppily dressed lad with long hair and eyeglasses, and finally, a rather cute 12-year-old with a hyperactivity problem. Roll call. Ryo Mohashin, Smyadebdone Ryoko Mohashin, a teen girl with flare Megs Mohashin, a pervert beyond compare Kyoko Mohashin, tiny top without a care Ryoko. So, what's up tonight? And wife's Megs drooling question mark Megs, Lara Bartram exclamation point Ryoko. Oh Megs, she wrote a story. About us exclamation point Rio. Raising an eyebrow what question mark Ryoko, blushing slightly as question mark exclamation point Kyoko, was going on question mark left parenthesis moment of silence dot right parenthesis Rio, blindfolds. Earplugs exclamation point Ryoko. Right exclamation point Kyoko. Hey! No! No exclamation point left parenthesis sounds of brief struggle right parenthesis Kyoko. No fair. No fair exclamation point Megs. Right. Roll film. Get top show me giving me love and do Sayuri and Yuka. At the same time. WHHHA exclamation point on Friday, October 17th, 1997, Lara Bartram wrote greater than, and what do I act here? Ryoko said quietly, eyeing her greater than prize. Exactly who I was looking for. Double quote Ryoko, eyes bulging, me. CK exclamation point Megs. Hey! No fair. I should be the star exclamation point Rio. Grumbling, idiots. Greater than her eyes tracked the lanky young man as he walked dejectedly greater than down the street. He had his eyes focused on a picture in his hand greater than and wasn't really looking where he was going. Ryoko did her best to greater than follow him nonchalantly. Oh yeah, this was just the opportunity she greater than was waiting for. Ryoko, what? What was I waiting for? What the hell is this question mark exclamation point Megs, you? I don't wanna watch her do the HW wild fun. Rio. You think I'm happy about this question mark Kyoko? Can't see exclamation point greater than, excuse me? She said shayerly. Greater than her target stopped and turned. Yes question mark double quote greater than, could I talk to you in private? I need you to do a favor greater than for me. Double quote greater than, well, I don't think. Double quote greater than, please. Ryoko's eyes got big and pulpy hyphenish. Greater than he struggled, but was unable to fight off her cuteness. Okay, double quote greater than he said dejectedly. Rio, fight off her cuteness? Oh please. Ryoko, what's that supposed to mean question mark exclamation point Megs, means you've got the appeal of a Nazi. Rio, those be your words, boy, not mine. Ryoko, oh please don't let her make me do something embarrassing exclamation point greater than. A few minutes later in UCCHAN's bathroom. Ryoko, what question mark exclamation point greater than. Ryoko ran her fingers through her lover's hair before greater than clutching it in ecstasy. It was everything she had hoped for, and greater than more. She was extra pleased to discover the bathroom doors locked so greater than they had guaranteed privacy for a little bit. Ryoko blushes deep red. Exclamation point Megs, wincing, hello. Didn't wanna see that much of her. Excuse me while I turn around. Rio, avoiding looking at the screen by reading newspaper, Yen takes a fall for the third week in a row, and double quote greater than actually, she was more amazed at her catch's stamina. He was greater than holding up rather well and looked like he could actually last long greater than enough to bring her to orgasm. Ryoko, blushing, somehow, even more deeply. Oh my god, Megs, will you stop that exclamation point Ryoko, I'm Gonna kill Larabam exclamation point Kyoko, can't see. Can't see exclamation point Rio. Still reading newspaper and in other news. Scientists have cloned a panda double quote greater than 5 minutes later greater than oh. That was it. Ryoko. Covering face with hands. I am so embarrassed exclamation point Megs. Is it over yet question mark Kyoko. Can't see exclamation point Rio. Still reading newspaper, weather, page 3 greater than, Ryu double quote left parenthesis Megan turns around and stares at the screen right parenthesis left parenthesis Ryoko turns pale as ice right parenthesis left parenthesis one of Ryo's eyes widens as he looks up from the newspaper right parenthesis left parenthesis there is another big moment of silence right parenthesis Ryo scoots away from Ryoko, ever so subtly right parenthesis Megs, stares at Ryo, then at Ryoko, then at Ryo, then at Ryoko and, you call me perverted question mark Ryoko, I typically supposed to be, Ryuga. Yeah. Ryuga. See question mark Megs, sis, having helping left parenthesis Ryo scoots further away from Ryoko right parenthesis greater than Ryoko's lover stopped and looked at her. Don't you greater than remember? My name's Ikaru double quote Ryoko. I wouldn't touch that freak with a 10-foot pole exclamation point Megs. Well, that sounds like what he had inside you. Ducks a punch from Ryoko, whoop. I'm outta here. Runs away right parenthesis Ryo, right behind you. Ryo runs right parenthesis greater than right. I knew that. That's what I said double quote Ryoko, Ryuga. It is supposed to be Ryuga. Yargh exclamation point Kyoko, what? Can't see exclamation point greater than and Ryoko, Larabam, I'm Gonna kill ya. FIN-asterisk seen a darkened stage, with some microphone stands visible, and a sole spotlight shining in the middle. Ryomuhoshin, in his usual dark suit and tie, enters and stands under the spotlight. A moment later, Muhoshin, the rarely seen third sibling of the Muhoshin family appears, guitar in hand, and stands before the microphone behind and to the left of Ryo, and begins strumming the guitar. Ryo, ladies and gentlemen, I've heard there've been some complaints about me. And I'm not nice, I'm too rough, I really should be a more friendly person in general, that sort of thing. Well, this is a little song about me, about who I am, about why I do things, and whatever else I want to say. Something like that. Singing /tilde I'm just a psychotic guy, with a psychotic mind. I'm not your average jerk, I'm a unique find. I like bloodshed, and violence, and books about war. I like getting in fights, smashing heads in the floor. /tilde my girl, and her really big farm. I won them over with my unbeatable charm. /tilde but you know that's just not enough, to keep a man like me interested. Megs /tilde oh no. No way. Oh. Ryoga slash tilde no. I gotta go out and have fun at someone else's expense. Both O slash tilde, oh yeah. Yeah yeah. Yeah 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 yeah. O slash tilde Icewind Land rob and cheat all day. I'm laughing about it 'cause I don't have to pay. I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's an asshole. O slash tilde I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's an asshole. Such a real fucking asshole. O slash tilde I use public toilets, and I smash all the seats. I walk around in the summertime saying, how about this heat? O slash tilde I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's an asshole. What an asshole. O slash tilde I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's the world's biggest asshole. O slash tilde I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's an asshole. O slash tilde I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's an asshole. Such a real fucking asshole. Both O slash tilde maybe I shouldn't be singing this song ranting and raving and carrying on. Maybe they're right when they tell me I'm wrong. O O slash tilde I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's an asshole. What an asshole. O slash tilde I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's the world's biggest asshole. Spoken, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go down to Gosunkugi and shove my umbrella right up Ryoga's ass. Yeah. Then I'm gonna eat one of those damn okonomiyakis and tell that transvestite Yukainu that they suck. I'm gonna throw that okonomiyaki right in her face, then wipe my mouth with one of Lost Boy's bandanas and there's not one damn thing anyone can do. You know why? 5 words. I can kick their asses. That's right. I kick ass. Ryoga, Yukainu, Ranma, whatever. Ranma didn't win. He got lucky. And if he takes me on again I'm gonna beat him so hard his grandkids are gonna be reeling. Then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna G-Megs K. You know you really are an asshole. Why don't you just shut up and sing the song? Sung go slash tilde I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's an asshole. What an asshole. O slash tilde I'm an asshole. Megzo slash tilde he's the world's biggest asshole. Both O slash tilde S S H O L E. Everybody. Say S S H O L E. Trail into non-vocal chanting and barking. Spoken, I'm an asshole, and I'm proud of a dot hyphen and hyphen notes. This is, I suppose, a response to some who wanted Ryo to be a nicer fellow, or at least to get the punishment he deserves. You know what? I didn't make Ryo to be liked. I didn't make him to become friends with the Nerima crowd. I made him to be _hated_. I may deem to be underscore bad underscore. Every Ranma one half bad guy is either bad in a wacky and mischievous way, or they're just misunderstood. See Prince Tsoma, Taru, Ryukamon, Prince Kirin, Kuno, Kodakai, the Phoenix Tribe, the Amazons, etc. Not this fella. He's a jerk, he knows it, and he enjoys it. I might give him a soft spot or two, but he's never going to exchange his devil's horns for angel's wings. BDW, song based on Asshole by Denny's Leary ****. The Pursuit of Happiness writer's notes halfway there * at the moment. You know, this story is becoming far larger than I ever planned it to be. Let me give you an idea. At this moment, The Pursuit of Happiness, side stories included, is about double the size of The More Things Changed. That single quote has huge. It single quote has been several years since I began the pursuit of happiness. _years _John single quote T. Get me wrong, I still like writing it, it's just I always thought I'd be _done by now. But no. I single quote to more X to go through till I finish what I have to say, and Lord only knows how big those will be. I just might set a record in size by the time I'm done. I single quote am also pleasantly surprised how loyal the readership has been. Looking at the best of Ranma fan fiction votes, Act 2 has been a hit every single time. That single quote is far better than I was hoping for, and it really made the whole thing worthwhile. YOUGA lost, you jerk ! No kidding. Now how predictable was that? It's more realistic, honestly. Ranma's the top fighter, always has been, always will be. I admit, I did set it up so Ryuga had a chance. Mean tease. Wasn't it ? Another reason I had Ryuga lose is simply this. It would be entirely to fanboys if he did win. Even with all the setting up I did, really. I've gotten quite a bit of mail criticizing it, but really now, everything in canon backs up the assumption that Ranma will always manage to win. And Ryuga winning would be too much of a high. Where would I go from there? It opened too many plot lines, one instead I didn't plan for and didn't care to explore. John single quote T like it. Well, all I can say is that you don't always get what you want. If I could do it all over. Looking back on what I'd originally done, way back in The More Things Change, I wouldn't have included the Street Fighter cameos. They were just for fun, really. But the problem is, well, one thing lead to another and they no wave an impact on the storyline that's far more than he wanted it to be. So, from here on out, I'm keeping things in tighter, less cameos, only going to use them if they really serve a purpose. Less references to outside sources too. For the Samurasons, they're a needless distraction. Why haven't they admitted how they feel yet? If they started dating so early after losing any chance of winning over their former loves, i.e. Ranma/Akan, you might as well stamp the label Rebound Man on Ryuga and Rebound Woman on Yukayu. Hey, look here. While a lot of relationships in Ranma 1/2 blossomed stupefyingly fast, Ranma's didn't. 36 volumes and their relationship is still stale. You think in gonna have Yukaiu and Ryoga declare their I love yous in a heartbeat ? Sorry, not likely. Not realistic either. Takes time to open your heart again, and I think they need more of it. So looking ahead, Act 3 will deal with, at last, Yukaiu's family. What's known about her family for sure? They're in Kansai, her dad is a beard, and they cook okonomiyaki. Otherwise, I'm free to wreak havoc as I please. Wella, here I go. John single quote T look for Ryo Mahashin to be a major presence or plot factor in Act 3. I feel he's gotten far too much screen time already, and it's time to return the focus to Ryuga/Yukaiu relationship. However, that doesn't mean the new characters are out entirely. Kyoko will begin taking a larger role. Megana Mahashin might finally get a scene. Tanya'll have something to do as well. And Ryo might appear once or twice, but he won't really be coming back till Act 4. I single quote always written DPOH with the fear that it'll turn into *2_ focused on the new characters. Nothing personal, me into people who write stories where someone new comes in and suddenly becomes a focal point and befriends everyone, but I don't want that in DPOH. I'm trying to avoid it. It's single quote as just something I don't really care to see happen. They were created as supporting characters, and that's as far as you want them to go. And in case you're wondering what I plan for Thefanail, the end, Act 4. I don't know if I can successfully do it. The plot outline right now is a bit tricky. I might not do it. But I plan to kill everyone. Yes, this is a comedy. But don't worry. It'll be a happy ending. No matter what. Really, I promise. So when's the next part? G-O-N-N-A be ready? As of this writing, it's November. John single quote T expect anything new until, if you're lucky, January. If not, February. I've got a lot of other stories to finish, other obligations to meet as well. My apologies for the delay. As some poet wrote once. The woods are lovely, dark, and deep, but I promises to keep. Thanks for reading. I hope you'll stick around for the rest of the ride. Rhythm.